Good morning, everyone. We'll get started here in a moment. All right, good morning. Welcome everyone to our penultimate day of our March council meeting. We're a little behind, but not too much. Hopefully we will finish much closer to 5 o'clock today. I know these long days are difficult, especially under our current circumstances. So before we get started with agenda item H3, I will turn to our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're a little bit behind, but today's actually one of my favorite meeting days of the year, just because we get to hear the California Current Ecosystem and IEA annual report, which I think is always very fascinating. So I always look forward to that. We've also got something else a little out of the ordinary, and that's our Climate and Communities Initiative update, for which there's been a lot of work over the course of the winter. So looking forward to that. But other than what I'm looking forward to, we've got as Mark mentioned, we've got to make up our international management activities under HMS this morning. Then we've got deep set buoy gear and biennial management harvest specifications. For salmon, we are expecting that to come back to the council floor probably sometime in the afternoon. I believe the STT's report will be available sometime this morning, sometime after 9 o'clock. So for those of you that are looking forward to that, that's expected timing sometime after 9 o'clock. I think there's people doing a lot of work in the background to try and round out the guidance for this afternoon and get prepared for adopting the alternatives for public review tomorrow. I would also just note that typically today would be the day that we would send out updated workload planning documents, an updated April quick reference agenda, and an updated year at a glance. However, this time around, we don't have any changes to make to those at this point. I'm not saying there won't be changes when we get to workload planning, but there's been nothing definitive over the course of the week that would require us to update those documents. So we will not be sending out updated documents this afternoon. You can rely on your the materials in your advanced briefing book for our workload planning discussion tomorrow. With that, Mr. Chair, I think I will turn the gavel back over to you. Not that I have the gavel, but I will just turn the meeting back over to you.
All right, I will take the floor here. So thanks, Chuck, for that. So let's get started with agenda item H3, recommended international management activities, and Dr. Kitdahl.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. From the situation summary, since the November 2020 council meeting, the Western and Central Pacific Fishery Commission held its 17th regular session, and the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission held 2 sessions, its 95th regular and 96th extraordinary meetings. The WCPFC adopted 2 conservation and management measures and made decisions on various other matters. Attachment 1 is a meeting's outcome summary that they produced. You can take a look at that. The IATTC adopted 6 resolutions, although 3 of these were essentially procedural, and the meetings were held virtually and in an abbreviated format, especially compared to a regular face-to-face meeting. The commissions adopted complementary conservation measures for Pacific bluefin tuna, consistent with agreements reached through the joint working group process, and you heard about that at length in November. These are one-year measures, essentially rolling over the 2020 catch limits, although some adjustments had to be made to change from a 2-year measure to a 1-year measure. And the IATT resolution referenced C-2002 is binding for West Coast fisheries through domestic applications by National Marine Fisheries Service. And on January 5th, NIMS published a proposed rule to implement related management measures. And those are consistent with recommendations made by the Council in November 2020. And you heard some details on that rulemaking yesterday under the NIMS report. Similarly, both the IATTC and WCPFC adopted conservation measures for the tropical tuna fishery. These also essentially roll over 2020 measures into 2021 with some minor adjustments. Most relevant to the Council, the IATTC resolution, that's C-2006, includes a 750 metric ton annual big eye tuna catch limit for U.S. longline fisheries. NIMS published an interim final rule implementing provisions of the resolution January 19th of this year. Again, you heard a bit about that in the presentation yesterday under the NIMS report. NIMS also adopted a workshop process to discuss proposals for revised tropical tuna measures to be adopted in 2021 and applicable for at least 1 year. Typically, it's they aim for a 3-year measure. And there's been some progress on organizing that as a virtual workshop this spring. The IAC, although the IATTC did not propose a comparable process for revising their tropical tuna measure for next year, just quoting from their measure, paragraph 25, for what it's worth, I guess, states in 2021, the results of these measures shall be evaluated in the context of the results of the stock assessments and changes in the level of active capacity in the purse seine fleet, and depending on the conclusions reached by the IATTC scientific staff in consultation with the Scientific Advisory Committee, and based on such evaluation, the Commission shall take further actions, including substantial extension of closure days for purse seine vessels or equivalent measures at its meeting in 2021. And that very long sentence hints at one of the key components and issues as far as the IATTC tropical tuna fishery is that length of the closure period for the purse seine fishery. I just would mention that at this point, the supplemental NIMS report that you have under this agenda item does give a more detailed accounting of the IATTC meetings and also U.S. priorities for the coming year in that regard. And no further WCPFC and IATTC meetings have been announced for the time between March and June council meetings. I did mention that it's above that workshop that's in the planning stages. Although traditionally the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee holds its meeting in mid-May, given the ongoing constraints due to COVID-19, the meeting may be delayed. I haven't checked lately on their website to see what meeting arrangements have been posted and as far as that goes. And then finally, the International Scientific Committee for Tuna and Tuna-like Species in the North Pacific Ocean, more conveniently referred to as the ISC, announced a 5th North Pacific Albacore Management Strategy Evaluation Workshop for fishery managers. And that's scheduled just coming up in a couple weeks, March 22nd, 25. It's going to be an online meeting. And supplemental attachment 2 is the meeting announcement for that. And also there were details about that workshop again in the NIMS report yesterday. So those that are interested in participating in that should be able to get the details of how to register for that workshop. There's also a supplemental attachment 3, and that is a letter from the Pacific Islands Regional Administrator, Michael Tesado, summarizing outcomes from the WCPFC annual session. And it's fairly brief, and what the U.S. is doing as far as domestic implementation there. I already covered the supplemental attachments and also mentioned there's a supplemental NIMS report. And finally, there's also a supplemental HMS-AS report. And your action here, such as it is to consider reports on international activities and provide recommendations as appropriate. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Are there any questions of Kit on his overview? All right, thanks very much. I think we'll start by asking Krista Svensson, the council designee and new commissioner to be, I'm not sure the status of the appointment to the WCPFC. So Krista, do you have a report for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in terms of my status, I am currently serving as an alternate commissioner, or will be. That I think will be announced at the PAC meeting this coming week. And then my understanding is they're working on my paperwork towards full commissioner status. So with that, I thought I'd just give a few highlights that Kit didn't mention in his briefing. With regard to the meeting, it certainly was a different one than 2 years ago or a year before in Port Moresby. And I'm appreciative that you guys sent me down there just so I had a better idea of who people were and what they sounded like for listening to them on audio. In terms of things that I think it's worth mentioning again that we haven't already covered, we spent a fair amount of time talking about COVID protocols and possibly how to implement them fairly uniformly across the Pacific. And definitely people have their ideas on how to take care, and that we are all working very, very diligently on keeping everybody safe and everybody healthy. COVID extends to everything from observers, which we have observer waivers going through, to really protocols to getting crew transferred around safely, as we're dealing with here in the United States. I'm just going to mention, we had a lot of interest in the new or the rollover CMMs for tropical tunas, and fortunately that went through. So I think there was a pretty big sigh of relief on that one. We adopted the Northern Committee report, which is nice for those of us that work in the northern areas. And then the other area that I wanted to highlight briefly was on labor standards for crew. This was something that we, again, talked about for a fair amount of time in the meeting. And I think it's important to note that we're seeing increased interest in the United States as well. So the Hawaiian Longliners Association came out last month with a set of standards and protocols that they're working through. We have the announcement this year on the fish standard, and I believe that just closed for public comment. So just raising awareness that labor issues are becoming increasingly more discussed, both on the national and the international level. We adopted the annual IUU list, and fortunately, we only had 3 vessels on there. And then because the tropical tuna measures, there was so much interest around that, I'm just going to flag that we do have 2 workshops that they're working on planning for that April and June, July of 2021. And with that, I am going to keep things brief so that we can hopefully keep on time or keep on time for the course of the day. So thank you.
Thanks, Krista. Are there any questions of Krista? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can get who let the dogs out. Anyway, Krista, I just wanted to ask you, I was very interested in discussions of electronic monitoring and cameras on the in the tuna fisheries. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Do you have any more, was there any more discussion on that?
Well, I mean, there's definitely a lot of discussion that's ongoing in terms of EM and monitoring of fisheries, and some of that is driven at the WC, PFC or IATTC level, or other RFMOs for that matter, and some of it is industry driven or conservation driven, and so it's an issue that people are looking at, not just electronic monitoring, but how do we do it effectively? And in some cases, what else can be incorporated? I know many of us have seen presentations from companies like Flywire where they've talked about, hey, you can actually keep track of where your vessel is and be able to get a better handle on how much fuel you're burning. So kind of in some cases incorporating multiple components and not just the standard and more traditional thought process around looking at EM solely for environmental conservation.
Through the chair, Krista, I thought it was particularly interesting that it was being looked at as a way to monitor the fishery without having observers on board because of the COVID situation. There's been allowances for not having observers on board these boats this year. So I thought that was an interesting approach. Thank you.
Any further? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a response there?
I do. I do think that it is worth noting that one of the discussions that's ongoing, at least in the Pacific community, the Western Pacific communities, with regard to EM is using it in combination with human observers. There are a lot of folks that rely on the income and the ability to work who are observers, and that's really important for those communities. And so figuring out ways that we can work together and get the coverage that we all need, and continuing to support those communities is part of that conversation. So I don't want to lose that thought, and really kind of bring that message forward that it's not an all or nothing approach by any means, at least in the HMS fisheries right now in terms of conversation.
Thank you.
All right. It was pointed out to me that Dorothy Lohman had her hand raised. Dorothy, did you have? Dorothy, of course, represented the council and was a commissioner, only recently resigned from the WCPFC. Dorothy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add on the question that Louis raised, that the WCPFC has had a EM work group for a number of years, and they first focused on standards for electronic reporting, and then have been moved more into development for standards for EM. And as Kristen noted, one of the challenges is the employment of Pacific Islanders issue, and how do you make sure that you use them for in other ways for video review, etc., so that we can address some of those employment concerns. But also, it's getting much closer, and of course, COVID has brought that home. And I would note that there were people who had been relatively silent or not really involved, countries, China comes to mind, who, as we're getting as the WCPFC is getting much closer to making this a reality, have started to raise more concerns. So I think that points actually to the fact that I think we're much closer in that forum to having greater use of EM on vessels because people are going, oh my God, this really might happen. And they're getting a little concerned too. So in the process, I think that's, it's a challenge, but it's also shows, I think, some indication that it's moving along. So, and maybe since my hand is raised, I just have this opportunity to thank the council for the confidence they placed in me and having me continue as commissioner for a while, and that I, am pleased to have put in my resignation to clear the way for Krista to fully move into that role, which she will do a great job. One of the things that has been interesting to watch the development over a couple of different heads of Dell. And of course, we're in a time of transition again. Cole is the acting head of Dell for WCPFC now. I'm sure most of you know her. She also heads up the International Affairs Office in NIMS, and has had at least probably a 20-year or somewhere around that tenure in working on and being a leader in WCPFC and in a number of areas. So she'll do, she'll be a great head of Dell as this in this interim time of a change of administration. And one of the things that I have been talking to her during my sort of exit interview is that fact that that I think there's still some room for growth of how to best utilize all of the U.S. commissioners, particularly at WCPFC, and there have been some improvements in kind of having better communication and more opportunity for commissioners to be involved in the development of the policies at an earlier stage. And so I welcome Krista having that opportunity to continue that trajectory as she moves into her tenure as commissioner. So thank you again, and that's all I had to say.
Well, Dorothy, on behalf of the council, thank you very much for your service on behalf of the council, particularly your extended service. And we hope we'll still see you around the council. Thanks very much.
So I just would say, yes, I will still be, and thank you again for your continued support, because the Joint Working Group asked me to continue as the co-chair for at least this next year. And I will be serving in that role for Pacific Bluefin Joint Working Group. And then also have my position as an alternate commissioner for the IATTC. So still will be following the IATTC activities. And just one more thing about Bluefin, as you know, we just did a rollover, but it's a one-year rollover. Ryan and I have been talking a little bit about, he's doing some early reach out to some of the key countries. But, I think we need to be thinking about early and getting the appropriate bilats and multilats, et cetera, which I know he's on this. Because it will be a topic of discussion about whether to have any increased fishing opportunity again at this year's Joint Working Group. And we don't know if it'll be in person, but I think we have to plan for it being virtual again, since it's usually in the late July, early August timeframe. It's not been set, but having productive conversations, particularly in a virtual setting, means that you have to do a lot of upfront work prior to the meeting date. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Are any questions of Dorothy? Thanks, Dorothy. And thank you, Krista. So we'll next move to the NIMS report, and Ryan Wolf has that.
Morning, everyone.
Good.
So Dr. Dahl went through a number of the information that you can see here in our NIMS report. So I'll just focus on a few additional things, or just a few other highlights. Regarding roles, as I'm sure you all aware, Drew Lawler was our federal commissioner to the IATTC, and he was from the previous administration, so he is no longer the U.S. federal commissioner. I have received my alternate commissioner appointment from the State Department, and we'll see if any new additions come to the delegation once this administration has its politicals in place. For the IATTC meeting, it was quite interesting what happened since our November council meeting. As I think we discussed there was quite a lot of concerns about virtual meetings in general. It was unclear for a time if certain countries would even allow that to happen from a procedural perspective. And we worked through that. And while we successfully passed the rollover for Pacific bluefin rather quickly, it was quite a real challenge to get a tropical tuna measure. We had a number of parties wanting increased FAD management measures and others that, because of the challenges of a virtual meeting, wanted to just extend the existing measure for a year. So as Kit noted, we weren't able to come to consensus. At the first meeting, we had to convene an extraordinary meeting 2 weeks later to extend the previous measure, which we did. This means, of course, that both tropical tunas and Pacific bluefin, like Dorothy mentioned, will be priorities again in 2021, as those were just one-year measures and they're set to expire at the end of this year. Also note, the ITTC has yet to elect a new director after Dr. Guillermo Compion's term expired last August. Since then, the IATTC's Senior Policy Advisor, Jean-Francois Povini, has been acting as director, and the IATTC extended his term for an additional 6 months or until a new director is selected. So at some point here, I anticipate the IATTC will figure out how to complete that selection process. And then I just want to draw your attention to the upcoming meetings that we've got listed on page 2 of our report. The extraordinary meeting of the ITTC, that's June 7th to 10th, that is virtual. It's my understanding that that meeting is solely going to focus on tropical tunas. Again, the kind of agreement to get a rollover of one-year measure was contingent upon an extraordinary meeting to discuss those issues that countries have raised in more depth. And as of now, as you can see, there's tentatively still planning for an in-person annual meeting of both the IATTC and the AIDCP in Nicaragua, who has offered to host and reconfirmed that last November. But of course, that's probably subject to further discussion here and COVID protocols that have yet to occur. But at least those are all the meetings. They have not changed as of now. So I anticipate, and other than that annual meeting and the in-person one that's planned, I at least expect those dates coming up here in the spring, those meetings to actually be held on those dates as we've kind of worked through our ability to have meetings virtually. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Are there questions of Ryan? Thank you very much, Ryan. We have a report from the HMSAS, Mike Thompson.
Okay, you hear me?
You bet.
Okay, very good. Mike Thompson, Southern Charter Boat Representative to the HMSAS, and I'm also alternate U.S. Commissioner to the IATTC. This statement is just really informational for the Council. For anyone that's not aware that this has happened. On March 3rd, the IATTC announced the transfer of 6,000 metric tons of Eastern Pacific Ocean big eye tuna quota from Japan to China for the 2021 fishing season, to be harvested using longline gear. Japan also transferred 2,000 metric tons to Korea and 500 metric tons to Chinese Taipei. There was some discussion about the impact of this transfer on the big eye tuna stocks as well as other HMS species in the EPO. With the current uncertainty in the stock status of big eye in the EPO, we are concerned about the potential impacts to the stock arising from an increase in harvested amounts, as this quota has been unused, unfished by the Japanese fleet for a number of years. The 3 U.S. commissioners to the IATTC, Bill Fox, John Zwanish, and myself, have also expressed their concern. We are aware that as a matter of procedure, this transfer is perfectly legal and allowed under current IATTC rules. However, our concern is that increased effort by any fleet in the EPO could lead to problems not only with big eye, but other species such as North Pacific albacore, marlin, and swordfish. On the second page of this statement, we provide reported catches in metric tons by Chinese longline vessels in the EPO for the 2002 to 2017 timeframe as supporting evidence to show increasing trends in the amount of incidental catch which occurs when harvesting big eye tuna for the last 10 years. We would like these concerns to be passed along to the National Marine Fisheries Service, although I'm sure that they're perfectly aware of the situation, for their consideration in future talks at the international level. And yeah, that's it. As I said, just an informational piece. We thought council members should all be aware if they aren't already.
All right, Mike. Thank you very much. Questions of Mike? Thanks very much, Mike.
Okie doke.
All right, that completes our reports. Let me see if we have any, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that will take us to our council action, which is a discussion and guidance, as I recall. That will pop up on the screen here in a second. I don't have the SITSUM open in front of me. So let me see if there are any, if there's any discussion or recommendations based on the reports we have heard. We have a request from the AS to highlight the impacts of Chinese fishing activities in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. All right. Well, I'm not seeing that the council wishes to provide any recommendations at this time. It does seem that that the folks are already on all the issues, our commissioners. So, Kit, can we conclude H3?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think so. As you indicated, or others have indicated, it's primarily informational. There's no pressing issues or international meetings where the council might want to, provide some input to the U.S. delegations. So I think we're done, and we'll probably come back to this in June. We'll be closer to some of those meetings over this summer. Such as one that Ms. Roman mentioned. So at that time, we'll see if there's more for the council to consider. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kit. We'll move on to H4, and I'll pass the baton to Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and great job, everyone, for getting us close to being back on time. We'll start off with H4, and back to you, Kit.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So reading the situation summary, at the November 2020 council meeting, National Marine Fisheries Service submitted a report referenced in there seeking clarifications about the council's September 2019 final action, or AKA final preferred alternative, to authorize deep set buoy gear, and specifically related to the proposed limited entry permit program. That action was premised on the adoption of a range of alternatives and identification of a preliminary preferred alternative in November 2018. For reference, the council motion adopting council final action is reproduced as attachment 1. Attachment 2 is a staff report providing background on the council's final action and concerns raised by NIMS, focusing on questions related to the limited entry permit qualification criteria tied to using deep set buoy gear under an exempted fishing permit. As part of its September 2019 final action, the council adopted changes to the HMS FMP as Amendment 6 based on draft amendment language provided at that meeting. Attachment 3 contains the Amendment 6 amendatory language as adopted by the council with changes identified as part of final action. Since the FMP amendment language has not yet been transmitted to NIMS for secretarial review pursuant to the process outlined in the Magnuson Act, the council could consider modifications to draft amendment language to clarify intent or reflect any modifications in its final action adopted at this meeting. Since an important element of the council's final action needing clarification is the interpretation of the term EFP holder described in the LE permit qualification criteria, attachment 4 is a sample highly migratory species, EFP, and associated terms and conditions. The staff report discusses the use of the term EFP holder in light of the layout of the EFP. The HMSMT met on January 15th, 2021 to discuss the issues raised by NIMS and consulted with the HMS advisory subpanel on potential recommendations for council clarifications or modifications of its final action. And you had a HMSMT report in your advanced briefing materials summarizing their understanding of the issues and that also presents related considerations. I'll just also note here, there is a supplemental HMSMT report based on discussions they had at this meeting. And I believe Ms. Helmers will be giving you a presentation that consolidates their recommendations out of both of those reports. So you can look forward to that. The council should raise the issues raised by NIMS in its November 2020 report and the materials and reports presented here and offer clarifications or modifications to its September 2019 final action as appropriate. If needed, the council should consider further edits to the proposed FMP amendment language to memorialize these changes. And I should mention, in addition to the materials that you had in your advanced briefing book and already referenced, there are 2 supplemental NIMS reports that go into more detail in terms of the questions they have or the clarifications they're seeking, and also they outline some recommendations or proposals they have for interpreting and implementing the council action. And there is also a Cal Fish and Wildlife report outlining their recommendations for clarifications or modifications to the council proposal. And then I already mentioned the HMSMT reports, and which will be given in a presentation. And there is also a supplemental HMS advisory subpanel report. So with that, let me just flip back here and read you your action as listed in the agenda for today, which is to reconsider council final action to authorize deep set buoy gear and related proposed fishery management plan amendment language. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay, thanks, Kit. So seeing no hands, we'll go to Lyle and Enriquez. Lyle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Ryan is in the seat for this one, if Ryan has anything to start with.
Nope, go ahead, Lyle. You're good. Lyle and Melissa will be presenting NIMS reports 1 and 2.
Okay, I can start with NIMS report 2, if you can hear me well. Our supplemental report 2 identifies some elements of the council's qualifying criteria for limited entry deep set buoy gear permits that we could use further clarification on as we prepare to propose regulations to authorize the gear. We identify each element in need of clarification in our report, and we outline some options in some instances and pose some specific questions or proposals in others. I'll summarize the key points that we are seeking clarification on. First, tiers 1 and 3 of the limited entry qualification criteria both contain the criteria deep set buoy gear EFP holders who made at least 10 observed deep set buoy gear sets. So to identify who qualifies in these tiers, we ask the council to clarify which types of EFP holders can meet the requisite effort requirements. Our report provides 4 options and estimates the number of potential qualifiers for each. Each option would consider effort by EFP vessels and then credit that respective effort to different types of EFP holders. For example, the most broad option would credit EFP managers, vessel owners, and vessel operators, regardless of whether they were documented as being aboard EFP vessels while the qualifying fishing effort occurred. The most restrictive option would credit only the vessel operator on board while the qualifying effort occurred. So that talks about EFP holders. Next, tiers 2, 5, 6, and 7 address drift gillnet permit holders based on whether they made landings in recent years and whether they surrendered a drift gillnet permit as part of a permit trade-in or buyback program. For these tiers, NIMS proposes that DGN permit holders refer to current federal drift gillnet limited entry permit holders. We also make 2 recommendations for the council to clarify its intent regarding surrender of drift gillnet permits under transition programs. The first point here is, at present, the only way for a permit holder to effectively surrender their federal drift gillnet permit is to allow it to expire and not renew it, such that it becomes forfeited. However, there are timing stipulations involved in this process of forfeiture that could conflict with an applicant's ability to surrender their permit in time to qualify for a deep set buoy gear permit. For example, they would have to wait for a renewal period to end. For these reasons, we suggest that the council recommend that NIMS develop a mechanism to surrender a federal drift gillnet limited entry permit as part of applying for a deep set buoy gear limited entry permit under these tiers. This would allow federal permit holders to surrender their permit quicker than allowing it to expire and not renew. Second, regarding the federal limited entry drift gillnet permit, these tiers that require surrendering a federal drift gillnet limited entry permit as part of a state or federal buyback program, because there are no provisions for a federal permit trade-in or buyback program in federal regulations, there is no way to account for this type of transaction in regulations for this action unless and until regulations are developed for a federal permit trade-in or buyback program and incorporated into the regulations implementing this action. So regarding participation in a state trade-in or buyback program, NIMS requests that the council clarify when a federal drift gillnet limited entry permit holder would be considered to have completed the state of California's drift gillnet transition program. Next, in regards to tier 8 of the qualifying criteria, this tier refers to, and I quote, any individual with a documented commercial swordfish landing. The basis for documenting a commercial swordfish landing attributable to the applicant will be specified in federal regulations, end quote. NIMS requests that the council clarify whether individual should be interpreted as the vessel operator whose state license number is reported on the state fish ticket, or the vessel owner whose vessel made the landing, or both. For the purpose of attributing swordfish landings to applicants under tier 8, NIMS proposes that the council set a date range for this tier beginning at 2004 when the HMS FMP was implemented. And further, the council has specified that NIMS use total swordfish landings from the applicable year type to rank individuals within a tier, and the applications that do not qualify for tiers 1 to 8, for example, non-tier applications, then be ranked on a first come, first served basis. Tier 6 and 7 specifically consider applicants that have not made any recent swordfish landings with drift gillnet gear. Taking this guidance with the council's direction to use total landings, NIMS proposes to rank applicants within tier 6 and 7 based on their total swordfish landings using drift gillnet gear between April 1st, 2004 and March 31st, 2013. And we're highlighting these issues to seek clarity on the council's intent regarding the qualifying criteria, both for the purposes of implementing the proposed action and also to help ensure that we provide applicants with a clear and defensible rationale behind their rankings within the qualifying tiers. Aside from those key issues that I just described, this supplemental NIMS Report 2 also includes some additional background as well as our intended interpretation of the time periods specified in several tiers. So that was a summary of Supplemental Report 2, and I can take any questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle. Questions for Lyle? John Ugaritz. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Lyle, for the report. One clarification, Lyle, in describing the report just now, I thought I heard you say that NIMS is suggesting that you develop a process by which a federal limited entry drift gillnet permit holder could surrender their permit as opposed to letting it expire in response to the council's qualification criteria. Were you suggesting that, or were you suggesting that if there is a federal buyback program that you would develop a process for that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, John, for the question. We're requesting this clarification either way. I mean, even if there is no federal buyback program developed, this would be a way for a federal drift gillnet limited entry permit holder to more quickly surrender their drift gillnet, their federal drift gillnet permit back to NIMS as they are taking part in the state's buyback program as it is right now, or if there is a federal permit buyback program implemented.
John?
Thank you again. So just to be clear, for the state transition program, any participant in that transition program is providing the state with an affidavit, notarized affidavit that states they will not fish or renew a federal permit if they have one. So the process anticipated in the state program is that they won't renew their permit or transfer it if they have a federal permit. And so I don't see a need to surrender their permit to their federal permit to the federal government based on the state program.
Well,
Right. They would agree with, thank you very much. They would agree to with the state not to fish under their federal drift gillnet permit or to renew it. And, if they were to somehow reapply for their federal drift gillnet permit, after agreeing to the state not to fish under it, we don't have a way of right now of telling them, no, you cannot renew your federal drift gillnet permit. So this would ensure that their federal drift gillnet permit is actually forfeited and they don't have that opportunity to reapply. So it would tie things up.
okay, John?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, well, I think that's interesting. I don't know that it necessarily affects the way the council had drafted our criteria. It's probably not necessary under the state program. I do see how it might help NIMS in tracking who has participated in the state program. But again, I don't know that it's necessary.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Further questions for Lyle? Okay, not seeing none. And a little faux pas here this morning. I should have went to Ryan. I see in the chat box he was in the NIMS seat. So maybe I'll go to Ryan before we move further on the NIMS reports. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. And I should have stated from the beginning, I actually did this a little out of order, so my apologies. But thank you to Lyle for introducing NIMS Report 2. Now I'd like to turn to Melissa Hooper, our Permits and Monitoring Branch Chief, to go over some of our permitting related questions and clarification requests in NIMS Report 1.
Thank you, Ryan. Melissa.
Thank you. This is Melissa Hooper. I'm the branch chief for permits and monitoring for the West Coast region, and I will be summarizing NIMS report, supplemental NIMS report 1, some deep set buoy gear permit clarifications. So we're providing this report to highlight for the council a few issues that we have questions about and we think need clarification in the draft FMP amendment language and the council's final preferred alternative. In order to ensure that we will implement the amendment consistent with the council's intent. The first issue is the limitation on ownership and transfers. The draft FMP amendment states that a person may only hold one deep set buoy gear limited entry permit, and the amendment uses the definition of a person from the regs at 660-702, which means any individual, corporation, partnership, association, or other entity. Under this definition of a person, an individual, corporation, partnership, or other entity may hold a deep set buoy gear permit and only one permit. If the permit is if the person that is listed on the permit is an individual, the one permit limit is easily enforced. However, if a corporation or partnership is listed on the permit, they could contain an individual or multiple individuals without NIMS's knowledge of those individuals' identities, making it difficult for us to enforce the one permit limit on the individuals themselves. So, for example, John Doe could own a deep set buoy gear permit in his own name, and then he could also own a deep set buoy gear permit either by himself or in partnership with someone else under the name of a corporation. This would presumably violate the council's limit on a person only holding one deep set buoy gear permit, but because under the regulations, the corporation and the individual are different people, different persons, technically it would be in compliance with the regulations for them to for John Doe to have an ownership interest in two permits in this way. So we just wanted to clarify with the council that they intended to prohibit individuals from holding one more than one permit, whether that be in their own name or in the name of a corporation or partnership. And NIMS can collect information on ownership behind corporations in order to enforce this. And then we provide some examples from the groundfish fishery, which does have ownership limits and collects ownership interest information to enforce those. Then we also asked the council to clarify what is meant by a prohibition on transfers of limited entry permits. It seems like a simple enough provision to prohibit transfers. However, there are a lot of complex legal situations that have come up with our groundfish limited entry permits that the council may not be aware of, that could also come up with deep set buoy gear permits that you may not initially think of as a transfer, but you may want to prohibit. And so when a permit holder dies, limited entry permits, like other assets, typically go into an estate or probate and will be passed on to an heir. So is this something the council considers a permit transfer and would want to prohibit? Similar things can happen with divorces. Permits can be transferred through divorce proceedings. Since the definition of a person is used to allow persons rather than individuals to hold permits, that does include partnerships. And so we have had situations in the sablefish fishery where one partner dies, and then the question is, does the remaining partner get to keep the permit, or is the permit, would that be considered a change in ownership and therefore the permit is revoked? And then we have had situations where two people have jointly held a permit that no longer wish to work together and hold a permit together. This has happened with siblings who have been bequeathed a permit from their parents to share, and then the siblings don't want to share the permit anymore. in partnerships and corporations, because they can't have multiple individuals in ownership in the corporation or partnership. Partners can leave the corporation or be added, and would that be considered a permit transfer? And then what happens to a permit if a permit holder goes through bankruptcy? Would a bank taking over the permit be considered a permit transfer? And would the bank be able to transfer the permit to another person? Because when we've seen this happen, typically banks don't want to get into the fishing business, but they do. But permits can be put up as collateral on loans. And so through a bankruptcy proceeding, a bank can end up being a permit holder at the end of the bankruptcy proceedings, and then find themselves with a permit that they don't want to hold and want to get rid of. So would a bank be able to hold a permit, and would they be able to transfer it to someone else if they don't want to participate in fisheries? And then finally, we have ownership entity type, corporation type changes. This happens pretty frequently. That can be considered a change in ownership, but doesn't necessarily have to be. So we just ask for clarification on whether any of these situations would be considered a transfer, and whether the council would want to prohibit them. And then number 2, we're recommending a single qualification period for tiers 1 through 7, single application period. The way the draft FMP amendment language is written now, it appears to imply that applications for any tier qualifications will be accepted on a rolling and annual basis. However, there's a lot of work that goes into a limited entry permit qualification, including providing an opportunity for applicants to review and correct the data that's being used for qualifications, and to appeal our permit decision. And then the time it takes to review and resolve those appeal. It is important to have all the appeals resolved before issuing any permits, because there are a limited number of permits that may be issued each year. Under this program, 50 permits the first year and then 25 permits each year after. One applicant's rank affects the rank of all applicants after them. So it's important to have everyone's rank finalized before deciding who gets the 25 permits in a given year. Therefore, we're recommending conducting a single initial qualification period for tiers 1 through 7. And I'll get to tier 8 in a minute. Given that the eligibility criteria stated in the FMP amendment and the council's FPA is for tiers 1 through 7 is static, meaning there's a beginning to any landings qualifications and an ending. It's not necessary to conduct qualifications on a rolling basis. An individual's eligibility under tiers 1 to 7 would not be expected to change whether we completed their qualification in year 1 or in year 10. Therefore, we can complete the qualifications at one time at the start of the program without adversely affecting any eligible applicants. One thing this would change, however, is that if an applicant forgot to apply during the one-time application period for tier 1 through 7, they would not be able to apply at a later date. They would have to apply under a different tier, tier 8, or the non-tier applications. The way the one-time qualification process would work is we would make a decision on tier 1 through 7 qualifications in year 1, and then we would assign each approved applicant a rank and tentative date when they can expect to receive a permit. The expected date of issuance would be tentative because an individual's rank is partly determined by the status of all the permit holders that are ranked ahead of them. So if for any reason someone were to not renew their permit, or a permit holder died and the permit was revoked, then that could change the rank of the people that follow. Under tier 8, the tier 8 criteria is open-ended. So an applicant's eligibility under this tier could change, and the pool of eligible applicants could increase over time. For an example, an individual could acquire swordfish landings between year 1 and year 4, so they could qualify under tier 8 in year 4 when they would not have been eligible in year 1. Therefore, we're recommending a one-time application for tier 8 qualifications once tiers 1 through 7 have been exhausted. This would allow us to still complete all tier 8 qualifications at once, while providing additional time for applicants to acquire swordfish landings history before applying. It is still important that we do Tier 8 qualifications at once, however, and not on an annual rolling basis, because we cannot begin accepting applications under the non-tier criteria until Tier 8 qualifications have been determined. And then finally, with respect to non-tier applications, we would plan on accepting these on an annual basis as desired by the council. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Melissa. Questions for Melissa on the report? Okay, seeing that. Thanks, Melissa. And now we'll go to the CDFW report and John Hugerts. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I do hope that our report will respond to many of the questions that Lyle and Melissa raised. I'm not going to read the entire report. I will read sections of it and summarize the key points and department recommendations and others, but the report's there in the briefing book, and I'm happy to answer questions. And the department did review both NIMS reports, and we're providing this feedback as guidance to the council and to help clarify some of the things that the council made in our final recommendation last year. The council and department have been extremely clear that the intent is for deep set buoy gear permits to be non-transferable. And as Melissa just noted, that the council's motion identifies permit holders as a person, which includes corporations, partnerships, and other entities as defined by federal law. And therefore raises a valid question of what happens if there is a change in such a partnership or corporation or other entities, and would that constitute a transfer? In discussions with NIMS staff, the department has clarified that in other permits, there are examples that limit changes in partnerships so that this sort of transfer cannot occur. And we provide an example from the sablefish permit implementing regulations that defines what a change is that would not be allowed in order to prevent transfer. And we feel that similar language could be used to prohibit changes for ownership of deep set buoy gear permits. If, for example, a corporation is sold to another individual or individuals, the initial qualifier would no longer be affiliated with it and the permit would not be renewed. And it's the department's intent that, as stated in floor discussions, that deep set buoy gear permits do not have a market value. By prohibiting transfer along with a corporation or another entity, the permit wouldn't be included as quote unquote value in that entity. Similarly, to respond to some of the statements that Melissa just made, that a deep set buoy gear permit would have no market value and therefore would have no ability to put up as collateral on a bank loan or other monetary valued use. So the department recommends that deep set buoy gear permits be assigned to a person as identified in that federal code section, but that if a person designates a corporation, partnership, or other entity as the permit holder, that changes to such entities be prohibited. There is a question of whether deep set buoy gear permits could be transferred to heirs upon death of the permit holder. The council discussed this at our September meeting, just following adoption of the motion for the qualification criteria. And as noted in that discussion, the department supports the ability for a permit holder's estate to transfer the permit on a one-time basis to a surviving family member. And there are examples in California Fish and Game Code with similar provisions for transfer upon death. And based on the September floor discussion and apparent consensus of the council members present at that meeting, the department recommends that NIMS allow for transfers upon death of a permit holder to a member of that permit holder's immediate family. There are numerous legal definitions for what immediate family means in both state and federal regulations, none that I could find that apply directly to a fishing permit, but the department recommends that such a rule be as broad and inclusive as possible in the definition of family. And this would be consistent with more recent definitions and an intent to recognize that the diversity in family structures we find today are not the same as what they might have been considered 50 years ago. An example that we provide from California Labor Code section 13692 defines an immediate family member as a spouse, domestic partner, cohabitant, child, stepchild, grandchild, parent, step-parent, mother-in-law, father-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, grandparent, great-grandparent, brother, sister, half-brother, half-sister, step-sibling, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, or first cousin. Now, that is an extremely broad definition of family member. We're providing it as an example, not necessarily as the language that NIMS would adopt, but it's our intent, and we hope the council's intent, to be broad and inclusive in defining what a family consists of. For initial deep set buoy gear permit qualification timeframe, the proposed process to determine eligibility stated that they would be done once a year. And NIMS points out that such a process is infeasible. The number requesting could change, and the completion of one tier affects all subsequent tiers. And they recommended, as they just stated, a single initial qualification period. And the department agrees with that recommendation. We also agree that a single qualification period should be applied to Tier 8, and we are providing in a moment some recommendations on how to change Tier 8 to let it fit into that single initial qualification period. We provide the changes to the initial language that we would propose. Applications for Tiers 1 through 8 will only be accepted during a predetermined time. Qualifications for issuance of permits will be determined prior to the permit year and or fishing season, and Tier 9 applications may be considered on a first come, first served basis annually until the maximum has been reached. With regard to the criteria, NIMS points out that both Tier 1 and Tier 3 use the term EFP holder, and there's been quite a bit of confusion about what an EFP holder is. While the council reviewed and approved EFPs on an individual or sometimes partnership basis, NIMS policy in issuing the EFPs allowed additional captains to fish the permits, as well as individuals to serve as EFP managers who were not actively fishing the permits. And as such, the number of quote unquote EFP holders is greater than the number of EFP applications approved by the council, and has changed depending on who was allowed to fish under an EFP or manage an EFP in the process. The council's stated intent during deep set buoy gear fishery consideration was to prioritize permit issuance to individuals who made a real contribution to development of the gear, and provided necessary data for final approval. And as such, the department recommends that this definition of EFP holder include both those who actively captained a vessel conducting DSB fishing effort under an EFP, and those few individuals who, while they may not have captained a vessel conducting DSBG effort, did make a substantive contribution as an EFP manager or by providing boats, gear, and oversight to those actually fishing. And so for the purpose of limited entry permit qualification, the department recommends that the council define an EFP holder as either any individual with NIMS approval to captain a commercial vessel and use deep set buoy gear under the authority of an EFP, or any individual who is identified by NIMS as having managed in deep set buoy gear EFP, and that management would include vessel owners. The use of the term individual in this context is intended to mean a single person and not include the broader definition of person who might end up possessing an EFP permit in the future. So for qualifying, we're talking about individuals. NIMS raises several clarifying questions as well for the tiers themselves, how an individual might achieve 10 observed sets, given that the number of required observed sets has changed over time and could require an exorbitant number of days fishing in order to achieve 10 observed sets. Also questions about what constitutes a set. The department's intent in making the motion was that a set would be defined as fishing effort conducted in a single calendar day with up to 10 pieces of deep set buoy gear, and 10 calendar days of fishing effort was required, as clarified in the Highly Migratory Species Management Team Report 1. a day of fishing effort is not defined by the number of times the gear is set or retrieved, or whether an individual caught or landed fish in that day. The department has also attempted to clarify many questions proposed and is proposing revisions to the qualification criteria. And there's a variety of questions that we're attempting to clarify. I'd point out that we're not attempting to change the ranking between those criteria, but that we are clarifying what our intent was and hopefully the council's intent was in adopting them. Then a question was also raised with how to rank qualified candidates within a tier. And the department recommends that for tiers 1 through 5, applicants be prioritized within a tier based on their total swordfish landings within the window period defined in that tier. For tiers 6 and 7, which do not require landings of swordfish, that applicants be prioritized on a first come, first served basis within the one-time application period. And then applicants in tiers 8 and 9 would also be ranked on a first come, first served basis. In tier 8, the department is recommending a change from the term landing to experience. Landings are not assigned to vessel crew, and per council floor discussion, tier 8 was intended to allow crew members to be qualifiers in this tier. And so we're talking about experience and not landings, and we're providing an example, providing the ways that someone would demonstrate their experience. And so the department is finally recommending that permit qualification criteria for deep set buoy gear permits should be modified from what was in the final motion that was adopted to tier 1, EFP holders with at least 10 documented calendar days of deep set buoy gear fishing effort by December 31st, 2018. Documentation shall consist of a West Coast Observer Program record indicating either the EFP holder as a vessel captain for that fishing day, or fishing effort for that day was conducted on a vessel owned or under the EFP management of that individual. Tier 2, California drift gillnet shark swordfish permit holders who made at least one large mesh drift gillnet shark swordfish landing between 2013-2014 and 2017-2018 fishing seasons and surrendered their state or federal drift gillnet permit as part of a drift gillnet permit trade-in or buyback program. Tier 3, EFP holders approved by the council prior to April 1st, 2021, who conducted at least 10 calendar days of deep set buoy gear fishing effort, or with 10 days of deep set buoy gear effort on their vessel or by vessels they managed under an EFP by the effective date of the final rule authorizing deep set buoy gear. Documentation shall consist of a NIMS West Coast Observer Program record or a properly submitted NIMS deep set buoy gear logbook indicating either the EFP holder was a vessel captain for that fishing day or the fishing effort for that day was conducted on a vessel owned or under the EFP management of that individual. Tier 4, California general swordfish permit holders who possessed a permit during the 2018-2019 fishing season and made at least one swordfish landing using harpoon gear between the 2013-2014 and 2017-18 fishing seasons. Tier 5, California drift gillnet shark and swordfish permit holders who have made at least one large mesh drift gillnet swordfish landing between the 2013-2014 and 2017-2018 fishing seasons and who did not surrender their state or federal drift gillnet permit as part of a trade-in or buyback program. Tier 6, California drift gillnet shark swordfish permit holders who have not made a swordfish landing with large mesh drift gillnet gear since March 13th, 2013, and who surrender their state or federal drift gillnet permit as part of a permit trade-in or buyback program. Tier 7, state or federal drift gillnet limited entry permit holders who have not made a swordfish landing with drift gillnet gear since March 31st, 2013, and did not surrender their drift gillnet limited entry permit as part of a state, federal, or federal permit trade-in or buyback program. And Tier 8, any individual with documented commercial swordfish fishing experience between January 1st, 1986 and the effective date of the final rule on a first come, first served basis, The basis for documenting commercial swordfish fishing experience attributable to the applicant will be possession of a valid commercial fishing license on that date and either a valid California Department of Fish and Wildlife fish landing receipt identifying the individual as the fisherman of record, or a valid state or federal logbook where swordfish were taken and identifying the individual as captain or crew on that day, or a signed affidavit from a vessel owner or captain identifying the individual as vessel captain or crew on the day that swordfish were taken. And tier 9, any individual on a first come, first served basis. Thank you. That concludes our report.
Thank you, John. Questions for John on the CDFW report? Card Braby. Card?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, John, for a great report that, in my mind, does clarify many of the issues that have been raised. I wanted to just ask the question again relative to surrender of permits under number 2 of your report, page 4, and just ask again that the intent there is that an affidavit of surrender is your intent of satisfying that criterion.
Thank you, and through the Vice Chair, thanks, Karin, for the question. Yes, for the California program, California would verify with NIMS that an individual had surrendered their permit. So we can provide that data to NIMS. And my assumption is that if a federal trade-in or buyback program is established, then NIMS would have the record of that individual surrendering their permit.
Great. And then, Mr. Vice Chair, if I can
Please
ask a question of NIMS that just confirming that this would be sufficient to meet the stated need in NIMS report 2.
Okay, Ryan?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Ryan, my question is about the California report and requirement to surrender a state or federal permit under number 2 of their report. So this is on page 4, number 2. And earlier we had a discussion about the NIMS recommendation to clarify terms under which a permit would be surrendered. And in my mind, this California report meets that need in defining surrender of the permit under number 2 and the stated state program of requiring an affidavit in order to meet the state's criteria for surrender. So my question is, I want to understand if this process that is stated in the California report satisfies the need by NIMS for clarifying what that process looks like.
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Baby, for the question. It will require us to rely on the state regs and of course, close coordination with CDFW on the affidavit, as they will be the only ones that have that information regarding the state program, but it would satisfy our concerns on that aspect of the criteria. Of course, if there is a federal buyback program started, we would still need to create some sort of mechanism under that would term a surrender.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Karin, for the question. Further questions for John? Look at Karin, your hand's still up.
I'll lower it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, seeing no hands. Thank you, John. Now we'll move to the management team report, and I believe Liz Helmers is going to give a presentation. Liz?
Good morning, council members. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
All right. So we have a PowerPoint presentation to summarize the two reports that we have in the briefing book. All right, thank you, Sandra. This is the management team's report for number 1 and number 2 that we submitted under H4 for deep set buoy gear. Next slide. All right, so in our report that we submitted for the advanced briefing book, the team had identified 5 interrelated items in the November 2020 NIMS report, which we felt needed further council clarification. In our report, it says 6, but there's only 5 listed. So those 5 are: 1, the clarification on who qualifies under permit tiers 1 and 3. 2 is the standardized definition of deep set buoy gear fishing effort. 3 is the tier qualification requirement under new observer coverage levels. 4 was the potential issue of excess numbers of individuals qualifying under tier 3. And 5 was the council's intent in defining limited entry permit holder as person. Next slide. So the first issue that we identified was clarification of who qualifies under permit tiers 1 and 3. The team struggled during our webinar to come to complete consensus on what the definition of EFP holder was. It was generally understood that the council's original intent was to include individuals who are authorized to fish under an EFP and met a tiers effort criteria. So at the time of initial discussion back in 2018, 2019, the team was only really considering those who were actively engaged in commercial swordfish fishing as potentially qualifying for a limited entry permit in the future. The criteria that were developed for permit issuance were focused around the idea of documented commercial fishing experience, whether it was with deep set buoy gear, harpoon, or drift gill net. And those individuals who did not have landings recently were in tiers that were further down the list. So it wasn't considered at that time by the team that others engaged in the EFP process, such as applicants or EFP managers who had not run or worked on the fishing vessel, would potentially be included in that pool of individuals that could later receive a permit, as they would not have personally met the tier criteria. Rather, the team interpreted the council's intent as including only those captains that were running the EFP trips, since the range of alternatives for qualifying tiers and criteria included options specifying crew members, and the council chose not to include that component in the final preferred alternative, although the CDFW report did just clarify that council discussion did include the desire to give some priority to crew members on deep set buoy gear vessels. So the term EFP holder used didn't really have a clear definition at the time of our webinar, and members of the AS and the public voiced their concerns with what the team was recollecting from initial discussion. And so they recommended that we also suggest to the council that they also consider including crew members who were not listed as captain, and any other individuals who assumed legal responsibility for deep set buoy gear fishing, whether it was a vessel owner or an EFP manager. Next slide. The second item we identified was the standardized definition of deep set buoy gear fishing effort. In the original motion, the council used the term set, but they defined that as fishing effort up to a full day with up to 10 pieces of gear. And so we are recommending that the council consider adopting the term fishing day and that it be defined as up to 10 pieces of gear that are actively fished within a calendar day. And that would help standardize the term and standardize everyone's understanding between the observer program, between NIMS, between the council, and how we are considering effort in the deep set buoy gear fishery. Next slide. Third, we had discussion over the qualification requirement under new observer coverage levels. NIMS informed the council at a prior meeting that they had reduced the amount of required observer coverage from 10 observed sets to 3 observed sets, just due to constraints within the observer program. And so in order to still meet the council's intent with having documented fishing experience, the team recommends that Tier 3 requirement be revised from 10 observed days to 10 days of documented fishing effort, whether that is through a logbook or through observer coverage. And we did specify that that would be with at least 3 of those observed to make sure that the participants were still being observed, and it was there's some amount of confidence that they're deploying gear and not having any issues with that. Next page or slide. So number 4 was the potential issue of excessive numbers of individuals qualifying under Tier 3. Their NIFS policy with issuing EFPs was that additional individuals could be listed under an EFP as an alternate captain. After discussion, the team didn't feel that this was a concern as long as NIFS continues to use discretion when adding authorized individuals, adding 1 or 2 rather than 15 additional people. And so we did not think that this was really something that the council needed to address at this time. Next slide. The 5th was the council's intent in defining a limited entry permit holder as a person. The team's interpretation was that the council wished to allow a permit to move with a corporation should that corporation be passed to a family member in an estate. And the HMS advisory subpanel did convey their thoughts that there would be benefit to allowing individuals to hold their permit under a corporation for liability reasons. And so the team did not have any issue with this. Next slide. In our second report, we just point out that the CDFW report's definition of EFP holder respect to tiers 1 and 3 does appear to be consistent with option B that is listed in the supplemental NIMS report too. And under this option, the team interprets EFP holder to include vessel operators that are listed on an EFP who conducted deep set buoy gear fishing effort and individually completed the effort requirements. And then also EFP managers and or vessel owners who oversaw an EFP that collectively met the effort requirement, regardless of whether they were on board the vessel as while the actual deep set buoy gear fishing occurred. Next slide. Lastly, there was a request for clarification on when an individual was officially or has officially participated in a buyback program and what is meant by surrendered permit. And those questions were both for a state program, for the state program, and any federal program that may be developed in the future. Next slide. And that is it. And I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Question for Liz on the team's report for presentation. Okay. Seeing none. Thanks, Liz. Do you have, I think that's it. Okay, very good. We will now move to the advisory subpanel and Dave Rudy. Dave?
Good morning, Vice Chair and Council members. Dave Rudy, Chairman of the HMS-AS. I'll try to save a little bit of time. Our recommendations that align with management team and California, I'll try to skip through those. we do have a couple recommendations that are different. So the advisory subpanel reviewed briefing material for this item, including supplemental NIMS reports, and has the following recommendations for clarifying and modifying deep set gear buoy limited entry permitting process. The advisory subpanel has considered all the permitting options provided in the current process. We like to begin by highlighting the basic unfairness of this process to currently active participants in the swordfish industry. Deep set buoy gear was portrayed as a way of transitioning drift gillnet fishery participants to a lower bycatch gear, but the tier system appears to make it more difficult for DGN participants to transition to deep set buoy gear. Acknowledging the aforementioned concern, we offer the following suggestions to address the unfairness and further clarify aspects of the permitting process. Our first comment is about the issue of limited entry permits, and our recommendation is the same, which is option B recommended by National Marine Fisheries Service, which is a wider view and allows permit managers and boat owners to get a permit. We differ in the ranking system. We're recommending a different ranking system, consolidating several tiers and removing the requirement to surrender a permit as part of the process. So the advisory subpanel believes there's a terrible injustice in the tier system that penalizes DGN fishermen who have not taken the state buyout, choosing to keep fishing and making a living versus taking a buyout would delay their opportunity to obtain a deep set buoy gear permit by 3 or 4 years and maybe forever. We suggest all deep GriffNet permit holders who have made a landing between April 1, 2013 and March 31, 2018 be bundled together in Tier 2, thus giving all active DGN permittees a better chance to obtain a deep set buoy gear permit if desired. This would involve eliminating the permit surrender provision in Tier 2 and eliminating Tiers 5 and 7, which also require DGN permit surrender. We wish to highlight to the Council that the proposed federal legislation, HR 404, that will end the DGN fishery via a transition program fails to provide a clear path that would prioritize DGN fishermen for the transition to deep set buoy gear. Failure to do so leaves DGN fishermen to fend for themselves or cling to the hope that an unknown number of potential permittees choose not to apply for the permit. To address the concerns just mentioned, the advisory subpanel has revised the permit tier as follows. So Tier 1 would be the same, whereas Tier 2 would combine Tier 5. So Tier 2 is all individuals who held a DGN limited entry permit, made at least one DGN landing between April 1, 2013 and 2018. This effectively includes qualifiers that are current Tier 5, so combining 5 and 2 together. Tier 3, deep set buoy gear EFP holders have made at least 3 observed sets, fishing days, and the effective date of the final rule. So that's, I believe, consistent with other recommendation. We also go into detail about the 10 sets, even without the observers. Tier 4 individuals who possess a California swordfish permit in the 2018-2019 fishing year and made at least one swordfish landing using harpoon gear between the 2013 and 2014. So that's similar. Tier 5, individuals who have held a DGN limited entry permit but have not made a swordfish landing with DGN gear since 2013, but at least made one DGN landing between April 1, 2004 and 2013. This would effectively include qualifiers under Tier 6 and 7. And then Tier 6, which is any individual with commercial sword fishing experience. The other recommendation where we differ is on the ranking within tiers. The advisory subpanel recommends, instead of using total swordfish landings from the applicable gear as a basis for ranking applicants with tiers, we think fishing effort, in other words, trips, should be used for this ranking. This would be measured by counting the number of individual fish tickets with at least 1 pound of swordfish attributed to the applicant and the number of years the applicant possessed any swordfish-related permit. Fishing effort would better reflect historical participation in relevant fisheries under this approach. Definition of the person for holding a limited entry permit, our recommendation is the same as the management team in the California Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife. Permit transfer in special circumstances, we recommend the same, that it be passed to family members. Permit qualification permits process, our recommendation is the same. Deep set buoy gear observer coverage, our recommendation is the same, as long as they're, and we recommend whether it's observed by National Marine Fishery Service observer or a technical monitor. And on the 3 observed sets versus the 10, when NIMS changed to 3 days observing, our recommendation is the same, as long as there's 10 observed fishing days to 10 documented fishing efforts. We do have one other consideration we'd like to bring to the council, and that is the advisory subpanel would like to flag the recent entanglement of a sperm whale by monofilament line and recommends the council obtain further information to determine whether it was or could have been deep set buoy gear. If the interaction is determined to be associated with deep set buoy gear, impact should be evaluated as part of the ongoing Environmental Impact Statement and Endangered Species Act consultation associated with gear authorizations. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for the advisory subpanel and Louis Zim. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dave, for that very thoughtful paper there, submittal there. I'm going to rise to the bait, rise to the dry fly on that final paragraph, noting that under the terms of the deep set buoy gear EFP, if any entanglement with endangered species or take of endangered species occurs, then some sort of closure of either the permit for the individual fisherman or for the group of fishermen or for perhaps the whole EFP would be required. Do you have any more information on that, or can you lead me to a way to find out more information? Because this is concerning. Thank you.
So thank you, Councilman Zim. I understand there's a video that was taken that shows the dead sperm whale with the monofilament line, and there's been speculation as to what type of line that is, whether it's deep set buoy gear or whether it's long line gear, and I'm not an expert to really determine that, and I've not seen the video, but a number of the fishermen on our panel have seen it, and apparently it occurred at the same time period when a fisherman lost some of his buoys fishing deep set buoy gear. So we just believe it should be investigated and determine if there needs to be modifications in the procedures, as was done the first time there was an ESA interaction with deep set buoy gear with the turtle. During that, there were some changes in the way that the fishery was conducted to minimize that happening in the future. So we would recommend the same type of investigation be looked at and try to understand it. So thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for that, Dave. And I'll be looking for in the future more information from that from perhaps federal sources or state sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Further questions for Dave? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. But first, we've been at it for about almost an hour and 40 minutes. We're doing good here, so let's go for a 10-minute break. Come back at 9:48 and start public comment. We'll start out with Robert Osborne, followed by Teresa Labriola. Okay, we're going to get started here momentarily. Okay, we're back, and for public comment on H4, deep set buoy gear permit clarifications, and look to Robert Osborne, followed by Teresa Labriola. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. My name is Bob Osborne, and I am the private recreational fisherman representative on the HMSAS. Attached to my public comment is a document with a recommended tier modification that is critical to my public testimony. Ever since the deep set buoy gear authorization got underway, the HMS has had extensive conversations surrounding the topic of granting priorities for the participants in the swordfish fishery. That conversation has continued unabated, and the HMS has also received oral comment regarding it at virtually every meeting, including this one. The HMS, in its statement, has offered an alteration to the priority tiers. However, there was a general feeling among us that what we offered was still less than ideal. However, time ran out, and we actually had to delay approving the statement until the day after we adjourned to include some members not available at the end of our meeting. That evening, I figured out what was actually missing after trying to go to sleep for about 10 minutes. Only roughly half the HMS AS has weighed in on this version, but did so supporting it unanimously. Therefore, we decided this option should be offered in public comment rather than as a modification to our statement. The most positive aspect of this version is it avoids the problem of shuffling people up and down the priority list for reasons not typically considered in limited entry programs. This option instead places them all into a tier that contains everybody with current fishery participation and a lower tier of experienced participants without participation. The upper tier compresses 4 tiers into one tier and could be unwound one tier at a time to arrive at a final decision after determining such an action would be genuinely in the public interest. Assuring an opportunity to continue in the swordfish fishery for those with the most experience and family dependence on this fishery has been the most discussed issue over the past couple of years and is in the public interest. This option clearly expresses that while maintaining a priority for the pioneers of this new gear type. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Robert. Questions for Robert? John Ugertz. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Robert, for your comment. I understand that there's been a lot of discussion about these limited entry criteria, but also point out that the council did adopt them unanimously back in September of 2019. My question to you is in regard to this concept of fairness and who gets a permit compared to other limited entry programs. And the question would be that whether you are aware of any other limited entry program with a number of entrants as great as 300, which is what is proposed for this program.
Robert?
300 vessels? That doesn't sound all that, I don't know. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how to answer your question. I have participated in discussions on the in this forum on the trawl fishery, and I also in their limited access program they went on, and several at the state level that were fairly large fisheries. I can't remember how many participants were in them, but it was. I think that there is a concern in the among the members of the AS. Number one is that a guy that's dependent on the fishery may take several years to qualify if it continues down the road all the way to 300. There's also a concern among current participants in the deep set buoy gear fishery that crowding and market impacts may limit the number of permits that end up getting issued in the long run. So those two concerns kind of lay out there that underlie this. It's a time when you would be able to qualify for a permit and whether or not they're actually going to be. If there's 300 permits issued, then perhaps we get down to that point. And that kind of goes a little bit to also the issue of having a one-time priority list on this thing, because we have a shifting political environment going on at the same time. And that a one-time ranking of somebody well down the list, could change quickly, and they could be out of business for who knows for how long. And so those are the concerns that are being discussed, in the AS environment. And I think that they are important considerations anyway. So it's worth this public comment. I mean, if we keep one family in this fishery that deserves to be in this fishery, I think it's all worthwhile. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you, Robert. Further questions for Robert? Okay. Next, we'll go to Teresa Labriola, followed by Chugi Sepulveda. Teresa?
Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the Council. I'm Teresa Labriola. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning on deep set buoy gear limited entry permit criteria. I submitted a letter to the briefing book signed by Wild Oceans, the International Game Fish Association, American Sport Fishing Association, and Coastal Conservation Association of California. As organizations representing conservation-minded recreational fishermen, we've been supportive of the research and development and authorization of buoy gear, and have advocated for adopting limited entry criteria for buoy gear permits that will allow the next generation of swordfish fishermen to build a fishery that grows and thrives alongside recreational fishing opportunities. Entry criteria, we urge you to be inclusive of and give priority to all of those who developed, tested, modified, and fished the buoy gear subject to exempted fishing permits, and provided the Council with the data it desired to move forward with authorization. Reviewing the materials in the briefing book, the recommendations from California Department of Fish and Wildlife on modification meets many of our concerns, which I'll just outline here for you. We've provided comments for many years on the topic and understood that EFP holders would be an inclusive category of researchers and fishermen who invented and developed and tested the gear. Those holders provided, including managers, provided you with detailed information and many of the comments on configuration, selectivity, catch, and economics. And so to interpret the definition of EFP holder otherwise would sync with the public's understanding of the Council's action and the best interests of the fishery. So we support the definition of EFP holder forward in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's comments, and think this is a broad and equitable definition. An inclusive definition coincides with the purpose of your action, which was to authorize the use of buoy gear, in part to maximize the potential for an economically viable fishery. Arguably, the people who've gained the most experience with the gear through the EFP process are those most likely to use the gear once it's authorized. They gave up other opportunities to invest personally and professionally. They accepted liability and risk to the reputations of businesses, and putting the first permits in the hands of those who took those risks to invest and test buoy gear and will use it once the gear is authorized will help us maximize an economically viable fishery. We also support the modifications in Tier 3 to include both NIMS West Coast Observer Program record or properly submitted buoy gear logbook as the criteria for meeting 10 days of observed effort. So we thank CDFW for that clarification in there as well. Finally, we advocated for entry fishery that begins with 50 permits issued to the most experienced state, any significant issues as they arise, and make modifications to accommodate recreational fishing activity, tournaments, or other high-profile, high-value events. We expect that those who are most experienced with buoy gear and familiar with the Southern California recreational, charter, and commercial fishing landscape can better navigate the crowded field and unexpected social conflicts. We urge you to ensure your limited entry criteria are inclusive and prioritize those with most experience handling the gear. This is our best bet towards maximizing the use of buoy gear, increasing our domestic swordfish catch, building an economically viable fishery, and improving the fishing community's access to resources, causing unforeseen and unavoidable social, ecological, or cultural conflicts. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Now we'll go to Chugi Sepulveda, followed by Tara Brock. Chugi?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I would like to say, first off, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this agenda item. Again, for those who don't know me, my name is Chugi Sepulveda. I'm the fisherman and scientist that petitioned the initial deep set buoy gear and linked buoy gear EFPs. I want to take this opportunity to thank the council and advisory bodies for all of the time, their effort, and thoughtful consideration that has gone into the permitting and authorization process. I've tried to sit alongside and work with them and provide input, and I do know how much time and effort this has taken. I also want to acknowledge those that have expressed their support and dedicated the time to the development and testing and as well as the authorization of this new fishery. I know how difficult this has been, and it's really a challenge to make sure that we are all very inclusive and mindful of all the different individuals that participate in this fishery. So I'm very appreciative that we've really gone out of the way to look at trying to address these issues. On a positive note, I feel that our collective efforts will have a positive impact on our marine resources, as well as the many livelihoods that depend on them. I look forward to this inclusive process and seeing how this fishery develops in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chugi. Questions for Chugi? Okay, very good. Thank you. Next up is the Tara Brock, followed by Gary Burke. Tara?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Tara Brock with Oceana. I'll hopefully be short here. It sounds like the council has had some really good discussions, and the management team, we appreciate all the time and effort gone into developing and authorizing this fishery. Oceana, as many others around the table, really wants to see the deep set buoy gear fishery be a success and provide benefits to the nation by increasing domestic swordfish production while at the same time decreasing bycatch that we've seen in other traditional swordfish fishing gears. So to meet that goal, we recommend that permits go first to those that are most likely to be successful. And that includes those who have the most experience with the gear, as I think you've heard from several other people who have commented. With that in mind, we do support California Department of Fish and Wildlife's definition of EFP holder and their edits to the qualification criteria, and really appreciate the deep thought that went into their edits. We would also just note that commercial activity is not the only objective of EFPs. And the council's main objective with authorizing deep set buoy gear EFPs was increased data collection. And including EFP holders that did not engage in commercial activity, but who were instrumental in developing the gear by tagging fish, collecting data, and taking on the financial and administrative responsibility for EFP vessels is consistent with National Standard 5, which recognizes that limited entry programs may be used to provide adequate economic return to pioneers in a new fishery. And Oceana believes that it is important that we encourage this type of research and innovation in the future to continue to improve our fisheries. Just a couple more points around some of the things that have been mentioned around surrendering a drift gill net permits under the qualifying criteria. We do support NIMF's suggestion that the council recommend developing a mechanism to surrender a federal DGN permit as part of applying for a deep set buoy gear permit under these tiers. Although almost all active drift gill net permit holders have indicated their intent to participate in the California state transition program, there are a few active permit holders that did not opt into the program. However, as I think many know, there is federal legislation currently proposed in Congress that would create a federal transition program, and it would be beneficial to have this mechanism in place for those purposes. And as to NIMF's request that the council clarify when a federal DGN limited entry permit holder would be considered to have completed the state program, we recommend that the council clarify that a permit holder has completed this and surrendered their permit under the state program once they have actually participated in the program by surrendering their state permit and surrendering their net for destruction. As Mr. Ugoretz noted, upon participation, state permit holders agree not to renew or fish under their federal drift gill net permit. So we view that as enough to meet the criteria under CDFW's new tiers under tier 2 of surrendering their state or federal drift gill net permits. With that, I will take any questions, and thank you again for your time and consideration to these important issues.
Thank you, Tara. Questions for Tara? Okay. Seeing no hands, thanks, Tara. Next up is Gary Burke, followed by Gilly Lyons. Gary?
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Council. As you guys been around, anybody been around a while know that I'm a long-time drift net guy. And I've got some concerns here on the tier system. You know, when we started with this deep set buoy gear, it was always the guys with experience. They got to have swordfish experience. That's most important. They should go get the EFPs or be the ones that are qualified for it. And then we have the legislation, which is a transition, which basically was touted to good buoy gear once it is enacted. But a couple of years ago, though, a lot of the people in the drift net fishery, we thought, okay, we had Trump in there, we're not going to be put out of business. But now with Biden and the boys, things are looking maybe a little different. So when you get to the tier system, myself, I'm a tier 5 because I didn't take the buyout and wanted to fish. And I look at who's in front of me, and I've got tier 1 and tier 3, which is the EFP group. Now, you know, the first guy's Chugi's group, they're probably, you know, the real pioneers somewhat, although they all had a grant, you know, to do it. And they got the gear for free and paid. And it wasn't that big of a risk because at that time they start fishing in June and a lot of the drift net guys don't fish till October. So it was a good fill-in actually. And most of those guys had swordfish experience. But ever since that first group, we gave out EFPs for the last 3 or 4 years to people. I would say 90% of them never caught a swordfish in their life. I know because I'm on the HMSAS and I approved them. And we looked at that group. Well, there's almost 50 guys in that group, probably up to, could be. So then you got the DGN guys that went for the buyout. And there's probably, I don't know, 42. John probably knows better than I. And I don't know how many are going to get the money, half. So they're up to almost over 70 probably there. Then you got harpooners. And one thing that's interesting is these permits, you don't have to use them to lose them. So once you issue one, they're probably not going to be back on the table again. Everybody will keep them. So I'm up with, 75, 80 before I can qualify to get one, which might be 2 or 3 years. And, you know, if I'm out of business, if I get put out of business by legislation, what am I supposed to do? Wait 2 or 3 years? And then if there's a bunch of the screamers saying, oh, we can't keep the price up, we're not making any money, maybe they'll break it down. A lot of the swordfish guys won't get any at all. And there's still 25 or 30 guys that are in that didn't take the buyout, but they just haven't fished for a while for a number of reasons. You know, some of the people held on to them up in PLCA area where the fish really are, and they kept thinking, you know, it might come back, we might get to fish. I'm going to keep this permit. Well, they're clean out of business too. I mean, are they getting penalized for not taking the buyout again? I mean, it was a setup. At the time this thing all came out, I didn't think much about it because I thought, oh, I'll still be able to fish drift net, which is, you know, so much more viable in my opinion. So anyway, those are kind of my concerns. So I think I like Bob's tier system actually that lumps all 3 and 5 and some of the others all together. It's the fairest way to do it if we're going to do this. So I'll stop there. And if you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for Gary? Okay, seeing that. Thanks, Gary. Next up for our last public comment would be Gilly Lyons. Welcome back, Gilly.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And good morning to you and members of the council. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts. Thanks very much for the opportunity to provide some brief comments today on your consideration of limited entry permit criteria clarifications. First, we wanted to just express our appreciation to the council, to the highly migratory species management team and advisory subpanel, and to NIMS and CDFW and the public for all of the thoughtful discussion and deliberation over the last couple of months regarding questions and clarifications around limited entry permit criteria. We concur that one objective of limited entry permit criteria should be to ensure that those pioneers who developed, tested, and refined deep set buoy gear over these last several years be eligible for limited entry permits. And we believe that an inclusive definition of EFP holder can help meet this objective. And to that end, we support CDFW's recommended definition of an EFP holder as described in their supplemental CDFW Report 1 under this agenda item. By including both EFP vessel operators and EFP managers, we believe this definition will contribute to the overall success of a fully authorized deep set buoy gear fishery by ensuring that those with the most experience are eligible to receive permits under tiers 1 and 3. We also very much appreciate CDFW's recommended revisions to the deep set buoy gear limited entry permit qualification criteria and support those modifications also as described in the supplemental CDFW report. Thanks again to all of you, to the council and to the advisory bodies for everyone's thoughtful consideration of all of these issues over the last several years and definitely over the last couple of months as well, and for your work to ensure the authorization of deep set buoy gear. And I would be more than happy to take any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilly. Questions for Gilly? Okay, thanks, Gilly. Okay, that completes public comment. That takes us to council action. And so I see John has his hand up. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I appreciate all the information and input we just received. I think there's a couple things that I'd like to point out with regard to this fishery, and I'll start by reminding the council and people who spoke this morning of where I have been, where the department's viewpoint has been in regard to issuing deep set buoy gear permits, and recall that my position has and remains to be that we have no biological or socioeconomic evidence that would require us to limit participation in deep set buoy gear, and that I opposed a limited entry program for the bulk of the process and was only convinced to recommend it through the concept that we wanted to issue permits slowly in case there was some sort of issue that arose that would make us reconsider whether it needed to be limited in any way. And that's why we ended up with a relatively large number of 300 permits, and why it had to be called limited entry per NIMS General Counsel, that if you're issuing them slowly, it is therefore limited. But the intent, at least in my mind, and I think in many council members' mind, was not to limit the number of people who wanted to participate. And I firmly believe that we will get to tier 9 in all of this. The second thing that I'd like to say is that in this fishery, I think that the council really deliberated long and hard over the criteria. We spent many months talking back and forth about it. We came up with a solution that we think works. And while I appreciate people like Mr. Burke saying that they're concerned they may not receive a permit, I'd also point out that nothing was preventing those individuals from requesting an EFP, fishing that EFP, and raising their tier based on that. I do think if Mr. Burke wants a permit, he should and will certainly have the chance to get one. You know, that's not off the table. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Further discussion? Ryan Wolf. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I actually have a question for John based on our earlier conversation on your report regarding Tier 2. I was just wondering if you have if we will be relying on the state to provide information regarding when a permit has been surrendered, or at least an affidavit to part of your state buyback program. If you have any update on the program, for the purposes of this discussion, are there folks on the list, for example, that they're not able to actually surrender until certain things occur, or any general update you might have?
John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ryan, for the question. And yes, the department has actively been sharing information with NIMS staff regarding who has completed the transition process. As of today, we have 14 people who have completed the process and surrendered their permit to the state and their nets to a net destruction entity. There are about 5 or 6 more who have indicated they are participating this week or within the next 2 weeks. There are 20 people who had initially indicated a desire to participate in the state process, who we do not yet have funding to allow them participate. The department initiated a regulatory change last week that, if approved, will allow for those additional 20 people to participate by extending the deadline, which was originally March 31st of this year. And in terms of funding for those additional 20 people, the department is actively seeking state funding to cover them, as external funding was not raised to cover those additional 20 people. We are definitely hopeful that state funding will become available with the next fiscal year.
Thanks, John. Okay, further discussion. Oh, Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. John, to the external funding question, did you in fact receive external funding for the first, I believe you said 14 applicants?
So the initial funding, as dictated by the state law, came from Ocean Protection Council, and that was $1 million. And then an additional just over $1 million was contributed by private sources through Oceana. And so those 2 sources of funding allowed for the initial 24 participants to be notified that funds were available.
Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Further questions, Louis? or comments? Okay, Karin Braby. Karin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for NIMS. I'm hoping Ryan might be able to speak to the paragraph in the HMS-AS report that Louis already pointed out about potential whale entanglement. And I'm hoping that Ryan can just briefly describe the NIF's approach on understanding entanglements and potential sources of those entanglements, and any plans that NIMS might be able to share with us to bring information back to the council on that entanglement.
All right.
Yep. Good Vice Chair. Thank you, Carmen, for the question. Yeah, the sperm whale was found entangled, as you've heard reported, in line in October of 2020. There were no buoys attached, and we have not been able to attribute this entanglement to any specific gear type. And that's done to our Protected Resource Division, which is our stranding network, et cetera. And I'll also just point out, too, that for purposes of this action, the preliminary draft EIS that we presented to the council at the time of final council action in 2019 did mention the possibility of whale entanglements in buoy gear. But at this time, we're not able to attribute that entanglement to any specific gear type.
Okay, Karin?
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Karin.
I would like to offer a couple of thoughts as we contemplate this action. And we've been working on this for some time, and it's not often that this council or any council is in the process of creating a new fishery. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that this is a big action. This is something that we probably will need to do more often as we face changing oceans in the future. And so I think my take home from our discussion today, the reports, the concerns, is that we've been careful and thoughtful in developing the program that we're about to take action on. And I think that's the right approach. This is a large move, a large investment from the council, and we want it to be a model that we can use for any future needs in developing new fisheries. I understand the concerns and share the concerns about creating monetary value in limited entry programs where there may or may not be a need. But I think that this is a good approach for this fishery in the Southern California Bight at this time. And so I'm feeling like we are in a good position at this point, despite the fact that this is not the perfect answer to our needs relative to swordfish harvest generally, but it is part of the answer. And so I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we're moving forward with this, and I think we have some good work behind us to put us on the right path forward.
Thank you, Karin. Krista Swinson. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. I want to recognize a couple of points, so no questions, but I did want to say thank you to CDF&W for recognizing that we had a conversation around crew. I certainly have brought up that point on a number of occasions in our discussions around prioritizing people in terms of list and where people would fall in the categories. And I just think it's critical to keep thinking about that and keep talking about that, because that is one of the paths to our future. The other point that I want to call attention to is, and we've heard a little bit of it today. It has been kind of floating around in various forms about, whether it's scientists and they got given access to gear and there isn't risk there, or, recreational fishermen could potentially get into this fishery. Commercial fishing, I think, should be inclusive. I think all of us should be inclusive. I love the fact that we have citizen scientists. I love the fact that, all of us, if we want to, can in general get a permit to go recreational fishing. And I just really caution that innovation comes from without quite often. We're seeing a new gear type here. I think that's extremely exciting. And we should really be looking at how do we get more people involved in moving forward with sustainable fisheries, and not limiting ourselves in terms of how we think about people in a more traditional sense in terms of commercial fishing, or for any other stakeholder group for that matter. And so I appreciate the time to comment on my couple of thoughts there. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Karin?
Delayed lowering hand, sorry.
No problem. Krista, your hand's still up? And okay, very good. And back to John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. My hand is actually up. Question perhaps for Ryan. We've heard, comments about concerns that one or more tiers might not actually get the chance to get a permit within the total of 300. Do you have an estimate right now for how many people might qualify in the first 5 or 6 tiers?
Right.
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Ugratz, for the question. I don't have something right in front of me. I think a rough estimate was potentially 150 would qualify through Tier 7. So I don't have a breakdown to Tier 5. I know our NIMS report 2, I believe, lays out the various different options of what might qualify in Tier 1 and Tier 3. But the best I have for you right now is about 150 through Tier 7 is our estimate.
Okay. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ryan. Actually, that's even a better answer than I was hoping for, because I, was essentially looking at, could someone in Tier 6 get a permit? But if a maximum of, even if it was 200 people in Tiers 1 through 7, then we would definitely get to Tier 8 before exhausting the 300. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Maybe even a motion? Aha. Welcome back, John.
Thank you. Yeah, if there's no more discussion, I do have a motion for this item.
Please.
We'll see if staff can put it up. Oh, look at that. That was fast. Thank you. I move that the council recommend the following to clarify and modify the FMP amendment for the purpose of implementing regulations authorizing a limited entry deep set buoy gear permit. 1, that a limited entry deep set buoy gear permit may be held by a person as defined in 50 Code of Federal Regulations 660.702. A, that transfers be prohibited, and B, that National Marine Fisheries Service develop regulatory language that prohibits changes to the makeup of a permit holding corporation, partnership, or other entity that would constitute a transfer for entities other than individuals, except in the case of death of the originally qualified individual, as described in California Department of Fish and Wildlife Supplemental Report 1. 2, allow a one-time transfer of limited entry deep set buoy gear permits upon death of the permittee to a family member as described in California Department of Fish and Wildlife Supplemental Report 1. 3, for the purpose of limited entry deep set buoy gear permit qualification, define an EFP holder as described in California Department of Fish and Wildlife Supplemental Report 1 to include any individual with National Marine Fisheries Service approval to captain a commercial vessel and use deep set buoy gear under authority of an AFP, or B, any individual who is identified by National Marine Fisheries Service as having managed a deep set buoy gear EFP, including vessel owners whose vessel fished under authority of a deep set buoy gear EFP. 4, identify limited entry deep set buoy gear permit qualifiers and accept applications during a single predetermined period defined by National Marine Fisheries Service for tiers 1 through 8. Rank applicants within tiers as described in California Department Fish and Wildlife Supplemental Report 1. A, tiers 1 through 5 based on their total swordfish landings within the time period for that tier. B, tiers 6 through 9 on a first come, first served basis. 5, modify limited entry deep set buoy gear permit qualification criteria to those found in California Department of Fish and Wildlife Supplemental Report 1. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Very good. Looking for a second. Okay, Bob Dooley. Thanks for that, Bob. John, speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we've gone through this, and our report describes why we're recommending what we recommend. The council had significant deliberation with regard to how to rank people with regards to when they might receive a limited entry permit for this deep set buoy gear fishery. This is a new fishery. This is not a fishery with existing participants, even though we have EFP holders who are currently using the gear. It is unlike other limited entry programs where you have a well-established, long-standing fishery and are then essentially giving out the ability to fish to some participants and not others. I think the council has been very clear in our desire to not allow transfers in this fishery, and that we were very clear at that September 2019 meeting that we did all agree that upon death of a permit holder that their family may wish to continue fishing, and we were supportive of that fishing family construct. I think the rest of this we've discussed well today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for John on his motion? Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, John, for such a thoughtful motion here. I think it's cleared up a lot of things we've heard in the past and gotten us to a place that's pretty good, I think. I have one question. When you talk about the one-time transfer upon death of a permittee, I just want to clarify, does that mean if an original permittee passes it on to a family member, in the future, when that family member passes away, it extinguishes, or is it a new system again? Does the one time mean once overall in memoriam, or is it successive, as family members pass away?
John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Bob, for the question. Honestly, I think we were considering it as a one-time transfer. I don't know that we seriously considered or discussed the what if family members continue to pass away. But at least for current purposes, I would consider it a one-time.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Kit? I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks. A little delay there getting myself unmuted. I just, and I may be a little premature, but this motion does at the top reference the necessary modification of the draft FMP amendment language, I believe. And, but it wasn't clear if there would be a subsequent motion with, sort of specific strikeout, underline type of guidelines on how to modify that language, or the expectation is that council staff would take the contents of this motion and make those changes accordingly, and whether the council is comfortable with that, and without possibly a subsequent review of draft amendment language before it's transmitted. So just seeking clarification there.
I'll go to the motion maker, John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Kit. So for point 1 of this motion, I don't believe I see a need to change anything in the current language. It's requesting that NIMFs define regulations that would define it. For point 2, I think there's enough there to craft language for the one-time transfer upon death. For point 3, I think points A and B of point 3 provide enough information to modify the language. And for point 4, we've got the details there as well necessary. And finally, for point 5, it's in the CDFW report with the specific criteria. So I don't see an additional motion as being needed here, or strikeout language. There is some strikeout language for one specific section in the CDFW report that can be used. And I think other than that, there's enough information here.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so just to be clear, I did see the proposed specific strikeout language in the CDFW report. And then I guess based on this guidance, the CDFW report also has a somewhat revised and clarified description of the tier, the qualification tiers, which are also in the draft amendment language. So my understanding would be to take that description from the CDFW report and replace what is in the proposed FMP amendment language with that from the CDFW report. And other than that, I believe you're right. There's no other needed changes to the draft FMP language.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just yes, for point 5, this motion is requesting that you use the exact criteria language found in the CDFW report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kit, for getting that clarification. And further discussion, questions for the motion maker on the motion? Ryan Wolf. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Not really a question. For as far as discussion on the motion, I just wanted to thank CFW for the motion, for the report, and council members for the preceding discussion. NIMFS obviously was coming today to try and get a number of these clarifications that will help us as we move forward with the regulations and permitting deep set buoy gear. So thank you, and you can support the motion. Just because there was a mention of crew in the council discussion, I know, John, you've thought about this and had conversations with staff, but just to flag for the council that under NIMFS and I believe CDFW confidentiality rules, but John can correct me if I'm wrong, crew would not be able to access or correct logbook and fish ticket data that they might want to use to qualify without the written permission of the vessel owner or operator. So I understand, I guess, as your intent is still to include crew, but just wanted to flag that this could potentially be a barrier to some qualifying under Tier 8. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, further discussion? Oh, Karen Braby. Karen?
Thanks. I just wanted to add a couple of thoughts also, and thanks to John for the motion and clarifying so many loose ends in this action. And I intend to support the motion. I particularly wanted to point out that I think that this inclusive set of directions on how to proceed really do honor the innovators in this growing, burgeoning, developing fishery. And I think that's really important. Prior to the motion being made, I mentioned that I think we're going to need to consider new fisheries and new ways of doing business in the coming decades. And so I think that we want to, as a council, encourage and motivate innovation from wherever it comes. And so I appreciate that work to really be careful with our definitions and honor that innovation while also being clear and specific in how we proceed. So thank you very much. I know there was a lot of, I'm sure there was a lot of wordsmithing in developing this. Thanks.
Thank you, Gordon. Okay, further discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just quickly, thanks to CDFW and to NIMS staff for working on these clarifications. This does match our agency's recollection of the intent of the action we took. I'll just make one quick statement about in prior to the motion, there was some discussion about this being a model that we'll use in the future. I just want to remark that that could be the case, but we've also been highly deferential to this approach, and it's a Southern California approach. We might take a completely different approach if something similar were to happen in the other end of the California current here. But fully recognizing what my colleague from Oregon is saying about the need for innovation and rewarding that. So again, thanks in support of the motion.
Thank you, Corey. Okay. Further hands? Okay, not seeing any. I'll call for the question. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signified by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Kit, I'll look to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, well, I think if NIMS is satisfied that they have the clarity and direction they need to proceed with developing regulations and anything else needed to continue the process towards implementation, we're good. And I heard guidance on how to take the contents of the motion and make the requisite changes to the FMP amendment language, and we'll see. I defer and depend on NIMS to indicate when the appropriate time will be to initiate the secretarial review process and formally transmit the FMP amendment. So we'll look forward to that. And so I think, having said that, we're done with this agenda item.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, okay, well, we're going to go straight to H5 and back to you.
Okay, just I need to get my situation summary teed up here. Sorry, I'll be right with you.
No problem. We're doing good.
Okay, thank you. Reading from the situation summary for agenda item H5. This is biennial harvest specifications and management measures. The HMS FMP lays out a biennial process that affords the council input on identifying key management reference points for HMS stocks. NIMS uses these reference points as updated by stock assessment results to determine whether a stock is subject to overfishing, that is, that the current fishing mortality exceeds the maximum fishing mortality threshold, or is overfished, that is, that current stock spawning biomass is less than the minimum stock size threshold. As of the November 2020 council meeting, NIMS had not yet made these status determinations for 3 stocks: Pacific bluefin tuna, Eastern Pacific Ocean big eye tuna, and also EPO yellowfin tuna. First, NIMS must make a best scientific information available determination on outputs of an assessment produced by an international organization. NIMS uses a quote unquote other peer review process to determine whether an assessment constitutes BSIA for these stocks. And that includes participation by the US government in international organizations, RFMOs. The principal mechanism is review and adoption by the relevant RFMO. The 11th meeting of the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee was delayed, preventing NIMS to make the BSIA determinations for the EPO stocks just mentioned, the benchmark stock assessments that were completed by the science staff before the November meeting. However, since the November meeting, NIMS has made those BSIA determinations for all 3 stocks, but has not yet made status determinations for EPO big eye tuna and EPO yellowfin tuna. Because the most recent big eye and yellowfin assessments prepared by IATTC use a probabilistic modeling framework, NIMS has experienced some challenges identifying proxies for the status determination criteria as identified in our HMS FMP. NIMS staff met with the SSC's HMS subcommittee in February on the 4th in an online meeting to discuss possible approaches for deriving these proxies from the stock assessment model outputs. The attached joint Southwest Fishery Science Center West Coast Region NIMS Report 1 outlines these issues and options related to identifying proxies discussed with the subcommittee. The full SSC will consider the recommendations of the subcommittee and advise the council on the methods used to derive the proxies for these 2 stocks. Because the IATTC's probabilistic assessment framework will likely be applied to future stock assessment, there is also the broader question of the methods to use these, to estimate these proxies going forward. The council may approve proxies for the overfishing threshold or the overfish threshold or both for these 2 stocks, big eye and yellowfin, at this meeting. Using this information, NIMS could then determine the status of these stocks and identify whether the council may be obligated under the Magnuson-Stevens Act to consider additional management recommendations for these stocks. Once the proxies are finalized and related status determinations are made by NIMS, they will be reported in the HMS SAFE document. So just to review, the materials already referenced was that joint NIMS report, Southwest Center Region report. There is also a supplemental SSC report that takes the discussions that were had with their subcommittee and makes recommendations to the council on that. And there is also a supplemental HMSMT report on this item. And with that, the council action that's listed in the agenda is to approve proxies for status determination criteria, consider the need for other status-related recommendations, annual catch limits, or other harvest objectives and/or management measures. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay. Thanks, Kit. Now we'll go to the National Fishery Service and Ryan Wolf. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One moment here, pull up my. So I'll be summarizing the joint Southwest Fisheries Science Center and West Coast Region NIMS Report 1. Okay. So key purposes for this NIMS report was, number one, to build on prior discussions of the council and advisory bodies under this HMS biennial management cycle, and two, to help structure discussions with the SSC, which included the involvement of IATTC scientific staff. As background information, the NIMS report covers status determination criteria specified in the HMS FMP, specifically for maximum fishing mortality threshold, MFMT, and minimum stock size threshold, MSST, and conveys that status determinations based on the 2020 assessments for EPO stocks of yellowfin and big-eyed tuna hinge on council consideration and approval of proxies for MFMT and MSST, since estimates to evaluate those against those criteria were not reported in the 2020 assessments. The MFMT proxy that NIMS proposes is a greater than 50% probability that current fishing mortality, or F, is greater than F at the MSY level. Another way to evaluate status according to this proxy is if the median of the probability distribution of current F to FMSY exceeds 1. This proposed proxy accounts for the probabilistic framework used in the 2020 assessments, and it's consistent with the MFMT approach specified in the FMP, which describes overfishing as a level above MFMT, which is equal to FMSY. NIMS then covers the results of the assessments relative to this proposed for EPO stocks of yellowfin and big-eye for evaluating status relative to the overfish threshold, or MSST. And here we present three options and discuss the pros and cons of each. The first option includes a request that the MSST reference level be reported as an outcome of international assessments. The second option details work to estimate the MSST reference levels that could be completed by NIMS and reviewed by the SSC. And the third option proposes the use of MSY-based proxies for MSST. Lastly, the report also includes an appendix that details reference levels reported by the IATTC and their use in international management as target or limit reference points. If needed, and if the council approves the MFMT and MSST proxies recommended by the HMS, NIMS will use that information to complete the status determinations. But maybe I'll stop there because that's, I think I've covered what is in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NIMS report? Okay. Thanks, Ryan. With that, we'll go to the SSC and I believe John Fields. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Great. I will be reading from agenda item H5A, the supplemental SSC report. The SSC reviewed the alternative approaches to derive proxies for status determination criteria, SDC, for big-eye and yellowfin tunas as set forth in the joint Southwest Fishery Science Center West Coast Region Report 1. This review was necessitated by the adoption of new modeling approaches by the IATTC for big-eye and yellowfin tuna. These new probabilistic assessments involve using an ensemble of alternative models and parameterizations that are weighted based on a set of criteria, including model fit and plausibility of results. The SSC HMS Subcommittee met on February 4th, 2021 via webinar to discuss A, the new probabilistic assessments for these species, B, the best scientific information available determinations, and C, the best practices for determining management limit reference points and status determination criteria using the results of these probabilistic assessments. The SSC, while discussing all three of these, focused on the last. Ms. Sarah Schaffler and Ms. Amber Rhodes provided context for the SSC discussion and answered questions. The SSC agrees that applying a proxy for a maximum fishing mortality threshold outlined in the joint report is a reasonable approach for these assessments. For the minimum stock size threshold, the SSC agrees that the second example under alternative 3 is appropriate whenever the central values of the natural mortality rate, M, either a fixed value or the median of the distribution for each model, are greater than 0.5 for all the models in the ensemble. Option 1, whereby the assessment results include reference levels consistent with the domestic SDC, is preferred in cases where some or all of the M central values are below 0.5, including when M is age dependent, and this is true for a subset of ages. If only a small minority of the models have M central tendencies below 0.5, the above proxy for MSST may still be acceptable. As mentioned previously, and we referenced an earlier report, it should not be necessary for the SSC to routinely review HMS status determinations. However, the SSC would be willing to review the application of the HMS SDC for other species or for future assessments as needed. That concludes our statement. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, John. Questions for the SSC report? Okay, seeing none, John, thank you. And with that, we'll go to the management team and Amber Rhodes. Amber?
Mr. Vice Chair, I think this is Ryan. I think she's called in and we're trying to promote her.
Okay, we're good. Phil, I see your hand up. Phil Anderson?
I wonder if, while we're waiting, if I had a question of Dr. Field. I wasn't quick enough to get my hand up before he signed off. I wondered if he was still available.
Sure. John, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am still here.
Okay.
Thanks, John. How you doing? Hope you're well. I haven't sent you an email by mistake for a while. In the first paragraph, you mentioned that part of the discussion was around best scientific information available, determinations, and understanding that this wasn't one of the ones that you focused on. I wondered what is there a BSI determination needed here by National Marine Fisheries Service for these proxies, and if so, did the SSC discuss that or provide an opinion about that?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And yes, briefly, we discussed that was item B, I believe, the BSIA determination. That was not an explicit task that was assigned to us, but our subcommittee report reflects that despite that not being an explicit task, the highly migratory subcommittee of the SSC, at least, agreed with the Southwest Center determination based on the review of the materials that we had in front of us at that time. And I believe you'll be hearing more about that from the agency at some point or some level.
Okay. Thanks very much, John. Good to hear from you.
Thank you, Phil and John. Okay, how are we doing on Amber?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Chris Kleinschmidt. We've resent Amber the instructions to dial in, and she should be good to go, just waiting for her.
Okay. If we can't get her on here, I guess it's not a very long report. Maybe you can have staff read it in if it's if she's unable. Amber, are you there? I see your hand up. No, I don't. Okay, I see Liz has weighed in and she can read the report. So if we can get Amber, maybe we, so let's go ahead now. Liz, go ahead, if you could, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry about the login problems for Amber.
Happens to the best of us.
It does. It does. Liz Helmers, I will be reading the HMS management team's report on BISPECs. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team reviewed the NIMS report, which provides proxies for maximum fishing mortality threshold and options for calculating or using proxies for minimum stock size threshold from the 2020 stock assessments and risk analyses for Eastern Pacific Ocean yellowfin and big-eye tunas, which were conducted by scientific staff of the IATTC. Based on the SSC's findings in their supplemental SSC Report 1, the management team recommends the Council approve the MFMT proxy and the second proxy for MSST in Option 3 for both stocks proxies so that overfished and overfishing status determinations can be completed for these stocks. Should the Council approve these proxies, the management team would provide the status of these stocks in the 2021 SAFE Report. Tables 1 and 2 below are provided as examples. And I am happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions for Liz on the team report? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Liz. Okay, that takes us to public comment. And I don't think we have any, do we? Nope, I don't see any. With that, that takes us to council action. And thank you, Kit, for putting that up, or Sandra. And I see John Huberts. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to say I appreciate the SSC and SMT input on this. I concur with them and think that they've provided us the guidance that we need to move forward on the matter. I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Back to you, John.
Yeah, if there's no other council discussion, I do have a motion for this one.
Much appreciated. So please. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Okay, well, let's see if I can get it up on the board. If not, I can read it. 1 second. Okay, well, I move that the council approve the maximum fishing mortality threshold proxy and the second proxy proposed for minimum stock size threshold in option 3 of the National Marine Fisheries Service Report 1 as applicable to status determinations for the Eastern Pacific Ocean yellowfin and big eye tuna stocks based on probabilistic framework assessments as conveyed as being reasonable in the supplemental SSC report and recommended in the HMS-MT report.
All right. Thank you, John. Does the language accurately reflect your motion?
It does. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, looking for a second. Thank you, Karin Braby. Okay, John, speak to your motion, please.
Thank you. I think, as I just said, we've got good advice from both the Science and Statistical Committee and management team on this, and it's enough to move forward.
Very good. Thank you. Discussion? Comments, questions to the motion maker? All right. Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. And with that, I will turn to our chair, Chair Gorelnik, and pass the gavel to you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. Great job by you and great job by the council on H4 and H5. That concludes our work on highly migratory species and takes us to our first ecosystem management item. Chuck, did you have something? Chuck, did you have something on any of these agenda items? All right, I guess not. I guess we'll hear from Chuck if he has something. So that takes us to our first ecosystem item, I1, and I'll turn to Kit. Well, now I'm looking at the screen. And I don't see a second in that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Karin Braby, and I was the second on that motion.
All right, thank you very much. And I want to make sure that we captured the motion passing unanimously under H5. All right, and see if let me just double check with council staff and make sure that there isn't any further clarification needed on H5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think you've you have the motion here. It is pretty straightforward. It reflects the recommendation from the management team. So the council is on board with how the status determinations are being calculated, and we'll work to reflect that in the SAFE report.
All right. Okay, and so now, apologize for that confusion. So now we will go on to agenda item I1. And Kit, I will go right back to you for our overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the annual California Current Ecosystem and Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Report, and also science review topics. Reading from the situation summary, the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan calls for an annual report to the Council on the status and trends in the California current ecosystem. I'll just use the acronym. The CCIEA, composed of staff from the NIMS Northwest and Southwest Fishery Science Centers and West Coast region, has produced the 2021 Annual State of the California Current Ecosystem Report. That is IEA Team Report 1 in your advanced briefing materials, and the appendices to the report are available in IEA Team Report 2. That was also in your advanced materials, and I'll note there's a supplemental IEA Team Report 3 that just describes that, I believe it's 2 research areas that that team asked the SSC to review. So that's for your information. The purpose of the report is to present ecosystem information for the California current ecosystem to the Council in a succinct, straightforward format so the Council may take into account ecosystem variability in its decisions. The report synthesizes data to present key environmental, biological, and socioeconomic indicators, trends in physical, biological, and socioeconomic components of the ecosystem, taking into account the effects of fisheries and other human activities are thus highlighted. Doctors Chris Harvey and Toby Garfield will present an overview of the report on behalf of the IEA team. The March Council meeting is also an opportunity for the IEA team to submit a list of candidate ecosystem research topics for SSC review. The SSC then reviews the selected proposed research during the September Council meeting. And the SSC will make recommendations about the research topics it intends to review in a supplemental report, and the Council may wish to provide guidance on those selections. So in addition to the reference materials that I just mentioned, that the 2 reports in the briefing in your advanced materials, and plus the supplemental IEA report 3, there are also a number of reports from your advisory bodies, including the EWG and EAS, the Habitat Committee, and the GAP, and also your SSC. So with that, I'll just read the, if I can find it here, hold on a sec. Your action here, which is just review the annual report and consider in the science review topics for 2021. So with that, I conclude my overview.
All right, thanks very much, Kit. Are there any questions for Kit on the overview? I'm not seeing any hands. So now we will welcome Chris Harvey and Toby Garfield to present their report, the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment. I know it's, as Chuck said earlier, it's a report we all look forward to every year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Toby Garfield. I just want to see if I can be heard.
We can hear you.
Okay, then we'll just wait for the PowerPoint. And there we go. All right. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity to present the 2021 Ecosystem Status Report to the Council. I am Toby Garfield from the Southwest Fishery Science Center in La Jolla, and I'm joined by Chris Harvey from the Northwest Fishery Science Center in Seattle. While the two of us are presenting to you, I want to remind everyone that this synthesis is a large effort and at least 65 people participated in creating this year's ESR. Contributors are from the two science centers, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, the regional office, other NOAA line offices, state agencies, universities, and NGOs. The report could not be done without this collaboration, especially in this COVID year. My first oceanographic cruise on a major vessel was in 1971. At that time, very few women had been to sea on research vessels, and in my field, physical oceanography, had very few women participants. Transition to today, and a lot has thankfully changed. This photograph was taken during the summer Cow Coffee cruise on the RV Sally Ride, a cruise conducted by Scripps Institution of Oceanography. That cruise had a research crew of 10 women and no men. In addition, the ship's crew had 4 women, including the third mate and the bosun. It was one of only 2 cruises last year that completed their standard sampling plan, and this all-women scientific party on a major research vessel is a historic first. Please also note that these ladies are taking proper COVID precautions with face masks and social distancing as they draw samples from the carousel. Next slide, please. We'd like to give you a short summary of this report. So these 2 slides are our summary. The COVID-19 pandemic heavily impacted the West Coast research efforts. We saw 2 large-scale climate indices in 2020 trending towards increased productivity. Along the equator, a weak El Nino conditions transitioned to La Nina conditions in the summer of 2020. And in the Northern Pacific, a positive PDO transitioned to a negative PDO, which also favors high productivity in the California current ecosystem. On the other hand, we continue to observe a strongly negative North Pacific gyre oscillation, which often dampens productivity. And last year saw the second largest marine heat wave on record. It emerged in May, reached a maximum in the fall, and lasted into 2021. On the regional climate and oceanography indicators, they were also mixed. We had strong winter upwelling preceded an average to above average upwelling season, so there was good nutrient supply up on the shelf. And the coastal habitat, the cool water area expanded, returning to more neutral conditions. However, the system experienced low snowpack, drought, and catastrophic fires in 2020. Next slide, please. Many of the ecological indicators also suggest a more productive system. There were abundant lipid-rich copepods off Newport, and there was improved signals for krill biomass at the base of the food chain. There's still lots of anchovy off California, and there are above average abundance of sea lion pups and production of young birds at key seabird colonies. We need to interpret all of these indicators with extra care due to the sharply reduced sampling effort last year. There are still some signs of concerns. Pyrosomes, the warm water tunicates, remain abundant, especially off the California coast. And the spotlight assessments for salmon really have had mixed or below average indications for the return of the salmon spots. And finally, the landings and revenue were down for most of the fisheries in 2020. Next slide, please. So COVID-19 was a stress test for human impacts. On the science side, we exist to go to sea or go out in the field, collect data, process data, analyze data, and report on data, and all of that was stalled this year. There was cancellation of all the NOAA White Ships cruises and some of the charter cruises that were arranged. There was a removal of NOAA personnel from both academic and charter vessels. What samples were collected were frozen. Many of those samples are still stored in freezers, awaiting the reopening of the laboratories. And there was cancellation of field work such as the on-site sea lion surveys or river surveys involved with salmon assessment. Commercial impacts were equally strong. There were drops in the landings and revenue due to reductions in restaurant and export markets. There was COVID outbreak throughout the whole industry on vessels, processing plants, and in fishing-dependent communities. There was also the increased operating costs to implement safety measures and revenue losses as the charter fleet was pretty much tied up for the year. Concurrent stresses like wildfires and harmful algal blooms didn't help the situation at all. There was some relief via the CARES Act, but a few other measures, but not much. Next slide, please. So given the kind of year we've had, we thought maybe the way to give you our quick summary of each section was through a short haiku. So physical oceanography conditions can be summed up as early upwelling, marine heat wave stays offshore, cool ocean, drought, fires. Next slide, please. In the basin scale indicators, we've seen a shift over the last 5 years. What we're seeing is the Oceanic Nino Index, the ONI, shifted from El Nino to La Nina conditions. And generally, this favors higher productivity in the California current ecosystem. There is about a 60% chance of this present La Nina existing through the spring and into the summer this year. The Pacific Decadal Oscillation, the PDO, which is a measure of temperature patterns in the North Pacific, became increasingly negative, which again indicates a cooler ocean in the Northeast Pacific and favors higher productivity. And the values this negative have not seen since before 2012 or prior to the appearance of the large marine heat wave known as the blob. The North Pacific Gyre Oscillation, NPGO, it remains strongly negative, which is an indication of lower transport in the California current ecosystem. And generally, that's an indicator of lower productivity. And these are some of the lowest NPGO values that have been seen in the system. Next slide. So last year also saw the second largest marine heat wave, but this one mostly stayed offshore. So the four panels here are illustrating the evolution of this marine heat wave. You can see it formed in July, late spring, early summer. It reached its maximum extent towards the end of September and then started receding back offshore. So the outline of the marine heat wave is the black line, and the red bright colors, warm colors, are the areas that are considered to be the marine heat wave. We've also added to this diagram the outline along the California coast of the exclusive economic zone, the EEZ, and that extends 200 nautical miles from the coast. And one of the things we did in the bottom diagram here, you're looking at a time series of the area of each of the identified marine heat waves. And we've now color-coded it to try and look at the impact in the EEZ. So a marine heat wave that's green had a 0 to 25% intrusion into the EEZ. Yellow is 25 to 50%, and red would be greater than 50% coverage within the EEZ. So you can see, looking at this time series, if you look around 2015, that marine heat wave, the very large blob, impacted the EEZ for quite a long time. Whereas if you look at both in 2019 and 2020, you see that even though it was a very large marine heat wave, its impact on the EEZ region was very short. And so what we're still trying to do is figure out is, we don't know yet what kind of impacts a large marine heat wave that only has a minimal impact on the coastal region has. So we're still working on that. Next slide, please. So with the loss of a lot of ship cruises this year, especially a couple of Cal Coffee cruises, and although the Newport cruises did pretty well, we have in the past showed you time series off different points along the coast. This year, we're transitioning to give you those same time series using autonomous gliders. And I'll point out, as we talk about the coastal area here, we put an insert there in the upper left, which is showing you where those data are coming from. So what you're seeing here is a glider that operates off Trinidad Head, profiles out 200 nautical miles. 200 kilometers, forgive me. And these data for this particular diagram, the data are averaged over the 200 kilometers. So you're looking at a time series along the bottom versus depth, averaging the inner 200 kilometers of data. And you can clearly see in this one in 2015, the marine heat wave that was then followed by the huge, very large El Nino. And then again in 2019, you get to see the El Nino and the emerging marine heat wave. 2020 is outlined in the red box on the right-hand side of it. And you can see the conditions are very close to zero. The zero anomaly would be the transition from yellow to blue in there. And so what we've seen is that off Trinidad Head, 2020 was approaching neutral conditions, but not quite there. And I'll try to explain that in the next slide, please. This slide is another set of data from a glider. And in fact, there's a little cartoon of the glider there to give you an idea what the instrument is. What we're looking at is the two panels in the center. The left-hand side is the temperature at 10 meters going from the coast out 500 kilometers, and then the vertical axis is time increasing up. So the most recent data is the top of this figure. The left-hand panel there is temperature at 10 meters. The right-hand panel is salinity at 10 meters. And the temperature band, you can see the very strong warm anomaly that occurred with the blob in the El Nino. And then you can see conditions off of California. This is Dana Point. Have remained warm for the last 5 years. But during that 5-year period, we've also seen a transition from low salinity to high salinity. And so what we're seeing is probably a shift in water masses, and exactly how this is occurring, we don't quite understand yet. If you look at the two plots on the left, the lower plot, now time is on the x-axis, and the anomaly that we're talking about is on the y-axis. The black line is the ONI index, the El Nino index, and the red line is a similarly processed indice for line 90, the Dana Point line. And I just point out on this that prior to 2015, those two tracked very, very closely, whereas in 2015, first, California saw that very large marine heat wave followed by the large El Nino. And then after that, there's a decoupling between these two indices. And you see that the California, the line 90 indices stayed warmer and had a different sort of frequency than the Nino index. The upper panel is the same data, plus it's got information added from the Point Conception line 80 and the Monterey line 67. And I put it in there so you could see that disconnect between the El Nino signal and what's going on along the coast existed up through the Central California area. So we're trying to understand this change. So when we say coming back to average conditions, I say it with an asterisk because we are seeing some differences on how the water masses are evolving in the California current ecosystem. Next slide, please. So turning to upwelling for a minute. So the two conditions or the two indices of upwelling that we provide you, the left column there is the vertical transport of water. So that's the actual upwelling signal, and it's the QT signal that we discussed last year. The right column are the injection of nitrate into the surface area. So that is an estimate of the source of nutrients that are available for primary productivity. If we look at the middle two, 39 degrees north, one thing I point out is that early in the winter, early February, there were the two very strong spikes of upwelling, very strong transport of water into the shelf region. And if you look at the nitrate on the right-hand side, you can see that there was a very strong injection of nitrate into the shelf waters at the same time. So that meant the whole area, the mid-region area, was given sort of an early boost of nitrates, preconditioned the whole upwelling cycle with a lot of nutrients made available up on the shelf. And then if you follow back in time, if we go back and look at the spring upwelling cycle, you see this sawtooth pattern, which is instances of upwelling followed by instances of relaxation. And you can see on the nitrate, you saw a similar type thing. You'd see an influx of nitrogen, nitrate, and then a bit of a relaxation. What this means is that the nutrients were supplied onto the shelf, but then when you have a relaxation, it actually provides enough time for the phytoplankton to uptake a lot of those nutrients there for them to grow, for the primary productivity to occur, and a lot of the energetics then stay on the shelf and are available for having a very productive year. And so it looks like from these data, 2020 was, especially in the central region, was very productive. On the right-hand column, the three areas are plotted on the same scale. And the one thing we want to point out is that in that middle region, north of around Point Arena, the supply of nitrate is about an order of magnitude larger than it is up to the north or to the south. So that central region is really important for the productivity up on the shelf. Okay, if I could go to the next slide, please. So one of the ways of looking at what's going up on the shelf is using the Habitat Compression Index that was introduced last year. The Habitat Compression Index is designed in such a way that if the entire shelf area over this latitudinal band and out 150 kilometers, if it's cold, it would have a index of 1. And if it was flooded with warm oceanic water, it would have an index of 0. So what we see is on the bottom time series there, we saw that the habitat compression was quite low, meaning any cold water was compressed up against the coast. It meant there was very limited refuge for many of the species that need the colder water. That would drive them together and have a lot more interaction. And what we can see here is that over the last couple of years, the value of that index has been slowly increasing back up towards above 0.5 and closer to 1 at the end of the year, meaning that there was an expanded cold water area, more room for all of the species that need that cold water, less interaction among some of those species. And that particularly is important with some of the entanglement issues we had. At the request of the council, the computation of this habitat compression index was expanded into 4 regions. So while I'm just showing the central region here in the appendix of the report, it shows the index both up on the Oregon-Washington coast, the Oregon and Northern California coast, and the Southern California coast as well. If I could have the next slide, please. So while the ships weren't out there to collect the data, and especially getting some of the benthic observations of conditions along the shelf benthos, we did have the JScope model forecasts available to us, and so we're going to report these instead of being able to report the actual data. The prediction for the benthic dissolved oxygen content off the Oregon and Washington coast shows that there should be probably earlier low dissolved oxygen off the Oregon coast, not so much off the Washington coast. But during the upwelling season, the dissolved oxygen contact will lower and become hypoxic for large regions along the Oregon and Washington coast. And you can see by August there, most of it is going to be hypoxic. This is earlier than average time for the hypoxia to occur along the coast. I want to qualify this with saying that the ensemble of models that were used to develop this had a lot of variability in them. So there's a very high uncertainty of this hypoxia forecast. Next slide, please. Similarly, for the ocean acidification, we use the aragonite saturation as a good indicator of ocean acidification. And what the model is predicting is that the aragonite on the shelf floor is expected to be corrosive in the spring and summer of the upwelling season, but similar to the dissolved oxide, you can see that the corrosive waters really developed off the Oregon coast much sooner than they did off the Washington coast. And the band of corrosive or undersaturated water expanded over the upwelling season to include most of the area. The surface waters are expected to remain above 1, so they should remain supersaturated due to the season. Again, there is a fair bit of uncertainty in these predictions. Next slide, please. So on land, the snow water equivalent is a good indication of the supply of cool water. And so we've divided it up by region here. We've got these 5 time series of the Salish Sea, the Columbia glaciated, the Oregon and Northern California coasts, the Columbia unglaciated, and the Sacramento, San Joaquin Central Valley. What you can see is that the Washington area is about average or slightly above average. Oregon is mixed from below average to slightly above average. Idaho is also about average to slightly above average. And California last year was definitely below average in terms of snow water equivalent. And this regional snow water equivalent pattern was generally reflected in the stream flows as well. If we can go to the next slide, please. These are the conditions. On the right-hand side is the snow water equivalent for a couple days ago. 3 days ago is so it's getting towards the end of the season, but we won't have the final report until April 1st. The pattern is very similar to last year's in that Washington is above. Actually, it's normal, but we're saying average here. Oregon and Southern Oregon is below average, where Northern Oregon is above average. Idaho shows a mixed signal of average to slightly below average. And again, California is showing a below average snow water equivalent storage this year. In the center there is the drought outlook for this month. And so the outlook is that it's going to remain very dry. California will stay below the median. Oregon and Idaho sort of showing mixed signals, and Washington mostly above the median. And the prediction is that this month, the moderate to extreme drought will persist for most of California and Oregon. Should be abnormally dry for much of Idaho, and Washington should be mostly normal. After the rainfall we got here in San Diego last night, I'm not quite sure if I believe this, but that's beside the point. It is probably good that we're not going to have a miracle March this year because of the fire scarring from last year and the possibility of washouts. So it's a mixed blessing, I would say, at this point. And on land, yes, we really need to, probably this year, we will probably need to maintain a heightened awareness of fires. If I could have the next slide, please. This is my last slide, and this is showing the harmful algal blooms and the red tides along the coast. So domoic acid is formed by the diatom pseudonychia, and domoic acid is a neurotoxin. It is the 4 time series are showing the domoic acid concentrations in both razor clams, that's the lighter gray line, and in Dungeness crabs, the black line for Washington, Oregon, and Northern and Central California. The HADS domoic acid caused closures in the California clams and shortened seasons in Oregon and Washington. Similarly, the crab seasons were shortened. In Southern California, we had a huge red tide of the dinoflagellate Lingulodinium polyhedra. This caused, by the size of this red tide, and then while the dinoflagellate's dying off, the water conditions became hypoxic or even anoxic, and so there was a reasonably large die-off of both fish and invertebrates in Southern California. There was also the release of yesatoxin, which was a real irritant, respiratory irritant for both the surfers and people along the beach in California. So this red tide was so large, and the bioluminescence associated with it was sufficiently large that allowed some evening entertainment for the surfers. Next slide, please. And with that, I will turn this over to my colleague, Chris Harvey.
Thank you, Toby. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're going to shift gears now to the ecological responses. And the first part of this are ecological responses that, generally speaking, are encouraging in terms of productivity and reflecting some of the improving conditions that Toby described. Our haiku for this is plankton, anchovies, happy pups and baby birds, interpret with care. And if I could have the next slide. We'd like to begin our ecological responses section with the copepods that are collected off of Newport, Oregon. And that survey was able to conduct basically business as usual in 2020. And 2020 was one of the best years that they've ever observed in terms of the relative number of northern copepods, which you will call the cheeseburger copepods that are very rich in lipids and nutrients. Compared to the amount of southern copepods, which are lower in nutrients and lipid content. And you can see that the northern copepods were one of the, in 2020, were one of the highest concentrations that they've observed, while southern copepods have been trending down for several years now since the marine heat wave. So this is generally good news. In the next slide, another important zooplankton set of indicators involves krill. This was a pretty data poor year last year for krill because so many of the surveys that catch krill were either canceled or their effort was sharply reduced. But we do have some good signs from the krill data that we have. On the transect line off of Trinidad Head, the krill catches showed that the individual krill were larger than average and have been getting larger over the last 5 years or so. The further north along the Newport line, crews there, although they haven't measured the krill or counted them yet, they did report anecdotally large catches of krill along the Newport line, so another good sign there. And then down at the bottom, we get a little bit of help from the birds. Cassin's auklets, which are zooplanktivorous birds, we have data on their diets from Southeast Farallon Island. And you can see that in 2020 compared to 2019, the abundance of T. spinifera, one of the most important krill in their diets, bounced back quite sharply. So this suggests that the availability of krill to predators that feed up near the surface did seem to rebound in 2020 compared to 2019. Next slide. Regional pelagic forage surveys were hampered strongly by COVID-19 through survey cancellations or reductions in effort. So it's important that we interpret what data we do have from these surveys with a lot of care. And we met with the SSC ecosystem subcommittee in January for a review of the methods we used to interpret the data so far. So please do take these interpretations with care. One of the trends that does emerge from the data that we were able to collect in 2020 is shown on the right. And this is consistent for the fish surveys conducted in the central part of the central California current ecosystem in that green box in the map, as well as the larval fish surveys conducted down in the orange area off of Southern California. And that is that adult anchovy appear to continue to be abundant off of California, and larval anchovy were abundant in 2020 as well. So it appears that the anchovy boom is still ongoing, whereas young of the year rockfish and larval rockfish further south were below average in 2020. So it doesn't appear that there were wholesale changes in the fish, forage fish community, at least in these portions of the coast. A couple of other results that are at least interesting were that up in the north off of Washington and Oregon, the survey crews saw a greater abundance of young of the year sablefish than they'd ever observed before. They also continue to see above average catches of market squid. And as Toby mentioned before, pyrosomes remain quite abundant and prevalent in the central region. The market squid note up in the north and the pyrosomes off of central California are reminders that even though the system has seemed to cool a little bit, we still do have some evidence that the pelagic community, the forage base, has been disrupted by the warm water over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. We have evidence from the top predator community that supports some of this work based on zooplankton and fish surveys that the system was more productive in 2020. First of all, sea lion pup numbers suggest that there continue to be good feeding conditions off of central and southern California. We were able to conduct aerial surveys to get sea lion pup counts at San Miguel Island in June of 2020, and that shows that for the fourth consecutive cohort, the pup count was above average, which suggests good feeding conditions for gestating mothers in that area shown by the rectangle on the map from the fall to the late spring of 2020. We were not able to do on-site measurements of pup growth due to COVID-19 restrictions. However, the analysis on the lower right shows you some evidence that there is a threshold relationship between pup growth and the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And this is hopefully a useful ecosystem reference point that we can point to in the future. But for now, you can see that once the PDO gets above a level of about 0.4, depicted by that red arrow, pup growth drops off significantly. The blue shaded area shows you PDO values observed since that last 2020 cohort was born, and those PDO values are all negative, which is consistent with average to above average pup growth. Again, suggesting that feeding conditions were likely good for females since the summer of 2020. Next slide, please. Another source of information that helps us feel some assurance that the system was relatively productive in 2020 is rebounds in fledgling production by seabird colonies in Central California. This shows 5 species with a range of trophic ecologies that nest on Southeast Farallon Island. And if you look at the far right of each one of these time series, especially the 4 toward the bottom, you can see that those species saw upticks in fledgling production in 2020 compared to 2019, which suggests that delivery of food by adults to chicks on the nesting grounds improved in 2020 compared to 2019. And for the piscivorous birds, we saw that anchovies were quite abundant in their diets in 2020 again, but also that their 2020 diets were a little bit more diverse than in 2019. Another line of evidence that conditions improved in 2020 was that we did not see any mass mortalities or wrecks of seabirds washing up dead on beaches last year. That work is largely conducted by citizen scientists, and while the effort was definitely down in 2020 because of COVID, we feel reasonably confident that events of this scale and this that are this obvious when you have much larger than normal numbers of birds washing up dead, we feel pretty confident that that community would have picked up on it and we would have heard about it, at least anecdotally, if it had happened, but there was no evidence of that. Next slide, please. We'll shift now to some of the ecological responses that are more mixed. Our haiku here is mixed salmon signals from surveys and stoplight charts, plus some news of whales. Next slide. And this slide shows you the catches of juvenile salmon off of Washington and Oregon in 2020. This survey was able to proceed as normal, albeit without a NOAA crew on board to actually do the at-sea analyses. But you can see that in this region of the coast, catches of sub-yearling Chinook salmon, largely originating from the Columbia Basin, were above average. Yearling Chinook were tending below average, and coho yearlings were slightly below average. So mixed signals for juvenile salmon in their first year at sea last year, at least at that part of the coast. In the next slide, we take data from these surveys, as well as a lot of the physical indicators that Toby talked about, and some of the other ecological indicators that I've talked about already, To generate our annual stoplight table, this one is for returns of Chinook and Coho, the Chinook to the Bonneville Dam and Coho to the Oregon Production Index area. And just as a reminder, these are indicators for different conditions in the different smolt years that most contribute to these returns this year. And symbols that are green indicate that those indicators for that particular year are ranked in the top third that we've observed over the time series. Red indicators are from the bottom third, yellow in the middle. For Chinook salmon returning to Bonneville in 2021, the dominant year class was smolt year 2019. And the indicators are generally red or yellow, average to below average, which is consistent with below average returns of Chinook to the Columbia Basin. And a related, more quantitative model of these indicators and those returns is again consistent with below average returns of both fall and spring Chinook to Bonneville Dam. The dominant year class for Coho coming back to the Oregon Production Index area in 21 was from smolt year 2020. And you can see those indicators are more mixed. You can see quite a lot of green there for the first time in a while, although some of those green indicators are correlated with one another. So it's probably safest just to say that these suggest mixed signals for returns of Coho. Next slide. Last year, we debuted a second stoplight table for natural origin Central Valley Fall Chinook. Once again, the mantra here is mixed signals for 2021. The dominant year class 2018, you can see that there is a range of interpretive colors there from orange and yellow indicating somewhat less than optimal conditions to green for the median flow, suggesting above average conditions for survival for fish at that particular point of their life histories. And these mixed signals are basically present for all of the different year classes that will be returning to the Central Valley this year. In the next slide, we have some stoplight tables that you heard a preview about from Steve Lindley last week in the salmon report. The Habitat Committee and the salmon technical team took it upon themselves to expand on the Sacramento River Fall Chinook stoplight table and develop a new one for the Klamath River Fall Chinook in response to these two stocks being among the ones that were declared overfished. And what these show you is a series of indicators that are related to survival at different life stages of the salmon's life history. These relate to adults in the river, juveniles in the river, juveniles in their first year at sea, as well as interactions with hatchery fish. And while it's an awful lot of information to take in at once, what they've done is helpfully just take some raw averages of these different indicators, where red is among the lowest third observed and green is among the highest third observed over the time series. They've averaged those to create those simple trend lines in the central figures there, where all the freshwater indicators are averaged and shown by the black lines, all the marine indicators are averaged and shown by the blue lines, and the shaded rose area is the period, focal period of the rebuilding plan. This is very much a first cut analysis and should lead to more higher level analyses in the future. A couple of things that do emerge. First is for the Sacramento River in particular, you can see that the black line and the blue line are very often out of phase with each other. So when freshwater conditions seem to be relatively good, marine conditions are often relatively poor. That's certainly more true of Sacramento than Klamath. Another thing that's clear is that since about the mid-2000s, the marine conditions were declining for both of those stocks through the rebuilding period and have remained below average since the rebuilding period for brood years 2012 to 2014. which is certainly coincident with the relatively warm water that we've seen off of the coast during that time period. Whereas the freshwater indicators have bumped up to average or above average. So again, this is a first cut analysis, and we are certainly looking to improve on it and make for some more robust quantitative analyses in the future. Next slide, please. The last ecological response we'll talk about is one you've already heard a little bit about. Whale entanglement reports dropped overall in 2020 compared to the last 6 years. It's the lowest we've observed since 2013. There were 17 confirmed reports in 2020. The reason for this decline, there are many potential contributing factors, including precautionary management actions, shortened seasons due to HABs and other factors, as well as ecosystem conditions. But it could also reflect a decrease in total observation and documentation capability due to COVID, with fewer eyes being on the water and less capacity to go out and document and confirm reports that came in. Most of the entanglements were once again humpback whales. The gear that's been identified to date includes commercial Dungeness crab gear, commercial spot prawn gear, and gill nets. No sablefish gear were reported and confirmed last year. Next slide. We'll transition finally to human activities and well-being. There is no haiku here because we know that 2020 was a difficult year for the fishing industry and fishing communities, and we don't want to make light of that in any way. Next slide. As you've seen in the report, landings and ex-vessel revenue were down in 2020 based on the available data, which we believe is mostly complete for the commercial sector. The landings information is in your report, and here we're showing the revenue, which took the greater hit across the two metrics. Landings were down 7% fishery-wide relative to 2019, and revenue shown here was down by 21% when you sum all fisheries together. And you can see that it was also down in most fisheries by at least double digits in 2020 compared to 2019, with the exception of market squid. Next slide. And this change in revenue, which we can certainly attribute to COVID and its impacts on operations and on markets, among other potential causes, we know that it's occurring at a time when diversification in the fishery is as high or is as low as it has been over the past several decades. The plot at the upper left here shows average vessel diversification across the 3 coastal states. And this is an index of both the number of management groups that a particular vessel is targeting, and also how evenly its revenue is spread across those targets. And as of 2019, the most recent data year that we have, these indexes remain near the low end of observations over the past several decades, which means that many vessels are relying on relatively few targets to generate their revenue. And this might mean that those vessels are less resilient to shocks that affect those target species. And we certainly know that 2020 is going to prove to be a shock. Within individual fisheries, we've been trying to address prior requests from the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel and other advisory bodies to identify some other indicators related to National Standard 8. And one of the ones we've been looking at is here on the lower right, the index of revenue concentration. And we've updated that analysis from last year using an index called the tile index. And the tile index is an estimate of how much the observed revenue is concentrated in different ports relative to what it would be if it were distributed with perfect equality across those ports. So what to look at here is deviations from the average, the zero line. If the tile index is getting more positive, that means revenue is becoming concentrated in a smaller number of ports. And as it gets negative, it's becoming more equally dispersed across all ports that are participating in a particular fishery. So this shows us that some fisheries leading into 2020 have been getting more concentrated in where their revenue is landed. In, for example, ground fish have been trending up and getting more concentrated over kind of gradually over the last several decades, whereas highly migratory species have also become more concentrated, but they've taken a more U-shaped route to get there. Comparatively, some of the other fisheries have been getting more equally spread, and some of them, like coastal pelagic species and salmon, have just simply exhibited a lot of volatility in recent years. So we're hoping that this kind of information is going to prove useful in understanding if some fisheries or ports that depend on a particular fishery are becoming potentially more exposed to risk, and also looking at how revenue concentration is changing within and across fisheries after ecosystem changes or shocks like COVID. And it might help provide some context for allocation decisions once we understand the mechanisms underlining these changes a little bit better. So this remains an index that's in a stage of development. Next slide, and this is my last slide. We want to highlight some areas of emerging research that we hope will eventually provide some more context for how to understand the effects of ecosystem changes on different communities. We want to definitely acknowledge that, that the communities are operating in a broad ecosystem context, just like any of the species are, any of the food webs are. And an ecosystem approach to fisheries management certainly requires us, the IEA team, to work on analyses that help put those communities and fisheries into that ecosystem context. One kind of analysis that we're looking at is to track changes in species distributions, which can tell us about shifts in target and non-target stocks into or out of the areas where different ports practice their fisheries. One example is shown here on the left, which shows how the relative availability of 3 key groundfish stocks has changed over time in the areas close to several ports. These changes can occur if the population's range shifts, say to the north or to the south or inshore or offshore, or if there are localized changes in demographics or growth or fishery removals. And so, for example, you can see here that these three species distributions are very different depending on which port you're relating them to, where Astoria, by virtue of having a larger total fishing grounds and where it is located along the coast as well, may have greater potential availability of these stocks than the other ports whose availability indexes remain fairly flat. And you can also see that Astoria might have greater access to some of those recent pulses of sablefish and petrale sole biomass that have occurred since the warm blob occurred. Another emerging analysis is on the right there, the development of port-level participation networks. And these summarize how vessels within a particular port group are deriving revenue from different fisheries. And hopefully this is a complement to port-level summaries of total revenue and revenue diversification. So, for example, in a given port here, you can see different fisheries represented by nodes, those little colored circles. Those represent target groups that are proportional in size to the amount of revenue that they brought into that port. And the number of vessels that participate in a particular node are shown parenthetically. The lines that connect the different nodes tell you proportionally how many vessels are participating in both of those fisheries that are connected by that link. So during a climate-related shock, you might take this as a way of determining if a particular port's vessels have more opportunity or more resilience or more capacity to switch across diverse targets. And if a shock that falls heavily on one particular fishery might lead to spillover of effort into linked fisheries. We're going to be anxious to see how networks structures like these change over time following ecosystem changes or other changes, and certainly look to see how the shock of 2020 affects these networks, how they change in 2020 compared to pre-2020 configurations, and if those changes persist in the years that follow. Next slide. So to conclude, we'll go ahead and go to the last slide. Go ahead and advance it again, sorry. In 2020, much of the California current cooled and returned to average conditions for the first time in over 5 years, with stronger upwelling that helped keep a large marine heat wave offshore for most of the year. The system still has plenty of stored heat though, so there is potential for heat wave reemergence. We saw that many trophic levels seem to experience good feeding conditions in 2020, although reduced sampling effort means that there is greater uncertainty associated with that conclusion, and we expect that some lagging negative effects from prior years of higher warmth and lower productivity will continue to resonate in the system. And finally, landings and revenue were down for most fisheries in 2020. We can certainly assume that COVID played a key role in that, but other factors likely were involved as well. And that concludes our presentation. If you can advance one more time, we will thank you and turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Toby, for that excellent presentation. Before we break for lunch, we would like to give council members an opportunity to ask questions. We typically do get some questions on your presentation, so I'm going to look and see. John Ugoretz, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just a quick couple questions about, I think it was slides 31 and 32 with regards to revenue. And in slide 31, while you looked at revenue, I'm wondering in the top left there if you also considered the relative ability of people to fish different fisheries. So whether they received revenue from a single fishery, do they have permits that would allow them to receive revenue from another fishery? And then for this next slide, a question about the dots with the lines. Was that for a single year or was that for a series of years?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Ugoretz, for those questions. To your first one, so this will be me doing my best to answer questions on other people's work. The question of revenue diversification, as far as I know, that is just considering that's considering revenue at the level of the individual vessel, and those are averaged across all vessels in each of the states. So to some degree, I believe that your question is integrated within those outcomes, although in order to properly determine how changes happen over time in that index, the diversification index, and relate them to some of the other things that we've shown here, I believe would require much more in-depth analysis as to whether, as you point out, a change was due simply to changes in practice of the vessel itself, or something else going on, like a change in abundance of the stock it was fishing. On the participation networks that are shown here, I am, let's see, if it pleases the chair, one of my colleagues, Jamil Samhouri, who has panelist access and could answer that question better than I could.
Okay, that's fair. If she has panelist access, then she can unmute herself and respond to that question.
And it's he, Jamil Samhouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, John, for the question. The participation networks on the right-hand side of this slide reflect a single year from November 2019 through October 2020, which was pegged to the Dungeness crab season, as it's such a prominent fishery for the Oregon ports shown here and many others. That's the green node in each of these networks. Thank you.
John, does that answer your questions?
Thanks, it does. And I think it would be interesting just to see this analysis over many years or year to year. So appreciate it.
All right. Karen Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Toby and Chris. Thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick comment before I get to my question. I just thank you, and I'm sure I speak for the entire council, that this report and your presentation are just an invaluable punctuation mark in the council's consideration of fisheries and management challenges and opportunities. So thank you for the work of the 65 plus member team that went into producing these products. I have a question on slide 28 relative to whale entanglement. And you may have said it in your presentation. If so, I missed it, but just interested in the connection between the habitat compression index and this slide in particular, and the trend that we saw in a decreasing trend. And while in orange or brown, you've highlighted that potentially during the COVID year, there was lower observation, lower eyes on the water. We also had better indication from the habitat compression index, in my understanding. So I wanted to hear your thoughts about that in particular. And then if eyes on the water, if there is any quantitative measure that you can point me to in terms of that effort in 2020 in comparison to potentially higher effort in 2019 and prior.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Braby, for your questions. I'm going to answer the second one first, if that's okay, by dropping a link into the chat that is of the official West Coast Region's report on, hopefully that showed up for everybody, that was just released for today to summarize the 2020 whale entanglement analysis and assessment for whale entanglements in that year. And I honestly don't know if they have quantified eyes on the water, because I imagine that's an extremely difficult thing to do, simply because many reports that eventually get confirmed come from a wide range of sources, and those sources are not ones that are being quantified from the start. And then just to the issue of whether the habitat compression index reflects improved conditions, certainly we would assume that it's in keeping with what we think we know about the habitat compression index, that more cool habitat volume along the coast means more area for whales and forage to spread out, potentially lowering the overlap between whales and fixed gear, although that depends on many different factors, and I wouldn't necessarily say that we can conclude that any one factor at this point is a particular smoking gun or explanation for 2020. I think it's safe to assume that 17 animals confirmed entangled is definitely a minimum estimate, because there were fewer eyes in the water, and therefore it's more difficult to say what got entangled with what, where, and whether the habitat compression might have been a factor in that particular region or not.
Thanks very much.
So, Mr. Chair and Dr. Brady, if I could just add, the one thing we don't have is that with this expansion, we don't have all the data on the distribution of the krill. And I think getting that information would be an important part of trying to answer your question, Dr. Brady.
All right, Karin, does that answer your question?
Absolutely. And thanks, Toby, for that addition. Appreciate it.
All right, Frank Lockhart.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Very good. Going back to slide 32, the new stuff you're working on. I just wanted to make sure I understood the kind of the participation network. And so this one is based only on landings. And so if people in a port have equal landings of these different species, the dots would be the same size. Is that what that means?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Lockhart. These are proportional to the total revenue that these particular fisheries brought in. And it's hard to see, hopefully it's more visible in the extra slides or in the report. The number of fisheries, the number of vessels participating in each one is available parenthetically. So this is a revenue-based metric rather than a landing space metric.
Okay, so thank you. I was going to ask, that was going to be my next question. So thank you. That's it.
Frank, you have another question?
No, I'll lower my hand.
Okay, great. All right, I don't see any other hands. I want to thank you for the presentation. It's always very informative and thought-provoking. So it's now about 12:15. We will take our lunch break now and then come back for advisory body reports at 1 o'clock. Let's take our seats. We'll get started here in a moment. All right, it's 1 o'clock. We'll get started again. We're on agenda item I1, ecosystem management. But before we turn to reports, I'll see if Executive Director Chuck Tracy has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick update on where we stand with salmon. So the salmon technical team report is out, but the states and tribes are still putting together their additional guidance. I think at this point, it's safe to say that it will not come following this agenda item, but likely come after the Climate and Communities Initiative update. So now we guess sometime after, definitely after 2 o'clock. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks very much, Chuck. All right, so we'll turn to our reports, and we'll start with the Ecosystem Work Group. I have Tommy Moore giving that report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And one moment.
No problem.
All right, so today I will be reading from agenda item I1B, Supplemental Ecosystem Working Group Report 1. During the Ecosystem Working Group February 23rd, 2021 public webinar meeting, Drs. Toby Garfield of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and Chris Harvey of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center discussed the California Current Ecosystem Status Report with us, members of other advisory bodies, and the public. The EWG would like to thank Drs. Harvey and Garfield, the IEA team, and other contributors for their efforts to provide another comprehensive and informative report. Excuse me. Given the many data collection and analysis challenges posed in 2020 by the COVID-19 pandemic, we feel the team went above and beyond to generate this year's report. The EWG also appreciates how the ESR has continued to evolve over time and the dialogue it has facilitated between the Council and the Science Centers. We continue to look for additional opportunities to integrate the ESR and more real-time information into the Council's work. Our general sense from the ESR is that ocean conditions are mixed, but relative to the past 6 years, more productive. Prominent ecosystem features in early 2021 include a moderate La Nina, a large and offshore marine heat wave west of the EEZ, and lower than average basin circulation. Oceanographic and basin scale indicators suggest there are some signs that this environmental conditions are returning to cooler conditions, although we don't yet know how the ecosystem will respond. Preliminary data on forage conditions in the CCE suggest average to above average feeding conditions in 2020 in much of the ecosystem, with signs of improved abundance of nutritious zooplankton, high abundances of anchovy, and positive productivity signals for many top predators. Signals for Chinook salmon returns in 2021 are mixed, so we appreciate the Center's efforts to further refine their explorations of threshold relationships between environmental drivers and performance of salmon pre-season abundance forecasts. West Coast fishing communities have been through the unprecedented stress test of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as harmful algal blooms and the presence of whales close to shore, which have affected landings, revenues, operations, and markets for many fisheries, and has added a new layer of uncertainty to everyone participating at every level of commercial and recreational fisheries. The EWG would like to emphasize the importance of the report and the continued collection, analyses, and synthesis of long-term data streams to monitor changing conditions. The ESR and related products feature prominently in the revised Fisheries Ecosystem Plan, and we hope that they will continue to complement each other moving forward. The EWG appreciates the use of Pacific decadal oscillation thresholds as a proxy of key prey availability to inform sea lion pup growth rate this year, and would like to see similar approaches for other species and stock dynamics, especially where mechanistic relationships are unclear. In addition, the EWG suggests that the IEA explore using direct indices of sea lion prey to elucidate the drivers of pup growth where and when possible, specifically forage data, e.g. anchovy, sardine, jack mackerel, Pacific mackerel, market squid, from the Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey was highly correlated with sea lion pup condition from 2004 to 2014. The EWG appreciates the use of fisheries participation networks, and hopes that they can be used more broadly within the council process. We have included information in an updated Chapter 3 of the Fisheries Ecosystem Plan submitted as EWG Report 1 under Agenda Item I3, and note that these networks may be useful to agencies exploring effects of non-fishing activities on fisheries participants, e.g. Under C2 Marine Planning Update. Council decision-making is usually separated by a fisheries management plan, which sometimes makes it difficult for the council to see the potential effects of decisions across fisheries. In addition to this report, the council might also be interested in a retrospective analysis of the changes that have occurred in participation networks over time. We offered the following points for consideration for future ecosystem status reports. The EWG appreciates the stoplight approach and its application to predicting salmon returns. We would like to see this expanded beyond salmon and applied to other council-managed stocks under advisement from the Scientific and Statistical Committee and other advisory bodies as appropriate in the ESR or other council documents. While the stoplight approach is a useful tool, the EWG feels a review or summary of how well those and other indicators have historically performed as indicators is merited, especially given the recent apparent uncoupling of some relationships, e.g. the PDO and sea surface temperature patterns, anchovy population abundance during warm ocean conditions. We appreciate the IEA teams plan to use principal component and sibling regression analyses in the future and look forward to seeing the results. The EWG appreciates the inclusion of the teal index to estimate revenue concentration across different fisheries and the introduction of fishery participation networks. These approaches look promising, and we look forward to seeing if they can be useful in council decision-making, particularly where the council is considering decisions that may affect geographic distribution of harvest opportunities. The EWG and other advisory bodies may want to review action items and indicators coming out of the Climate and Communities Initiative and Fisheries Ecosystem Plan revisions to consider whether those include ideas for new indicators or other analyses for the ESR or other council documents. Lastly, the EWG reviewed the supplemental IEA Team Report 3, which provide review topics for the Scientific and Statistical Committee's Ecosystem Subcommittee. We feel that the IEA team chose thoughtful and timely topics for review and support their choices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tommy, for the report. Any questions on the work group report? Thank you, Tommy. We'll now hear from the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, Corey Ridings.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. This is Corey Ridings, and I'll be reading the EAS report. The EAS met jointly with the EWG and with Drs. Toby Garfield and Drs. Chris Harvey on February 23rd to hear their presentation of the 2021 California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment California Current Ecosystem Status Report. The EAS continues to appreciate the extensive work of the CCIEA team to produce the report, the rigor of the analysis, and the clarity of the presentation. We particularly note the effort to present the material in a transparent fashion, allowing readers to interpret the data for themselves. In addition, the team continues to be responsive to EAS requests for additional information related to evaluating community well-being, despite the added challenges of COVID-19, which the EAS greatly appreciates. Each year, the team is presented with new challenges, such as the pandemic, and they continually overcome these obstacles to produce a superior product. Report utility and application. The EAS continues to see this document as instrumental to inform a variety of management practices. The EAS views management of fisheries in the California current ecosystem without this document as akin to driving at night without the headlights on. It is certainly possible, but the risks are vastly greater. In particular, the long-term perspective provides the opportunity to understand temporal trends and helps place event-scale dynamics, for example, transition in the Pacific Decadal Oscillation phase, status of the marine heat wave, harmful algal blooms, in the context of other drivers of ecosystem and fisheries productivity within the current. Linking the report to the fishery ecosystem plan. Making concrete links between indicators and the goals for the ecosystem as identified in the FEP could help inform future management actions and evaluate future progress. The EAS recommends making explicit links between the indicators and thresholds when available, tracked by the CCIEA team and 1, the goals and objectives of the FEP, and 2, the products produced by the Climate and Communities Initiative. Intersection with the Climate and Communities Initiative. The EAS highlighted the potential value of the report as we move forward with the Climate and Communities Initiative. The information contained in the report may provide insight into the impacts of different ocean conditions and how they will impact individuals and communities, allowing actions to minimize the risks, such as those highlighted in the Climate and Communities Initiative. In particular, the report could annually answer 1, where are we within the trajectory of climate change? 2, who or what is at risk? 3, what can the Council do to minimize this impact this year and in the future? Specific efforts to answer these questions would increase the utility of the report. The report provides comprehensive data to facilitate the success of the climate change-related planning effort and for identifying risk, managing risk, and incorporating risk mitigation measures into fishery management plans. For example, insights were gained from recent salmon management and low productivity in the southern portion of the CCE that merit concern by management. Ecosystem and fisheries in distress with indicators that point in a negative direction. The EAS recommends that the Council engage in a discussion with the IEA team to determine how information in the report and its data and sets and analysis, and perhaps which indicators in particular, could be best used to track climate change and mitigate risk. Cumulative impact analysis. The EAS discussed the need to understand the cumulative impacts of stressors and interactions among indicators. The report highlights the increasing importance of diverse event scale phenomena. These, in combination with chronic stressors and externalities, such as COVID-19 and associated market disruptions, have the potential to cause nonlinear impacts on fish stocks and communities. We encourage the IEA team to explore ways to analyze and represent such cumulative impacts with respect to the goals and objectives in the Fishery Ecosystem Plan and Fishery Management Plans. Socioeconomic analysis. The EAS appreciated the socioeconomic indicators present in the report. We feel this information is of great importance, and we also understand the difficulty in obtaining data addressing human and community well-being. We especially appreciate the type of analysis included in Figure 6.1.1 that combines the 2018 Social Vulnerability Index and commercial fishing reliance. This type of analysis is a first step beyond the economic metrics often used, example, dollars and landings, and begins to capture a more complete picture of the human dimension of the California current ecosystem. The EAS recommends also exploring other indicators that reflect other aspects of human well-being and expanding this type of analysis as new metrics are developed or become available. In particular, we would encourage socioeconomic indicators that better capture all participants in the fishing sector, including tribal fishery components, vessel crew, and processing facility workers. Questions that would be valuable to address include, what is the sustainability of participation in fisheries by fishing communities? Is fishing important to them anymore? Have they lost the opportunity to fish? How can we best measure the ability for a fishing community to participate in fisheries? The EAS notes that the length of this report limits the amount of information that can be included and that much of the socioeconomic information is included in the appendices. It would be useful to highlight the subset of social vulnerability data and indicators in the report itself. We also suggest that the website be improved to be more user-friendly and that the report and website be linked so that the public and others are aware of analysis and data available in the appendices and on the website. The EAS also appreciated the addition of the THEO index. This analysis was useful in understanding fishery revenue geographically. However, using descriptors on the y-axis labels in addition to a numeric scale, might make the information more interpretable for the layperson. We also note that it was difficult to understand the maps in the report without also exploring the associated analysis included in Appendix O. Understanding that this analysis is new and a work in product, we support further clarification. Additional glider data off of Washington and Oregon. The EAS applauds the inclusion of new data streams, including the novel inclusion of glider data. We support the continued use of such data, including data streams coming from the Ocean Observatory's initiative glider data, which would expand these data sets off of Oregon and Washington into deeper water depths that may be increasingly informative moving forward. The value of these data was especially critical in the time of COVID-19 with reduced shipboard observations. Lastly, research and data needs. The EAS sees value in the inclusion of terrestrial indicators, such as snowpack, as they provide a full system-wide view for salmon. These provide the opportunity to pull out, quote, summit to sea stories that would be useful and compelling for the public. We note that there are interesting new findings of wildfire impacts on ocean conditions, most notably detectable effects of wildfire on ocean productivity and ocean chemistry. There are no existing indicators in the report that would link directly or can show impacts from wildfires. The EAS suggests that terrestrial indicators are an appropriate issue to add to the research and data needs document. In summary, we reiterate that this is an exemplary and continually improving document. We appreciate the impressive effort that the CCIEA team has put into this report. Thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Corey, for the report. Are there any questions of the advisory subpanel? Thanks for the recommendations. We'll go next to the GAP, to the Habitat Committee. I think Corey Green, are you here for that, or is it Lance Hebden?
Mr. Chairman, this is Lance Hebden. I'll be doing the Habitat Committee report.
All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
All right, again, this is Lance Hebden, chairing the Habitat Committee. I'll be reading agenda item I-1B, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. The Habitat Committee appreciates the work and effort conducted by the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team in creating the annual reports and commends the team on the quality of the report. That concludes my reading of the report.
Okay, thanks very much, Lance. Any questions of the Habitat Committee on its concise report? Thank you, Lance. Now we'll go to the GAP report. Merritt McRae?
Yes. Mr. Chair, council members, this is Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from agenda item I-1B Supplemental GAP Report 1. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received a report on the California Current Ecosystem and Integrated Ecosystem Assessment and Science Review topics from Dr. Toby Garfield of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and Dr. Chris Harvey of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. The GAP was impressed by and appreciative of this extensive review of science topics within the CCE. GAP members' anecdotal observations over time on the water and in tracking available remote sensing data concurs with the information presented. We continue to be concerned by the profound negative impacts the response to the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have on scientific work and in particular survey schedules. These may have long-lasting negative impacts on future management tools and available information. We continue to strongly encourage involved participants and agencies to be flexible and adaptive, striving to find solutions to the challenges, just as we in the fisheries have. Fielding surveys and moving forward with data processing and analysis are of critical importance to meeting conservation goals and supporting sustainable fisheries productivity. With that, I thank you and be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Merritt. Any questions of the GAP? Thank you very much, Merritt. And now we will hear from the SSC and Dr. Kristen Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. I am Kristen Marshall, and I will be reading from agenda item I-1B, the supplemental SSC report. The Scientific and Statistical Committee met with representatives of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment, or CCIEA team, Dr. Toby Garfield and Dr. Chris Harvey. The SSC's discussion with the CCIEA team encompassed 3 topics. 1, the 2021 CCIEA Ecosystem Status Report, IEA team reports 1 and 2. 2, the report of the January 2021 SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee, or SSCES meeting, including consideration of the COVID-19 related impacts on the 2021 CCIEA report appended to the end of this statement. And 3, topics analyses for the CCIEA team to present for review at the September 2021 SSCES meeting and supplemental IEA team report 3. Review of the 2021 CCIEA Ecosystem Status Report. The Ecosystem Status Report provides important information on environmental, biological, social, and economic indicators and provides an ecosystem perspective on West Coast fish stocks, fisheries, and the coastal communities for the Council process. The SSC commends the CCIEA team's openness and responsiveness to Council and SSC questions and recommendations and their continuing efforts to improve the status report each year. One important finding in this year's Ecosystem Status Report is that although oceanographic and climate indicators are coming back to neutral condition after the 2013 to 2016 marine heat wave, the California current ecosystem is still experiencing episodes of warm conditions that are not associated with El Nino as they were in the past. In addition, the North Pacific Gyre Oscillation, or NPGO, index is at its most negative values ever recorded. These indicators are giving contradictory signals about productivity. We may have to wait a few years to see how these conditions affect ecological outcomes. The SSC discussed several issues that could affect the interpretation of the indicators in the report, including the characterization of salmon escapement numbers as high or low requires some further elaboration, referring to figure 4.3.1 on page 11. Currently, the high or low designation is based on an average of recent years relative to the long-term average of the time series. These designations are sensitive to the length of the time series used. It is not clear that high and low are the best descriptors to apply to this comparison. It may be better to base designations on reference points that characterize biologically healthy stocks, e.g. Endangered Species Act listing status or minimum stock size thresholds. The discussion of trends in salmon escapement in section 4.3 is unclear about whether the term natural refers specifically to natural origin fish or to fish counted as spawning in natural areas. Reporting natural origin abundances when available would be a useful addition to the report and necessary to evaluate the performance of the naturally produced Central Valley Fall Chinook indicator. The 2021 report includes a new indicator of groundfish availability at the port level, section 4.4 on page 13. While the indicator reflects the spatial abundance and distribution of groundfish species, market and social factors will influence the ability of individual communities to utilize specific resources, e.g. physical infrastructure, labor market conditions, prices. Therefore, this may not be a good indicator of social or economic conditions in a port. The interpretation of the fisheries participation networks can be confusing, figure 6.4.1. The size of nodes in the figure are described as being proportional to revenue from a given fishery. However, node size does not relate to overall revenues at those ports for those species. Node size reflects the median percent of individuals' total revenue accounted for by that species for participants in that fishery and port group. Thus, if most participants get most of their revenue from that fishery, the node size can be large even if the absolute revenue for individual participants and in total is small. Outcomes of the January 2021 SSCES meeting. The SSCES assessed the effect of COVID-19 on data sources used in the CCIEA report and provided technical comments on 2 new analyses in this year's report. Data collections for forage indicators were most affected by cancellations, delays, or changes to ocean surveys in 2020 as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. More details on the affected surveys are available in the SSCES report appended to this statement. The CCIEA report handles the issue of missing or limited data for 2020 appropriately. The SSC recommends that future reports should continue to document the limited data in 2020 since it may affect the calculation of indicator trends. The SSC commends the CCIEA team for their efforts to address data deficiencies and other difficulties this year. Proposed review topics for September 2021. The CCIEA team has proposed 2 potential topics for review in September 2021 in Supplemental IEA Team Report 3. One, threshold relationships between environmental drivers and performance of salmon preseason abundance forecasts. Investigating how environmental indices reported by the CCIEA may indicate conditions that are associated with bias in forecasts could be of value to PFMC salmon management and may represent an opportunity for an ecosystem approach to fisheries management. Two, year class strength and distribution of small groundfish. This analysis is based on recently published work that estimates spatial and temporal patterns of abundance of young age classes of 13 groundfish species. This may provide a leading indicator of incoming strong year classes relative to when those species recruit into the fishery, as well as locating potential hotspots of valuable juvenile groundfish habitat that may be useful in EFH determinations. The SSC agrees with the importance of both proposed topics and recommends they be reviewed at the September SSC ES meeting. The SSC also recommends 3 additional topics for possible review. The first topic is a general review of salmon-related indicators. This topic could include validation of the stoplight indicators and further exploration of the salmon-related issues raised by the SSC at this meeting. The second topic is further development of the krill-based indicators used in the CCIEA report. The interpretation of mean size data in the absence of relative abundance data can be nuanced, although recent publications provide some guidance that may help evaluate the findings provided in the annual CCIEA report. The third topic would be an additional review of port-level linkages between fisheries using network analysis that was included in the 2021 CCIEA report. For the 3 additional topics for possible review, the CCIEA team and the SSC would need to confirm that analysts are available to develop this work prior to the September meeting. The SSC suggests the SSC, ES, and CCIEA team participate in a non-notice workload planning meeting in advance of the September review meeting. Consideration of these topics for future, e.g. 2022 reviews is also a reasonable option. And that concludes our statement, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Kristen, for that report. At the bottom of page 1, the bullet point there about characterizing salmon escapement as high or low isn't a good approach. I agree with that. Just wondering, there's 2 questions. Did the SSC have some discussions about what indicators or metrics might be out there that are sort of a common currency across either Chinook or coho stocks that could be used as this? What those indicators might be if they exist, and if not, what would the process be for going down that road to develop some type of common indicator that would better indicate the status of the stocks? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Hassemer, through the chair. The SSC did discuss a little more detail on the some potential reference points that may be used, although they we largely characterize them in terms of defined reference points such as the ESA listing status or already specified minimum stock size thresholds as a potential alternative to the sort of recent 10-year average compared to the long-term time series for each stock.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Joe Oatman, followed by Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kristen, for the report. I wanted to follow up on one of those 3 additional topics that the SSES has provided, and that relates to the validation of the stoplight indicators and further exploration of the SAM-related issues. And so when I go back to the PowerPoint that was provided earlier, in that PowerPoint, I think there's slides 25, 26, and 27. They have 3 versions of a stoplight. The first one deals with the salmon returns to Washington, Oregon. These involve the Chinook count at Bonneville for coho and Chinook. The second stoplight deals with the table for natural origin, Central Valley, Fall Chinook, and then the third version, as it is an expanded stoplight tables for Sacramento and Klamath Fall Chinook. And so my question is just trying to get some clarification as to this topic that's being proposed for further exploration. Does that involve all of those stoplights, or is there a stoplight in particular that this is referring to? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Oatman, through the chair. The SSC, as I recall, we did not discuss the which specific stoplight chart this could be evaluated in this proposed meeting. We discussed as we noted in our statement, we would need to verify the availability of the scientists who are doing this work to be present for a review. And so thus the statement about the need for a sort of non-notice workload planning to kind of flesh out a bit more what would be available for us to review specifically with respect to these stoplight charts. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that response.
Frank Lockhart.
Thank you. I have a question about the on page 2, the third bulleted paragraph on participation networks. I'm just wondering if the SSC talked about how those the chart could be improved to kind of correct the issue that you're raising there. I think I'm very interested in several other people have indicated they're interested in these, so I'm just wondering how they could be improved and if the SSC talked about it.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Lockhart, through the chair. The SSC did discuss this obviously in terms of some potential suggestions for improvements. We also discussed it further at the SSCES meeting in January, back in January. That's outlined in or appended to our statement. And so it is. I think there are a number of different ways that these participation network graphs can be presented and proposed, and it wasn't the case that the SSC was suggesting that one versus the other is better. At this point, it was more a suggestion that there's some more conversation and perhaps some more alternatives to be explored here to see which of the potential ways would actually best meet the needs of the council. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
Joe and Frank, your hands are still up. Do you have another question?
No, sorry about that.
No worries. All right. Any further questions on the SSC? Thanks very much, Kristen. So we'll now go to public comment. We have two speakers, Teresa Labriola, followed by Tom Schiff.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola. I'm here today representing Wild Oceans. Wild Oceans is a 48-year-old marine conservation organization representing anglers who have an expanding concern for the ocean ecosystem and the impact of human activity. We've long supported the council's support of and progress towards implementing ecosystem-based fisheries management, and we commend the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and their ecosystem science programs for their continued work to produce a clear and informative California Current Ecosystem Status Report, one of the cornerstones of a solid foundation for EBFM. This report continues to provide a comprehensive yearly update of the CCE and understandable measures and indicators to help us monitor and digest trends and drivers in key ecosystem features. With the council's input on the indicators, they continue to improve the report by including ecosystem indicators that better illustrate the different states, past and present, of the ecosystem. More importantly, this report provides science support for ecosystem-based management of the California current, a complex ecosystem in which natural and human systems are inextricably linked. I want to commend the broad IEA team's effort to put out an informative report while working remotely and with information interrupted by COVID, and while incorporating novel data such as remote glider data. I want to emphasize the EWG's comments on the importance of the report and the continued collection, analyses, and syntheses of long-term data streams to monitor changing conditions. I really appreciated the presentation of the ecological reference point for PDO and sea lion pup growth, and found the work on species distribution and participation networks very informative. And like Dr. Harvey, I'm interested to see how communities change in response to our current COVID pressure and future ecosystem pressure. Since the presentation of the first ecosystem status report, the Council has often asked, how do we incorporate the IEA and ecosystem science in this report into management in order to better manage our West Coast fisheries? And we'll probably add to that and prepare for climate change. The California Current Ecosystem Status Report's ability to link indicators and thresholds to the Fishery Ecosystem Plan goals and objectives is foundational to the Council's EBFM approach. From the FEP goals and objectives adopted by the Council in March 2020, the IEA program can continue to work with the Council, the EWG, and advisors to develop not only ecosystem indicators which illustrate changes in the ecosystem that affect management, but can develop performance indicators to help evaluate our impacts on the health of the ecosystem and our achievement of our stated ecosystem goals and objectives. However, to be useful in management, the report should not only include indicators of ocean conditions, but also identify targets or healthy states to be maintained and unhealthy states to be avoided so that managers can interpret ecosystem health status and trends. This requires some more coordination between the Council and the IEA. I think you'll hear a lot in the next coming agenda items about the need for this coordination, and it was suggested in the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel as one of their highlighted suggestions. You'll hear about it in I2, the Climate and Communities Initiative, and in I3, the FEP 5-year review. And I'll just preview some of the linkages here between the IEA report and our upcoming ecosystem items. As a participant in the climate and communities scenario planning process, it was clear to me that solutions to respond from climate change come from understanding ecosystem structure and function, and how the ecosystem might change, and how our human activities might impact the changing ecosystem. With the ecosystem status report, we're poised to use our ecosystem knowledge to better understand the impact of human activities on the California current and how we can adapt our fishing practices in a changing ocean to take advantage of the sustainable opportunities. The Fishery Ecosystem Plan provides a perfect platform to track progress towards FEP goals and objectives by linking the indicators and thresholds in an annual CCE status report. As I said, the EIS recommended making explicit links between the indicators tracked by the CCIEA team and the goals and objectives in the FEP and the products produced by the CCIEA. I'll talk about this a little more in I3 and recommend that the EWG work act as an administrative lead in coordination with IEA program to consider indicators, identify the desired states and thresholds for monitoring, as well as identifying gaps that need further research. In this way, we can begin to coordinate our ecosystem products to better inform management. As you could see, we're all thinking of ways of how to incorporate the IEA report into management. And this will become a necessary component of building resilient fisheries and sustaining healthy ecosystems and fishing communities in the face of climate change. Thank you, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thanks for that thoughtful comment. Teresa, are there any questions from Teresa? Thanks again for the specific suggestions. Tom Schiff.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, council members, and hardworking staff. This is Tuna Tom Schiff, at least that's what Council Member Butch Smith has dubbed me. concerned recreational fisherman here in San Diego. Now, I know a little bit about habitat, growing up as a Cub and Boy Scout, where we camped around the mountains of Southern California and also caught a few trout and perch and, yes, some chubs in the streams and rivers near Klamath Falls. In the summer, one of my dad's patients even took me fishing on the fabled Williamson River that runs from the lake out through a Native American reservation. There were some huge rainbow trout caught there. But truth be told, at the time, I probably would have rather been back playing baseball with my buddies. Yet that experience with nature was nothing as informative as what distinguished scientists Toby Garfield and Chris Harvey provided with their marvelous ecosystem report and review. I, for one, especially appreciate the way they help us to better understand and hopefully digest the voluminous information, including the use of visual aids, such as easy-to-follow stoplight charts and so forth. It reminds me a bit of when I went to my first MREP conference, some 3 years ago, that I enjoyed tremendously. While I was familiar with Senators Magnuson and Stevens, I had no idea what FMP or NIMPS or HMS or even cohorts meant. I was just trying to make some sense of the tremendous array of information provided by those from NOAA, the fishing industry, and even by private individuals. There was so much information I almost hesitated commenting during our introductions that down in San Diego, we might be witnessing a 100-year event with the sharply increasing numbers of Pacific bluefin tuna that have been visiting us on a much more regular basis. As you might imagine, this was received with just a bit of skepticism. Well, flash forward to today, and actually, I was familiar with the tuna, as I said, but those have been yellowfin tuna and some albacore, although the traditional albacore catch has been bypassing Southern California and heading further north. Sure, we had some striped marlin in the local waters, but rarely a blue marlin or dorado, at least not consistently. Well, flash forward to today, and that has changed even more. In fact, our local spotter pilot, Tom Green, is essentially out of work, as the Mexican commercial fleet met their Pacific bluefin tuna quota midway through January, and our U.S. commercial's very small quota of some 425 metric tons, I believe, has also been reached, or they are very close. As for us recreational fishermen, as Steve Carson from Penn Reels said this weekend at a fishing seminar over at the Point Loma docks, these are the good old days. Not since the days of author Zane Grey and his Avalon Tuna Club over on Catalina Island almost 100 years ago have we seen so many Pacific bluefin tuna, and it's not just the bigger and bigger schools of fish. They're also getting bigger individually. 3 or 4 years ago, a 100-pound bluefin would be big news at the landings, but that was soon eclipsed by 200-pounders, then 300-pounders, and last year, some 400-pound bemis were landed by sport fishermen. Is there a 500-pound giant now foraging opportunistically somewhere off our shore for red crab or squid or coastal pelagics? Plus, it's not all big fins, as there are numerous cohorts ranging from football-sized yummies all the way up to these 400-pound brutes, and numerous schools of fish are observed all the way down Baja. Actually, that leads me to my closing question, a sort of teaser for those fans of habitat and ecosystem and highly migratory species. Might there be a spawning ground for Pacific bluefin tuna over here in the Eastern Pacific, perhaps down in the warmer waters off Baja? That doesn't sound as ridiculous as it might have 3 years ago, does it? Thank you for allowing me to comment, and I will attempt to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Tom. Are there any questions of Tom? Thank you, Tom. So that concludes public comment and takes us to a council discussion and action on this agenda item. We've received a number of recommendations from advisory bodies and some helpful comments in public comment. So I'll look for a hand to get us started here. Karen Braby.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just weigh in and thank the IEA team again for the work, and in particular for being so responsive to the discussions that we have each year
around this report. And while we have a lot of interest, they have found a way to balance the input that we've given them and produce new indicators and improvements on their analyses that really meet the mark for us. And I think we've heard a lot about that today. And we've also heard a lot of input from our advisory bodies and management teams on potential improvements. And I see that as a fodder for the IEA team to listen to and incorporate what they can as they continue to work on this report. And so I would just say from my perspective that that the process has been so successful in continuing to improve and refine the report that I respectfully ask the IEA team to continue to take all of the input that's been shared today and to make changes as they feel they can and is the best value add for us. So thanks. And that extends to everyone who's been involved in this report this year.
Thank you, Karin. Frank Lockhart.
Sorry, the mute button was not working. So I'd just like to, again, thank everyone, just as Karin did. And I agree with all of Karin's comments. And I just wanted to ask a question about the status of the recommendation for topics in September 21 in the supplemental IEA team report 3. I think we heard some recommendations that those are good topics to make sure we get discussed, and get discussed in September. And I didn't hear anyone speak against that. So I guess I would be interested in seeing that continue and actually be discussed in September. So I think guidance will suffice for that. In general, just some general thoughts. I think we heard from several people talking about, this is becoming a more and more mature document and process, and the information we're receiving is becoming more and more helpful. And I think we're beginning to see people look towards how do we better use this information now that it is getting so good. And I think there were a couple of pieces in here that I think intrigued me and deserve additional thought. And one was from the EAS on kind of beginning to look about how you can link this to the fishery ecosystem plan potentially. And then secondly, in the IEA team presentation at the very end on these participation networks, I was very intrigued by that, looking about how we can determine the changes in the ecosystem are beginning to affect communities. And I think both of those are kind of, how do we go about using this information rather than just receiving the information and looking towards how we could potentially change management. So I don't think any action is required right now, but I'm interested in those and so interested in hearing more about how we might proceed on those. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a lot to add. I just really look forward to this report, look forward to how we can begin to incorporate some of this information and what we're doing from a fishery management perspective. Not to say that some of it isn't being used. I remember back to the late 70s and Dr. Gonzalez, I believe it was from ODF&W, and his bringing forward the relationship between spring weather patterns, upwelling, and early marine survival for outmigrants of salmon, and how innovative I thought that was, and it was. But in comparison to the work that is being done now and building upon those kind of creative minds, the kinds of things that creative minds can bring to us, and think about the different kinds of research that can be done to help us better understand our ocean ecosystem. And particularly, it's becoming obviously more and more important as climate change becomes a bigger and bigger part of fishery management. So just a shout out of appreciation for all the work that's been done here and how informative it is to people that are in the fishery management world.
Thank you, Phil. Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too really appreciate this report. And one of the reasons I really appreciate it, I'm going to describe my frustration. Sometimes when we see footnotes and links to scientific articles, I eagerly go chasing those articles, finding out that I have to pay $35 to see the article. So this is sometimes my only link to this work. And so then as an aside, I just wonder if there's some way that the council, it looks like other councils have done this, can provide a medium, a way for us council members and people on the sub-panels to access some of these scientific articles so we can be more informed. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. And just as a tip to you, oftentimes if you contact the author by email, they'll send you a PDF without charge. That often works. So,
oh, that's really neat.
I also hit the paywall from time to time. Karin, your hand is up. I'm hoping you have more wisdom for us.
I'm putting it down. Thank you.
No more wisdom? Oh, darn. So okay, Joe Oatman, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate, the team who put together the report. Appreciate the reports from our advisory bodies. And one of the common topics I noticed in the EWG, the EAS, as well as SSC, was on the salmon stoplight charts. And one thing that might be of interest, so relative to the question I posed earlier, there were 3 different versions of a stoplight chart for different regions and stocks of fish. The one I thought that might be of interest to see if it could be further developed for other regions and stocks is the expanded stoplight tables for Sacramento and Klamath Falls Chinook, and whether something like that might be further explored. I think when I was listening to the EAS report, they did talk about that in a way, if I understood that correctly, with the terrestrial indicators, and thinking about this in a summit to sea type of concept. And so having some further look into this, I think would be something I would certainly be interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Further discussion? I think what I've heard, and Kit will, I'm sure, capture this better than I can, is essentially an endorsement of the recommendations that we've received. And there have been a couple of comments specifically about how the stoplight charts would help with regard to salmon management. I've not heard any discussion from the council that would de-emphasize or reject any of the recommendations that we've received from our advisory bodies, especially including the SSC. So if someone has, a council member has different recommendations, additional or what have you, please let us know. All right, I'll turn to Kit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think you had a good discussion, and your concluding remarks indicate a general endorsement of the comments. And I guess the most specific thing there would be the SSC's proposal in terms of reviewing those topics. There were the two projects or topics that have been proposed by the IEA group, and then the SSC additionally came up with 3 other possible review topics. And so I assume that the council is okay with that. I think those, as indicated by the SSC, those additional topics, there'll be an ongoing dialogue between the SSC and the IEA folks in terms of the available personnel and the feasibility of conducting reviews on those topics or indicators this year. If not, the SSC indicated that that could be taken up in a future year. So with that understanding, I think you have completed this agenda item.
Thanks very much, Kit. All right, well, I think we should carry on with ecosystem management. We move on to agenda item I2, Climate and Communities Initiative Workshop Report. And Kit, I'll toss it right back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read from the situation summary. The council has engaged in a climate change scenario planning exercise since 2019 as part of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Climate and Communities Initiative. In 2020, 4 climate scenarios were developed through workshops and meetings under the auspices of the Climate and Communities Core Team. The council reviewed descriptions of these scenarios in September 2020 and recommended their use in the next phase of the scenario planning process. And as a note, an 8-minute video overview document and detailed description of the scenarios may be found on the council's website. The second phase of the scenario planning exercise involved a series of 4 regionally focused online workshops during which participants identified the implications and actions that follow from the scenarios. The workshops occurred between mid-December 2020 and early February 2021. About 90 people, including fishery participants, fishing community members, fishery managers, and scientists participated in the workshops, which were led by Jonathan Starr, who we have contracted to helm the scenarios planning process with support from the core team members and others. During the workshops, participants broke into stakeholder-focused groups to consider the regional challenges presented by the 4 scenarios and possible actions to address those challenges. These discussions were recorded in workshops, and as a note, the recordings of the workshops and copies of those workshops are also available on our website, council website, if you really want to dive into the details. A report of the workshop results is attached, and Mr. Starr will brief the council on those outcomes. And so in addition to that one thing that was in your advanced briefing book, there's a number of other reports that are available. There's a supplemental attachment too. This is a bit of a follow-up. We conducted an informal online survey of the workshop participants with a couple of questions, and that is attachment 2 as a short report of the results of that survey. And then you have supplemental reports from several of your advisory bodies, including the EWG, EAS, GAP, and CPS advisory subpanel. So with that, I'll just finish up, as always, by reading the listed council action, which is to review the Phase 2 workshop report and provide guidance on the scenario planning exercise and completion of the initiative.
All right, thank you, Kit. Are there any questions of Kit on the overview for this agenda item? All right, not seeing any questions, I would like to welcome Jonathan Starr to provide his presentation and report.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I think the screen sharing is working there. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Council. I would like to spend a short amount of time just providing you with an update on the report, particularly on the regional implications workshops that Kit has described that have taken place over recent months. Next slide, please. The four items that I wish to cover in this presentation. So just to go back, I want to provide just a very brief reminder of the Climate and Communities Initiative Climate Change Scenario Planning Exercise. It's been in the works for certainly 18 months or 2 years, so just go back a little on that. Update on the work conducted since September 2020 was the last time that we reported out on this to Council. Then we'll spend a bit on reporting on these regional implications workshops, and then offer maybe some kind of early thoughts and suggestions for where this now gets taken forward. Okay, next slide, please. So the project objectives for this scenario planning engagement were really twofold. You had outlined that there were two things you wanted from this. One was an exploration of how climate change was going to affect shifting stock availability, and indeed how other factors might combine and then affect West Coast fishing communities over the course of the next 20 years. So this was the focus of our scenarios, to really think about climate change and other factors affecting West Coast fishing communities. And as a result of doing that exploration, the other objective then was to define and develop some tools, products, processes, so that fisheries management and more generally fisheries communities can navigate uncertainty and react to potential future states. So they were the project objectives. They remain the project objectives, and it's important to have those in mind now as we think about what needs to happen in the remaining efforts that we've got in front of us. Next slide, please. Just a brief process overview. This in the spirit of a kind of Golden Gate suspension bridge here. We started this 18 months ago, gathering information about what we might imagine being the next 20 years in an era of climate change and an era of other factors affecting West Coast fishing communities. We did that through some research, captured a number of projections of changes that might be afoot. And we brought that together in a scenario creation workshop with 80 people or so back in January 2020. That was then the occasion where we created a scenario framework. During the course of most of last year, we then spent some time developing those scenarios further, putting more details into them, thinking about how particular important species might be affected in each of these different scenario conditions that we described. As a result of that, then that information was then the work that then informed these regional implications workshops that we conducted in December, January, and February. And then now we're at the stage of reporting out to Council right now, and then taking forward the options for next steps of what happens over the coming months. Next slide, please. Okay, so the update since you last saw this material was that we created and finalized a full report of the scenarios for West Coast fisheries. We also produced a preface document that outlined very briefly what scenario planning is, and I think those were indeed available, I think, just around the time of Council report last September. Then, in addition to that, we developed a 7-minute video outlining the different scenario stories and put that together for there to be a record that was very accessible and very engaging of what the scenarios might indeed look like and feel like, and what the situations might be as described. In addition to this, I know that there's been some extra work, and Ocean Conservancy have taken some of these scenarios and they've put together imagery that starts to illustrate these different sets of conditions. So I'm encouraged at the way in which we're using various different media in order to communicate the power of these scenarios and to communicate to others, okay, what might we see in terms of future conditions? Next slide, please. The main development over recent months has been these set of regional implications workshops that Kit mentioned. We conducted 4 of these from December through to early February. Each of them were held as a 2-day online workshop. Even though they were online, we did have a regional focus. So most of the participants and invitees were focused particularly on one particular region up and down the West Coast. We had 20 to 30 participants per workshop, and then we drew participants from a range of different stakeholders. We had a lot of fishery participants, harvesters, processors, more generally fishing community members, as well as fishery managers, scientists, and researchers. And we conducted these workshops in the form of both plenary and group breakout sessions. And those group breakout sessions were organized by these different stakeholder groups. Next slide, please. So over the course of the 2 days, the way in which we ran these was as a series of conversations that built on the previous one. So the first thing we did when we brought these groups together was ask them to review each of the scenarios that we had provided in various different formats, including the videos. And we asked them what aspects of each of these scenarios were particularly relevant for the region that we were dealing with. So for example, if we were in Southern California, people would look at maybe the Blue Revolution scenario and say, you know, that's a scenario where we're talking a lot about aquaculture developments. That seems particularly relevant for us in Southern California in the following ways. So it made that connection into the reality of what people in that region were facing. In addition, we then asked questions about, if you found yourself in this set of conditions, what would be the main concerns and opportunities that you would face if you were a harvester, if you were a community member, if you were a scientist? And so again, what we tried to do was to take these relatively high-level scenarios and make them as relevant and specific as possible to the challenges and the conditions for each of the stakeholders. We then asked, if you found yourself in this set of conditions, what would you do now? What actions should be considered to prepare for each of the scenarios? And then the final thing we did as we looked through each of the scenarios, we then said, if you look across scenarios, no matter if you're in Box of Chocolates or Fortune in Favor or Blue Revolution, what seem to be the actions that are most important to pursue because they seem to be recurring no matter which scenario is playing out? So they were the conversations that we had. And as I say, we did this in both plenary and group format. Following the workshop, we conducted an informal survey where we asked everyone who participated to answer 2 questions. Which scenario out of the 4 seemed to be closest to your experience of today? And then we also asked them, what do you believe is the most likely scenario that we might see in 2040? Next slide, please. Okay, so just very briefly, the main action areas emerging from these workshops, and remember, through all of those kind of conversations that I've just identified, and as Kit had outlined, we have reams and reams of worksheets of more detailed ideas. This is now a collation of some of the most important things. You'll see there were 9 themes that emerged. Let me talk through them kind of very, very briefly. And I think that the main theme in a lot of these is how do we cope with a kind of sense of unpredictability, and what is that going to need in terms of actions? Well, management flexibility came up quite significantly here. This may well mean exploring different ways in which fisheries management has to cope with the unpredictability and uncertainty that we're likely to see, whether that's through ideas like portfolio permits or temporary rule frameworks or kind of if-then rules. There were a number of different ideas that emerged, but all with this kind of broad sense of we need to at least be exploring how we can encourage more flexibility in fishery management approaches. Marketing, outreach, and education was another theme that came up particularly, and I think people there were talking about how, as the industry evolves and how we see conditions changed, the relationship of trust between fishermen and consumers and the way in which information flows between them is likely to be large in all of these scenarios, and particularly if we see, for example, a lot more local demand and domestic demand. And indeed, there have been some really interesting developments in this past kind of COVID dominated year, where we've seen the kind of the way in which local demand has started to change a lot of things. Council efficiency came up as we expect that in an uncertain, unpredictable environment, council is going to have, kind of more complicated tasks to have to deal with. What that means in terms of efficiency and online meeting tools, again, we saw a lot of examples of that. Community resilience is a broader topic there, and the need for community-led processes that better kind of help us understand the way in which communities may have to re-envision their futures under conditions of change. Collaboration across geographies and interest groups came up quite a lot. This emerged from conversations around things like range shifts, where we clearly understand that in Southern California, collaboration with Mexican authorities, or in Washington, collaboration with Canadian authorities is likely to need to happen that much more as we see species shift across ranges. And then also we see a lot of new demands on ocean space. And so collaboration with other interest groups, whether that be offshore energy or aquaculture or other users of ocean space, is going to be important as well. And so all participants, I think many participants, saw collaboration in its various guises being critically important. Just very briefly running through a few of the others, infrastructure came up quite a lot in terms of how do we make sure infrastructure is more flexible or maybe more centralized, so it can be used by various different players across the industry. Underpinning a lot of our conversations were the hope, the expectation, and the requirement for improved data collection, not only collection, but analysis and communication of that, looming very large for people. Clearly, we see great examples of it today. What more can we see in the years ahead? Under difficult circumstances, which some of these scenarios outline, then financial support for players in the industry was certainly something that came up quite a lot. And then finally, under any of these circumstances, then we know in an era of climate change, there is going to be a push towards reducing emissions. And so things like carbon neutral and sustainable activities will clearly be in some ways a kind of a general robust set of actions that I'm sure we will need to certainly be aware of and push forward on. Next slide, please. So in addition to what we asked in the workshops, we also asked these questions subsequently. Which scenarios most closely resemble conditions we're seeing today? And then which scenarios might be the most likely outcome for 2040? And so again, this is indicative. There's nothing particularly scientific about it, but you can see it's quite interestingly, as far as the conditions we see today, nearly half of folks thought that we were in a fortune and favor world. If you recall the scenario matrix, that's a world where we see clearly ocean conditions and climate conditions changing, but maybe in a kind of fairly gradual fashion. And then also we see stock availability and abundance being maintained or actually increased. So A lot of people saw fortune in favor as the scenario that we were in today, but and a slightly smaller proportion, but still a sizable proportion, said, no, we're actually in a box of chocolates world where, again, you see abundance and availability, but where we might be experiencing much more volatile conditions. Only about 10% of 11% there also identified blue revolution or hollowed out as conditions we see today. So if you then look at the second question on the right-hand side, you'll see the big difference here is that whereas 47% said fortune in favor is where we are today, only 8% believed that we'd stay there in future. Around the same proportion said we will continue to be in a volatile box of chocolate scenario, but you've got now a large kind of minorities asking, are we going into a blue revolution world? So nearly a third of folks thought we're heading much more into a world where fish stocks are declining. Maybe we'll see more of a gradual change in ocean conditions. And a fifth 20% said, no, actually, I believe that we might well be going into hollowed out, which is the most difficult of the scenarios. So really interesting, just indicative suggestions there as to how people saw the scenarios today and how they saw the change that we might see over time. And indeed, it's helpful to see this because it gives us an indication that these scenarios do represent really kind of interesting variations in how we might see the future. Next slide, please. I want to just mention a couple of things on possible next steps. The boxes at the top there are reminders of the overall project objectives. And there's at least a couple of things that I want to just kind of put forward right now. I think these scenarios, even though they've been created clearly through the council process, the materials can provide a very valuable resource and platform for continued conversations and idea generation for various stakeholders. So no matter what we do with kind of getting to recommendations, then I do think that these scenarios should really be looked at as being resources that can be used in ongoing conversations about what might be happening in the future and what should we do about it. And then I think more specifically, there is going to be a need to review not just this workshop report, but the lessons from all aspects of the scenarios, and then develop that series of recommendations that will be designed to achieve the above objectives. We've got the exploration of this over the next 20 years. The question now becomes, what are the tools and products and processes that enable management and communities to kind of navigate uncertainty? And so with that in mind, I just want to offer very briefly a way of kind of taking the scenario framework that we've got, or any scenario framework, and then saying, how do you get more specific about this than just coming up with, kind of 9 high-level general ideas? Next slide, please. So there's a way to use the scenarios to kind of decide on which of the actions that almost seem to be priorities here. How do we want to take this forward? And so if you look at this this matrix here, and this is clearly generic, imagine what we were doing in the workshop was identifying possible actions or options that seem to make sense in, let's say, the top left, and then in the bottom left, and in the bottom right, and so on. So imagine that these are all kind of different ideas that they denote here. Next slide, please. Now, one way to think about how you build a set of actions is you identify, let's call them robust options that seem to be actions that work really well across all scenarios. And so, for example, if we took from our list of 9 and said, you know what, all of those really did talk about management flexibility to greater or lesser degrees, then you would say management flexibility and what we might do there could well be a robust option. It makes sense no matter what plays out here for us to kind of conduct that. Now, I'm just taking management flexibility as an example, but the idea is that you identify the robust options that make sense no matter what else you see going on. Next slide, please. You can also take the scenario matrix and say, maybe the best thing for an organization to do is to actually plan to mitigate against extremes. So in this case, maybe we choose an approach, we choose a set of ideas that would be focused on dealing with, a specific scenario, maybe in this case, a worst case scenario, and saying, no, the things that we have got to do really have to guard against the worst effects of, in our case, hollowed out. So again, that's a way in which you can use scenarios to plan for extremes and say, we are going to make sure that we are not going to fall foul of, let's say, a really, really difficult world, and we're planning for how we deal with that. Next slide, please. The opposite way of thinking about this is you can use scenarios for visioning. You can say, maybe there's a scenario out there that is, that we really feel as if we want to try and go for or achieve. Now, clearly, there is only so much that we might be under our control. And so visioning and scenario planning sometimes is this kind of really interesting relationship between them. But at times, if you feel that you are an organization that can shape the future in some way, then using scenarios for visioning to promote a preferred scenario is one possibility. Next slide, please. I've got two other kind of ways of thinking about connecting scenarios and strategy. The penultimate one here is what you might call a hedge. And so in this case, you're saying, well, we don't know which of these scenarios is likely to play out. And therefore, we're going to do some work that seems to make sense, or we're going to promote some activities that make sense in each of these scenarios. So we'll do some that work in fortune and favor, some that work in blue revolution, but we're not going to really kind of concentrate our resources one way or the other. We're just going to wait and see to see what happens in future. And then if we see changes happening, then we might start to adjust and move many more resources if we see the world changing. Next slide, please. And then the final approach, which is in some ways a kind of a hybrid of a couple of them, is either a balanced portfolio or a core satellite, where you focus most effort or attention on dealing with, let's say, one scenario. But then you realize that we can't be certain that that one's going to play out. Therefore, you keep options open to deal with others as they arise. And so this now tends to kind of focus on, okay, we know we need some degree of focus, but we also know that we need experiments or insurance policies to make sure that if the world does change and we do move in a different direction, then we have the opportunities to do that. And as you'll notice, for the last two of these options, whether it be the wait and see or the balanced portfolio, it does require that in order to conduct this kind of analysis or this kind of work, we need to be constantly aware as to, are we moving one direction or another in terms of our scenarios? And therefore, it's important to keep doing things like asking people, which scenario do you believe is happening? And indeed, it can be important to start to say, well, how would we tell if we were moving from a fortune and favor to a hollowed out world? Well, what indicators would allow us to think about that? Or how would we monitor changes? And so one thing to just be aware of here is that these are ways in which you can use a scenario framework to become a little more focused in the actions that you take. Maybe it's fine to go with the 9 things and go into the details of those, and that's fine. But sometimes you may want to pay a little more attention and say, okay, let's keep our eyes out for how things are changing. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up from here, and I want to just say I want to thank everyone who took part in these workshops and everyone who supported them, both in terms of facilitating them and note-taking them. I think they provided a really good opportunity and venue for important conversations. The job, I think, now or the task is to think about how do we complete this scenario planning exercise based on where we've come from, what we've learned, and some of the ideas that I've proposed here. It's probably not the right time to kind of dive into specific details of the priority actions that it's described in the workshop report, but that's certainly something that I would imagine that we might well want to do in the coming months, and then to return to council a little bit later on with some more kind of specific recommendations. But anyway, I will stop there, take a breath, and see if there are any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that and for all your work. Let me see if there are questions from council members on your presentation. Otherwise, perhaps during council discussion. All right, thank you very much, Jonathan. We'll now hear from advisory bodies. We'll start with the Ecosystem Work Group, Yvonne Devrignier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I audible?
You are.
Great, thanks so much. I will be working from Ecosystem Work Group Report I-2B, our supplemental report. We would like to thank Dr. Kitdahl and Mr. Jonathan Starr for their organization and support of the region-focused scenario planning workshops for the initiative. And we also particularly want to thank Ms. Jennifer Gilden for improving the design and layout of the background materials for the workshops. If you haven't seen it, there's a great set of materials and video that Jennifer worked on, as well as some folks who Jonathan worked with over the winter. So Ecosystem Work Group members participated in all 4 of the workshops, and we were impressed by the breadth and scope of ideas that the participants discussed. And we want to thank Jonathan and Kit and the members of the core team for their efforts in hosting the 4 workshops with a diverse range of participants. And we also wanted to particularly express our gratitude to all the workshop participants. Some of them regularly participate in the council process, but there were also new folks who brought new ideas and inspiration. And if you're looking in your briefing book, we wanted to acknowledge the thoughtful public comments under this agenda item from the Nature Conservancy and the Natural Resources Defense Council. The scenarios discussed in the workshops are not meant to be prescriptive, but instead are intended as thought exercises to explore challenges we might face in the future, as well as to generate ideas for actions that can be taken to adapt and respond to those challenges. We note that the potential actions resulting from this initiative may include short-term actions to update fisheries regulations or council operating procedures, as well as longer-term actions that may require shifts in data collection and analysis processes, fishery management plan amendments, or additional ecosystem initiatives. For the priority action areas listed in Report 1, the Ecosystem Work Group suggests that the council task the Climate and Communities Core team with reviewing the priority action areas, as well as the regional and stakeholder implications and actions in the workshop worksheets to identify future pathways for including ideas therein in the council process. The core team would review and synthesize the workshop results to identify potential actions to prepare fish stocks, fisheries, habitat, and fishing communities for a variety of future effects of climate change. Council advisory bodies and the public could then provide further review, discussion, and prioritize actions for implementation, whether through direct council action or in future FEP initiatives or fisheries regulations. In particular, we recommend that the core team look at notes from the afternoons of the second days of each workshop, where participants discussed future science, management, industry, and community actions that could help mitigate the potential negative effects of any of the future scenarios. We also recommend that the core team review the Nature Conservancy's report on flexibility in fisheries management, since management flexibility was a matter of significant discussion at the regional workshops. Following the review of the workshop results by the core team, the Ecosystem Work Group has a short schedule for your consideration. A public workshop in May or June for members of the council's advisory bodies to jointly discuss the way forward, and reports from the core team, Ecosystem Work Group, and other advisory bodies for council consideration in September 2021. And then council final action on the initiative in September, which would include recommendations on actions the council can take in 2022 and beyond to prepare our fish stocks, fisheries, and fishing communities for a future of climate change, and recommendations on future ecosystem initiatives that may need to develop and take longer term action. Thank you. That concludes our report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. Are there any questions of Yvonne on the work group report? Thank you very much, Yvonne.
Thanks.
Now, Corey Ridings from the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. Corey?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and council members. This is Corey Ridings reading the EAS statement. EAS appreciates the presentation we received from Facilitator Jonathan Starr on this agenda item. We reviewed the report and remain in strong support of this exercise to help prepare the council for the uncertainty associated with climate change to both the oceans and communities that rely on productive and harvestable fish stocks. For process considerations, the EAS notes the importance of this initiative resulting in action and that this body of work not, quote, sit on the shelf. The impacts of climate change on our fisheries, ecosystem, and communities should be actively addressed, and the Council has appropriately made an investment in this initiative towards that end. Whatever path the Council decides to take should lead to concrete actions. As this work proceeds, the EAS would like to remain engaged and encourages the participation of other advisory bodies. We note that the report appeared to focus on the commercial sector and assume that this is due to gaps in stakeholder participation. We encourage the use of scenario planning tools to fill these gaps as a follow-up to the existing report. To better understand the 9 priority areas, an analytical process to investigate the differential impacts of each area on each scenario could be useful to better understand the value and trade-offs associated with each. Prioritizing these 9 areas could be helpful in moving forward. We note that in the report, the 9 priority areas are numbered, thus potentially confusing, and suggest that the report is modified such that bullets are used instead of numbers. While the scenarios prompt critical analysis that should lead to management action, we also see them as a platform for ongoing conversations and stakeholder engagement around climate change and fisheries. Reactions to report priority areas. The EAS discussed the priority area of management flexibility and the need for council management to build in the ability to be more responsive to the growing pressures of unforeseen and rapid environmental shifts that may result in unexpected fishing opportunities or increased resource risk. The workshop report and existing science suggest that adapting to climate change means that we are prepared to not only limit fisheries to address uncertainty and minimize risk, but also open new or expand existing fisheries in times of superabundances or shifting stocks. The EAS believes that the means to achieve this type of flexibility can only succeed if it is carefully designed, fully vetted, and built in up front so that fishery participants know what to expect. Management flexibility is about providing the right framework to act in both directions, towards precaution or towards opportunity when current conditions dictate. Advances in modeling can help us move beyond our current pace of management. We have many of the tools available, and it is up to us to ask the correct questions. COVID-19 provided a case study in how, when faced with rapid changes, management could be responsive in some areas, and has further underlined the need for management flexibility in response to climate preparation. EAS notes that flexibility itself is an essential and complicated issue that requires careful consideration and sustained attention. Addressing flexibility as a general concept is important to successfully respond to climate change impacts, and the EAS encourages the Council to continue investigating this priority area by digging deeper into specific meanings and possible actions through dedicated dialogue. Improving real-time data collection could include tracking climate-related indicators to determine how our environment is changing in relation to the specific scenarios. Very likely, the future will look different than any particular scenario. Instead, the scenarios as developed provide a framework by which change can be evaluated into the future. It could prove helpful to evaluate which indicators in the California Current Ecosystem Status Report are sufficient and useful for tracking the effects of climate change, and whether there is a need to develop new or different indicators as part of this initiative or as part of the California Current Ecosystem Status Report process. A project or process led by the EAS Ecosystem Work Group or another council group could focus on user and managerial indicators, as opposed to just scientific and statistical committee vetted indicators around climate. Such a process could be revisited every 3 to 5 years to keep pace with climate change. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Corey. Are there questions of Corey on the advisory subpanel report? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Corey, thank you for your thought-provoking report. I wanted to particularly note your call for, let's see if I can find it here, management flexibility towards precaution or towards opportunity when current conditions dictate. It's very good to hear that, especially from environmental NGOs. So that was pretty neat. And then also, I was interested in your last bullet about a project or process led by the EAS, your folks, ecosystem work group, or another council group could focus in on user managerial indicators as opposed to scientific and statistical committee vetted indicators. I'm a little unclear on what you mean. What do you have in mind there?
Thank you, Mr. Zinn. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the sort of management indicators versus sort of scientific and statistical committee indicators, the EAS discuss the importance of having indicators that were very management relevant. And so not just about is something scientifically appropriate or not. I think the assumption is that all of them should be scientifically appropriate, but what indicators that are associated with climate change would managers, with council members, with state managers, federal managers actually find most useful in sort of their day-to-day management priorities?
Through the chair, thank you. That's very thoughtful.
Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Corey, there's several spots in your report where you make specific recommendations. I'll just refer to one, kind of in the paragraph on the second page that begins with COVID-19. You talk about addressing flexibility and then make a recommendation, or the EIS encourages the council to continue investigating this priority area. And then, but there's others. And so I'm wondering, are these recommendations to continue under this initiative, or do you want the council to kind of separate these things off now, or what? How should we read these recommendations?
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that they were intended to be a recommendation to just help guide the council under this initiative. I don't think there was any specific intent that this would be like something that would happen right now. And I think the EAS would like to see this initiative process kind of go to whatever end the council wanted to. I think that Mr. Renier just put it really well. She said something about continuing to explore as part of this initiative and of whatever process and next steps the council decide they want to do. I hope that was clear.
That was clear. Thank you.
Any further questions? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Corey. Good afternoon. Some of several of the other questions, particularly from Mr. Zim, had to do with the management flexibility portion of the report. And I too am interested in that. Management flexibility is a term that is widely used for a variety of different reasons, as I think you point out. And I think understanding what that term means and how it will be used is important to have that discussion up front. Management flexibility is almost kind of like a motherhood and apple pie. How could you possibly be against management flexibility? It's got to be a good thing. Well, I think as your report points out, that it is a balance in terms of being flexible, but at the same time not foregoing, policies and principles that you have. So in terms of the bolded part of the report there at the bottom, addressing flexibility as a general concept is important to successfully respond. So when you're talking about encouraging the council to continue to investigate this priority area, is that the kind of thing you're thinking about in terms of trying to ensure that we all have a common understanding of what management flexibility, what we mean by that, and are there some sideboards, perhaps relative to certain policies or principles that you have from a fishery management perspective that need to be honored within the context of flexibility?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anderson, I think that was really well put and accurately reflects the long discussion that the EAS had on this. I think that, as you note, flexibility can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and thinking through exactly what that means and making sure that the council is still meeting all of its mandates is important. In terms of sideboards, I would say that the EAS didn't specifically discuss any principles or anything like that. But as the EAS, I'm guessing we probably adhere to some principles of good ecosystem management, and just all the principles that the council adheres to every day in their management. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it did. Thanks, Corey, and thanks to everybody for your report.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Corey. We'll hear from the GAP, Dan Moldeck.
Chair Gorelnik, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead,
Fantastic. Good afternoon, council members, Chair Gorelnik. I am Dan Waldeck, the ATSI processor rep on the GAP, and I'll be reading agenda item I2B, GAP report on the Climate and Communities Initiative Workshop report. The GAP reviewed the materials in the briefing book for this agenda item, received a summary presentation about the stakeholder workshops, and GAP members attended one or more of the workshops. As in previous statements, the GAP highlights the importance of this topic to fishery participants and fishing-dependent communities because they will be directly impacted by the changes envisioned in the future scenarios for the California current ecosystem. Moreover, the importance of this topic is highlighted by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic that has revealed inherent qualities within the groundfish fisheries and the science and management processes that support them. These fundamental aspects have been tested during the COVID-19 pandemic, revealing that fishery participants are, by their nature, resilient and adaptable to change, while science and management systems have proven less adaptable. This experience demonstrates that significant work needs to be done to ensure the science and management processes that are the foundation of successful, sustainable, and resilient fisheries are capable of timely and effective adaptations such that they can continue to support harvesters, processors, recreational fishermen, and the communities that support and rely upon them. The Pacific Fishery Management Council is tasked with providing guidance on the scenario planning exercise and completion of this initiative. Related to this, the Council and fishery participants have also been asked by National Fisheries Service to, quote, give us your input on making fisheries and protected resources more resilient to climate change, unquote. And that's in reference to Supplemental Informational Report number 8 that Sam Roush spoke to a couple days ago. On the Climate Communities Initiative, there are several fundamental questions. How can the Council and fishery management agencies become nimbler and more responsive in their response and administration of fisheries such that science is stronger and less uncertain, and management systems are adaptable to and capable of effectively responding to changing climatic conditions and the concomitant effects on fisheries and fishery participants? To that end, how can the information developed under this initiative be made useful to the Council, management agencies, and fishery participants? Which of the 9 themes, that is the priority action areas, are directly relevant to the Council process? For example, only 2 of the 9 themes, that is management flexibility and Council efficiency, are directly within the purview of the Council. While the Council can have a role in the other action areas, they are outside of the direct control of the Council, and methods for engaging in them would need to be forged. It's important to recognize that while this initiative is aimed at bolstering the capacity and adaptability of the Council process, flexibility is also needed in the federal management process. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed that many aspects of the Council process are already able to accommodate rapid and dire changes. For example, while agenda topics were lessened, Council meetings occurred and Council work got done. In contrast, the pandemic has revealed that the science and management processes that support the Council and its fisheries are much less capable of effective and timely response to changing conditions. For example, scientific surveys were canceled with downstream effects on stock assessments and harvest specifications, and there is inherent inertia in the agency rulemaking process. The information garnered through the Climate and Communities Initiative should be informative to the Council in developing and implementing the necessary systemic changes and in working with its agency partners as they evolve their science and management processes to foster and support resilience in the fisheries managed by the Council. Therefore, the GAP recommends that the next step in the process is for the ad hoc Climate and Communities Core Team and the Ecosystem Work Group to begin building the necessary bridges between the information developed through the initiative and its usefulness to the Council and Council family. For example, the information is currently wide-ranging and not all of it is necessarily relevant to the Council. The information needs to be synthesized such that those aspects that are of greatest relevance to the Council are identified and prioritized for use in the near term and plans developed for adaptability over the long term. The synthesis should be the first task of the CCT and EWG and aligns with one of the recommendations in the EWG report that notes, quote, the potential actions resulting from this initiative include short-term actions to update fishery regulations or COPs, as well as longer-term actions that may require shifts in data collection and analysis processes, fishery management plan amendments, and or additional ecosystem initiatives. Moving forward on this initiative is critical. As noted above, harvesters, processors, and recreational fishermen are by their nature adaptable and resilient. However, maintaining successful and sustainable fisheries into the future under any number of changing climate scenarios requires evolution in the science and management processes that support the Council managed fisheries. The CCI has produced a wealth of insights and information about potential changes and the necessary adaptations to prepare for and respond to those changes. This information needs to be tailored to fit the needs of the Council and Council family. In essence, fisheries are demonstrably innovative, whereas regulatory, management, and science processes are less so. And this is not a criticism of the latter. It is simply that the incentives are different. The ultimate goal should be to streamline the management and science processes to make them agile and flexible without sacrificing the integrity that embodies and supports sustainable fisheries management. Thank you. That ends the GAP report.
Thank you very much, Dan. Are there questions on the GAP report? Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Now we'll have the CPS-AS report. Michael Konevsky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Sorry, I just lost. I'll be reading from agenda item I2B, Supplemental CPS-AS Report 1, March 2021, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Climate and Communities Initiative Workshop Report. Some members of the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel were able to attend one of the 4 workshop webinars sponsored by the Pacific Fishery Management Council and hosted by Dr. Kit Dahl. Jonathan Starr was the moderator and did an excellent job. These workshops focused on the challenges that climate change will inflict on our fisheries and communities, not by predicting exact action and consequence, but through a series of exercises using 4 climate change scenarios. These scenarios develop different visions of what ocean and climate change might be, while juxtaposing different harvest environments that fishermen might encounter in the future. Items covered included various supply chain disruptions along with market challenges, so that it was not only played out on the water, but also in the net impacts to our customer base, infrastructure, and logistics. Most participants were fully engaged and taking part in numerous and sometimes animated conversations. Some lamented the prospective loss of our fishing heritage. We wish to thank the Council, Dr. Dahl, and Mr. Starr for organizing these workshops. Some who thought this was going to be another dull lecture on climate change were surprised to hear energized dialogue and a solid level of enlivened participation. Overall, this event ranks highly amongst the workshops we have had. The CPS-AS is supportive of the work being done under the Climate and Communities Initiative of the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan and sees the value in continuing that work. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike. Are there questions of the CPS-AS on their report? Thank you very much, Mike.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We'll go to public comment. There are 4. They're up there on the screen. I'll call them in that order. So Corey Ridings, followed by Buoy Kirchner.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and council members. This is Corey, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ocean Conservancy. I want to start by recognizing the great work of the council staff, especially Kit and Mr. Starr in conducting these workshops and pulling the report together on such a short timeline. Doing everything virtually wasn't easy, but as an attendee of both of the California workshops, I witnessed engaged participation and robust discussion. This work continues to be incredibly important in setting a foundation for the council to address climate change and ensure that we have sustainable fisheries for future generations. The report is overall a phenomenal start. I'd like to highlight just a few takeaways on the report and the workshops. One, as Jonathan mentioned, there was a ton of information produced in the workshops, and a lot of that is not reflected in the report. So I encourage anyone who's interested to look at the workshop notes for a more in-depth understanding of the issues, as well as the workshops that the worksheets that Yvonne mentioned earlier. 2, the report is pretty commercial sector centric and doesn't adequately touch on the needs of recreational fishing, tribal, subsistence, or non-consumptive users. And 3, I found there was actually very little about the role of conservation. I believe this was an underlying condition and was implicit in the report, but would like to highlight the need for conservation as a core component of any understanding and action around climate change. Pressures from climate change on our communities and our environment, the increasing use of our natural resources via fishing, energy extraction like wind and wave energy, and recreation are growing. Issues such as avoiding detrimental impacts to habitat, managing emerging stocks sustainably, and understanding shifts in productivity are challenges that will have to be addressed. And we must secure the conservation and sustainability gains once this far, for example, rebuilding ground fish stocks, and consider the cost of shifting baselines on our responsibility to manage our stocks and the impacts of fishing on the ecosystem. I really enjoyed the conversation the EAS had on this item. And I think my co-chair, Scott McMullen, put it well, and Mr. Zim actually just honed on this earlier, which is we need to be able to move forwards towards precaution or towards opportunity as conditions dictate. Our ability to do this, though, is predicated on a healthy natural environment. We recommend that the council supplement the existing report with a couple additional workshops that focus on the recreational and conservation sectors and or other sectors or communities that were missed, to ensure that these voices are being heard and that their input is included towards any final report and any subsequent action the council may take. Regarding process and next steps, we suggest that such workshops would occur maybe around April and May, with some sort of supplemental report or products available to the council in advance of the June meeting, perhaps as an informational report. As suggested by the EWG and the GAP, we recommend that the Climate Core Team and the EWG can develop a synthesis report for the council such that possible action items are presented for discussion and consideration in September. And we recommend that the other ABs be engaged over the summer as well, so that they're prepared to provide input at the September meeting and are up to speed. That's about it. Thanks for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Corey. Are there questions of Corey? Thanks again, Corey. Buoy Kirchner, followed by Megan Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, for the record, my name is Buoy Kirchner. I'm the Marine Fisheries Project Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I am happy to speak with you on this work. Just a few short things for you. First, I wanted to support the comments that you just heard from Corey. We especially echo the thank yous. We think that there was the workshops, and I attended all of the Washington and Oregon workshops as well as parts of the California workshops. They were a tremendous lift and went off very smoothly. Lots of help from the core team and others to have really great workshops. And I was really impressed with the level of discussion and the level of participation that we had in those workshops. Also agree that there is some work that I think we still need to do to make this even better, and I look forward to doing that work. I wanted to give a brief comment on the public comment that we submitted in the briefing book. As I just said, I think that there's more work to be done. So I don't think I think to be able to really flesh out what the next steps for the council are. However, you heard quite a lot in statements and discussion already that flexibility is really on the minds of fishery participants and others. And so we put together a white paper reviewing the council's fishery management plans, as well as all of the other fishery management plans in the US and some outside, to look for examples of flexibility. I want to be clear that we weren't looking for necessarily examples of great overall outcomes, but pieces of flexibility that the council could explore in looking at how we can increase flexibility here on the West Coast. We have no recommendations that the council should do, this or that, but just wanted to start thinking of getting folks thinking in that way, because I really anticipate that that's going to be a key issue that's going to come up following our scenario planning work. We also have, the Nature Conservancy also has a project that is getting launched to do a full legal analysis of fishery flexibility and following on this white paper. So there is definitely more that we can learn here before diving into what flexibility is and how we attain it. I also wanted to mention to the council that there are a couple of other projects that is following the great work that the council is doing here with scenario planning. One of those is work that the Nature Conservancy is heading here in Oregon to conduct a similar scenario planning process for our Dungeness crab fishery, where we used the scenarios developed by the council as a starting place to develop scenarios for the crab fishery. We are where we are at in that work is we have developed some draft scenarios and are going through the deepening process that the council did last summer, I think, summer, fall. But it will hopefully serve as a companion to the work that the council is doing so that we can look at both state managed and federally managed fisheries together for communities. There is also the very beginnings of scenario planning happening on the East Coast with all three fishery management councils out there, the New England, the Mid-Atlantic, and the South Atlantic, as well as the Atlantic States Fishery Commission to do scenario planning there. Council staff from the Mid-Atlantic came and attended our scenario creation workshop that we had in January of 2020. And they have really looked at what we're doing here on the West Coast to form their project out there. And so that, I think, is really exciting to see the good work that we're doing here for our own area get exported and benefit both coasts. Lastly, I would just really like to thank the council for continuing the momentum on this issue and continuing the priority on this issue. I really do see that we can help fisheries, not only fisheries today, with what may come out of this scenario planning and where we may go next, as well as fisheries into the future. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Gway. And thanks to the Nature Conservancy for its help in this area. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too wanted to point out once again and thank the Nature Conservancy for partnering with the council for this Climate Communities Initiative. And I wanted to recommend to my colleague and friend Bob Dooley that he take that white paper that you have written and incorporate that into the MREP program, because I found that very informative and would have been very helpful for me in my early days at the council. So thank you for that too.
All right, any further questions? Thank you very much, Gway. Megan Flaherty, followed by Mike Conroy. Welcome, Megan.
Hello, everybody on the council. This is Megan Flaherty with San Diego Audubon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. I just want to thank you guys for launching this workshop. I think that it's going to be a really, really important part of planning for the future, impacts to the ocean because of climate change, ocean acidification. As Corey mentioned, I do hope that there's a little bit more emphasis on the conservation community at future workshops. I think that having an additional workshop or two with a little bit more outreach to scientists and to environmental and ocean advocacy organizations would be really beneficial, because we have a lot of on the ground firsthand accounts of how things are doing in terms of coastal and marine ecosystems. I also just want to remind you guys, I'm sure it's on your radar, but just want to remind you again of some larger trends that should be considered throughout all of these kind of future scenario planning projects, such as the ongoing and dramatic decline in fish in the Southern California Bight. There's a very famous paper that's always referenced by Koslow et al. In 2015, which found a 72 to 78% decline in fish abundance in the Southern California Bight since the 1970s. So just another reminder that what we consider an uptick is not in anchovy and other forage fish populations isn't always such when you compare it to that 50-year-old baseline. And that decline in fish has had knock-on impacts to all dependent marine predators, including seabirds, marine mammals, and large commercial fish. When you pair that with our more frequent and longer-lasting red tides, and a lot of the impacts that scientists are still struggling to unravel, such as increased inshore upwelling, higher surface water temperature, ocean acidification, and the like, we should really be cautious when we approach any future scenario planning, because if we're not cautious, then it would be the detriment to obviously the fishing community, but also to all of the life in the ocean. So, of course, I've got to make a plug for our favorite species, the California least tern. I have spoken to the council about this endangered seabird at several past Pacific Fishery Council meetings before, but we recently got our 2020 numbers, and it's looking even worse for that species. They've now declined by an estimated 50% over the last decade. Of course, there's a lot of reasons for that, but we do think that forage fish availability is a huge part of the reason for that. Scientists with Point Blue have been doing a lot of work looking at how declines in anchovy and is forcing them to feed on less nutritionally dense food, and that's driving down nesting productivity. It's obviously really complicated with the anchovy because you can have some years where it's abundant and some years where it's not so much. But one thing that isn't always spoken about is as these forage fish are moving further offshore and they're going further down into the water column, that has very serious impacts for seabirds who cannot go out as far to forage, at least without they put their chicks at higher risk of predation when they have to go out and forage for longer periods of time. Often these birds can't dive as far. I know the least terns are prohibited in terms of how deep they can dive. So when we experience higher surface water temperatures, it pushes the forage fish down further in the water column, and that can create some really, really problematic situations for foraging. The Point Blue scientists have found that they anticipate anchovy are going to continue to be found further offshore and further to the north. And so the future of the California least tern is really far from guaranteed in Southern California. And I think that having more conservation focused specific meetings to talk about things like that would really benefit the entire marine ecosystem. So just want to thank you guys again for keeping this going and allowing this level of community involvement despite the pandemic. And let me know if you guys have any questions.
Thanks very much, Megan. Are there any questions of Megan? All right, thank you so much, Megan. And finally, Mike Conroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the obligatory sound check.
It works.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Mike Conroy. I'm calling today on behalf of both PCFFA and West Coast Fisheries Consultants. Just want to start out by appreciating the opportunity to comment on this item. For point of reference, I attended the in-person workshop that was held last winter in Orange County, and I must say that I missed in-person meetings, which surprises even myself. And then I also participated in the online workshop held in December for focused on Southern California. I'm going to pile on and offer my appreciation for the work Jonathan and the core team have done on this. I think it's important work and appreciate all that they've done thus far. With that, I do want to offer some observations. I still think there's a great deal of uncertainty regarding what this actually is. The nature of the project, looking into a theoretic crystal ball and imagining what the future could look like, lacks clarity regarding what the desired outcomes are. Some of you have heard me suggest this could have been framed as follows. You know, if in March of 2019, you had known COVID and all of its impacts was coming, what would you have done to proactively better prepare yourself? In my opinion, framing it as such makes it seem more real and less sort of esoteric. Speaking for the Southern California workshop, I was disappointed that more folks weren't invited or chose not to attend. Personally, I think this would have been a great opportunity to involve non-council family members in the council process. I think we would all benefit from hearing some fresh perspective on certain issues. Having said that, I fully agree with the priority action items which came out of the workshops, and I think that's a good first step. I may chastise myself for going here, but I do want to discuss management flexibility since it has been a topic of conversation throughout this agenda item. I agree, defining what is meant by this and what could be allowed under Magnuson or other applicable laws and regulations will be important. I will note that we have seen examples of allowed flexibility when you discuss Pacific bluefin trip limits last fall. I will also note that I recently attended a workshop that was entitled, "Can Flexible Fishing Permits Lessen Climate Stress on California Fisheries?" What exactly that means or could mean, I think still remains unclear, but clearly there are some smart people considering these important issues. Assuming that this initiative moves forward, I do offer the following 3 suggestions. We got to figure out a way to make this more relatable, more relatable to industry. I think when folks don't have a full understanding of the goals and objectives of the project and the potential outcomes of the project, there may be a lack of trust in the process. You know, the number of folks that I've spoken with both before and after the Southern California workshop are still deathly afraid of what this means. Is this going to result in increased regulations and things like that? I think the more we can clarify what this is and more importantly, what this isn't, I think it'll bring more people to this important table. We also need to encourage participation by non-council family folks. I'm not suggesting that future workshops not include council members or familiar faces. but I'm also not suggesting that. I think there are many voices out there that should be heard, but who may feel overwhelmed or afraid to speak in a room full of known, in my case, at times loud voices. To the extent practicable, have these future meetings or workshops in person. I can't tell you how much more effective the in-person workshop last winter was when compared to the webinar format that we just dealt with throughout the winter. Those are my comments. I thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions anybody may have.
Thanks very much, Mike. Let me see if there are any questions from council members. I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Mike, for your comments. So that concludes public comment. Would take us to council discussion and action, but we've been at this for over 2 hours, so we are going to take a 15-minute break here, and we will be back at 3:23.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you. I think it looks like we're on board to have Salmon follow this agenda item. So just plan on that as well.
All right. Thanks very much. 3:23. Eric, and welcome back, everyone. It's 3:23. We are on agenda item I2, Climate and Communities Initiative Workshop Report. We had a great presentation from Jonathan Starr. We've heard from our advisory bodies and a work group, and we've had public testimony. And our council action is there on the screen in front of us. So I will ask to see if there's any guidance to be provided from council members. Karen Braby.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to just start off that I think we've heard a lot of good input and great ideas about some of the things that the council can do with the work that we've put into the Climate and Communities Initiative so far. And that will likely extend far beyond the relatively short term of the Climate and Communities Initiative itself, which we still plan on concluding this September. And so I do want to, as one of the co-chairs of the core team, want to thank the council for entrusting me and the core team with doing this work, and all of the partners that have helped make it as successful as it has been. And I'm struck by a lot of alignment in the comments that we've heard, taking the work that's been done so far in this variety of workshops, synthesizing that, kind of bringing it into council ownership, and then setting a path forward from there, there being a conclusion of this initiative in its current form and moving forward with a ripple effect, if you will, of what this initiative has done for the council and our thoughts about climate resilient fisheries and management. So I feel like we are in a really good position to do some additional synthesis work and get to September to a conclusion for this. And I'm eager to hear from the council members what is resonating with you all from public testimony and the reports that you've heard so far, and the discussion today. So that'll just start off from me, my thoughts on this so far.
Thank you, Karen, for getting us started. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Karen, for that kickoff. And I, like you, have been involved in the scenario planning initiative since we formed the CSI way back when. I don't even remember how long ago it was to get this thing started. I think we've had a tremendous amount of input since that time, including these workshops and all of the work that went into this before the workshops. I directly participated in 2 of the workshops myself and led the commercial fishing breakout groups to gather input. I think from my perspective, at the 2 of the 4 workshops I attended, I do not think that commercial fishing was overrepresented. In fact, I think, as some of the public comment stated, it was underrepresented. There were probably a total of 6 actual commercial fisheries representatives in those 2 workshops, maybe 8 total. That said, the input we received at the workshops was very broad and very inclusive, and I felt that all of the people I heard speak were very cognizant of the range of opinions out there. And given that these workshops were not generating fisheries management recommendations per se. I think that they did as good as they could do, given the COVID limitations of meeting. And I think the final report really does show that, and it does show that broad basis of representation and thought. So I too feel that we're in a place where we can wrap this up by September. I would suggest that perhaps the core team is the best venue to finalize this and put together some sort of report or recommendation to bring back to the council at that time. And then it also occurs to me, and I'd like to hear some discussion, that NIMS just announced a request for comments on an executive order regarding climate resiliency. And I feel that I would not want the council's hard work in this area to be lost in that process. And I think maybe we could provide some of the already generated materials to NIMS as comment in that call for information. And maybe I'll leave it there and hear what others have to say.
Thanks, John. I think that's an excellent point. The council is obviously well ahead of that executive order, and it's be valuable input. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just have to say that this was it was an enlightening exercise. I participated in the Northern California workshop, and I thought it was by the second day I was really enlightened, and I came away with a lot of different ideas. But I think through our discussion today, a couple of them came really to the top to me, of things that maybe need a little more clarity and a little more thought behind them. And the one is flexibility. That was really a big thing in our discussions in the Northern California group. And I think that it meant so many different things to so many different people. Some thought it meant, streamlining council management processes to be more flexible and more nimble going into the future to react to the rapid and changes, so that we can have access to the optimum amount of fish on any particular given year, and at the worst case. And some others thought it meant permit or allocation flexibility. And I think it's important to really kind of dig down and look at that a bit and understand what people, get some definition around what management flexibility really means, or what's being asked or what's being thought of, so that we can have a more detailed discussion about what it means and what it doesn't mean. When I think of permit flexibility and maybe allocation flexibility, we've done a lot of work over the years to rationalize certain fisheries and size them to the amount of fish available and all of that, and through limited entry permits and such, that it could be a really destabilizing thing over time. So I think we need to think about that. And the other thing that occurred to me a little bit was, I think it's page 9. It was the before and after percentages of what quadrant people thought we were in now and where we'd be in 20 years. And I looked at that, and the thing that occurred to me was that this could potentially, if you knew the dynamics of the people that made the different sectors, so to speak, or the different groups of people that changed their mind over in what degree that happened, and a little more analysis, it might be interesting to see what the fishing industry thought compared to what maybe the NGO community that participated thought. in what degree they thought change would be. And I think that could be informative in that one of the things to try to understand here is what the constituent base thinks, what in what direction they think it's going, instead of just as an overall. So I thought that might be informative too. So I'll stop there. But overall, I thought it was a good process, and we have a lot of change coming in our future, and we have some that's coming a lot sooner than later. And we heard about wind energy and aquaculture, and I hate to see that fall through the cracks as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Frank Lockhart, followed by Karin Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I agree with everything that's been said so far. I would like to add my praise for the reports from the ecosystem advisors, the ecosystem work group, and the GAP and the CPSAS. I thought they all indicated a great deal of thought and were well written, and had a lot of good recommendations in there. Maybe following up on what from the prior agenda item, not wanting to make light of COVID-19 at all. I'm not trying to say that at all, but I think it provides a real life example of why scenario planning can be worthwhile. I don't think anybody was thinking about this, as something that was going to happen, and yet it did. And I think scenario planning, it provides a way to kind of step back and think about things that maybe you don't think they're likely, but you come up with these scenarios and potentially come up with ideas of how to, address those scenarios. So, following up on what Bob Dooley said, I think flexibility was something that came up quite a few times, and I do think that may be one of the kind of the big outcomes, kind of exploring that. And a couple of other thoughts. I just wanted to say that I thought all of the reports were good, but I didn't want to lose the ecosystem work group recommendation on a workshop in May or June. I think in order for us to be well prepared for September, this type of workshop would serve us well to kind of, we had these workshops. There wasn't a whole lot of time between the workshops and the briefing book deadlines. This will allow the advisors, the ecosystem work group, and other advisory panel to kind of think through a little bit more and come up with something that will really hopefully be informative for us in September, so that we can take final action in September. Without this workshop, I'm worried that we may not be fully prepared by the time we get to September. So I would like to add my support for that, and I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Karin, followed by John Ugretz.
Thanks. I had a thought about workshops that I wanted to add to the discussion, and this is not commenting on what I am thinking of as a synthesis workshop that occurs between now and September. That's the concept that Frank just spoke to, but rather the concept of having additional community workshops. And we've heard a couple of comments today about the need for doing additional community workshops. And I wanted to just recall that during the CCI initiative, we have talked about the need for additional workshops, even beyond the ones that we planned for this winter, partly as a response to acknowledging we couldn't do them in person this past winter. But in talking about those additional workshops, we were open to the concept that those might happen at a later date, meaning after an official close to the initiative. And so I'd like to just put that on the table as an option, and also recall the thoughts that came up during Sam Rauch's presentation
and discussion with the council on Monday about climate resilient fisheries, in that this is not a one and done kind of issue. This is something that we are going to need to wrestle with and work on for years and decades to come. And so I think that there is room for that, either as potentially a new component of the FEP initiatives list, or some other mechanism to continue those conversations and build on what we've done so far with the scenario planning process.
Okay, Karen, thank you. John Nugretz?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Karin and Frank. So now we've got sort of a couple different kinds of workshops on the table here. I agree with Karin that additional community workshops may be required in the future. I don't know that we need them, nor would I necessarily support them before we complete the scenario planning initiative process, climate and community initiative process. I also think that if the core team were to do the work necessary to wrap things up into a digestible set of recommendations, I think the type of workshop Frank is supporting may be better a little bit later, before the September meeting, a little bit later than May or June, just to give enough time to get things together before we host a workshop. So that's kind of where I sit on those two issues. Leave it at that.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and yeah, thanks for all the discussion. I won't. There's a lot of good ideas around here. I think we can get wrapped up pretty quickly on an approach. But I just wanted to quickly say I'm also a member of the core team. Rich Lincoln was the co-chair with Karin there. Since left the council, but is still engaged. And I wanted to thank quickly the people who did attend the Washington workshop. We had some really lively discussions. A lot of value was in just having people talking about it. And I wanted to especially thank Kit Dahl for helping out. It's been a busy year, and organizing those workshops wasn't easy. We weren't as responsive at Washington as we could have been, but so thank you. Just want to call out Kit for all the work that he did, and again thank folks who were able to take the time for the Washington workshops.
Thanks, Corey. Frank Lockhart.
I guess just a comment and then a question for John. The May or June timeframe, I don't know if I have, a particular feeling on exactly when it occurs, but the one concept that I think is important to keep in the back of our heads is that in order to be ready for the September meeting, we want to make sure that any documentation meets the briefing book deadline, which is, roughly a month before the meeting. So that means it's in early August. So while there may be a little bit of flexibility on exactly when that workshop occurs, we obviously don't want to wait until late August to do it, because then it'll be too late to actually affect the September meeting. And I know that's not what you were suggesting, John. So I guess the question is, if you don't want it to be in May or June, when would you propose that it happen?
John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Frank. I guess it's maybe that May is sort of making me feel a little nervous, given that we're in mid-March right now. I think we could leave it a little open-ended if the core team is running this and know that the briefing book deadline and other deadlines necessary to make the briefing book deadline would have to be accounted for. So maybe we leave that sort of up to council staff and the team to figure out when it works, and then schedule it as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Karen Braby.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to cut off discussion, but I do have a motion when the council is ready to consider a motion.
Well, I'm going to see if anyone throws up a hand quickly to get a word in before your motion, but no one is doing that. So please proceed with your motion.
And Sandra has it to project, so I'll wait for her to put it up. And I will read it into the record. I move that the council adopt the report on regional workshops as one of the products developed during the CCI. To task the core team to provide a brief summary and synthesis report to the council at the September 2021 meeting that includes consideration of the 9 priority action areas summarized in the report on regional workshops, and prioritizes the action areas for PFMC action and for action by non-PFMC partners. Recommendations on next steps by council and council ABs and MTs, potentially including NIMPS, Fisheries Science Centers, and West Coast region, and may also include recommendations for additional FEP initiative concepts for consideration. 3, task the core team to provide a briefing workshop on the summary synthesis report to council ABs and MTs prior to the September 2021 meeting. 4, consider FEP initiatives in March 2022 as scheduled. And 5, task council staff to prepare a letter for submission to NIMPS in response to the call for information on climate resilient fisheries per Sam Rauch's presentation to the council on March 8th, 2021, relating to President Biden Executive Order 14008. Prepare a letter for timely submission in April 2021, and to include a brief list of recent activities of the PFMC to prepare fisheries for climate resilience, including links to CCI reports already completed. B, highlight the in-progress work on climate resilient fisheries. Both preview the CCI conclusion in September 21 and preview the FEP review process, including Chapter 5 as described in March 2021 Agenda Item I3, Supplemental EWG Report 3. C, confirm that the PFMC appreciates the NIMPS intends for this to be an ongoing collaboration with the PFMC, and indicate that NIMPS support of PFMC's climate work is needed both intellectually and financially.
Is that your complete motion, Karen?
Yes, it is, Chair.
And is the language displayed there accurate and complete?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. I will look for a second. Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. There's a lot here. We have heard a lot today and over the past few years from the council family and the public about this initiative. And we are at a juncture right now where we've completed much of the specific work that we set out to achieve, save the synthesis and incorporation of the CCI's work into what I would term the council's ownership and integrate it into the council's work. And so this motion is intended to lay out the steps for that and is responsive to a number of specific recommendations from our advisory bodies and management teams that we've heard today. Specifically, I move that the report that we've seen from the winter workshops is ready for adoption. I think that we just need to formally say that's part of our work. But we need to do some additional work, as has been described today, in order to make that our own. And I think a brief synthesis of all of the pieces that have gone into this initiative is warranted. And in particular, we've heard about the 9 priority action areas and whether they're prioritized or how they should be prioritized. I've asked the core team to do this because the core team has been the key organizing body throughout this initiative and includes representatives from both the EWG and the EAS, as well as many other of the council family, and is best, I feel, is best suited to bring this initiative to a conclusion in terms of that summary and synthesis. I do appreciate the suggestions on having a workshop separate from the September council meeting in order to present the core team's thoughts on how to wrap up this initiative and get additional input and hear about next steps from all of our advisory bodies and management teams. And so that's outlined in number 3. Note that I have not specified the month that workshop would occur. And my intent here is that would be a discussion amongst the core team and council staff to best schedule how core team meetings, synthesis, report drafting, and then workshop with ABs and MTs would work between now and September. I see a potential outcome of identifying new initiatives to add to the FEP. And we all understand that the FEP list of initiatives is fodder for consideration each March. And so I'm just highlighting there that is a natural place to insert ideas about new FEP initiatives, some of which could be building from this particular one. Then lastly, I felt it was important to connect this CCI work with the discussion we had with Sam Rauch on Monday and provide some very specific suggestions from the perspective of the CCI on how to move forward on providing feedback. And so I've listed thoughts here on key ways that our work already connects to the intent of what we heard about the executive order and the request for the Department of Commerce to ask stakeholders about climate resilient fisheries, but then also point to things that are in progress, that are coming, that we would like to be incorporated into the department's thinking on development of that policy, as well as the needs that we have that are ongoing in order to support this work. And that rests very squarely on the intellectual support that we've received from the fishery science centers, from the West Coast region, as well as financial support to make this work happen. I do want to acknowledge that we've heard today about some voices that are missing. I think that in going back through the cumulative work of the CCI, that the core team will be able to fill some of those gaps. But again, I think that this is ongoing work
and we can highlight any perceived gaps for later completion after this initiative is finalized. I think it's important that we have a closing to this initiative and move on. And so that is something that I would like to see happen in September. And we all know that the challenges of doing this work during COVID, which is not yet over, has been really strongly dictating how much we can get done during these altered working conditions. I do want to also highlight the report from TNC on flexibility and management, and that's been mentioned in advisory body and management team reports. It's been mentioned in public comment and in council discussion today. I think it is a cornerstone concept that has been present throughout the Climate and Communities Initiative, both defining what management flexibility is, as well as seeking ways to implement it. And I expect that white paper will be very important reference material for some time to come. And my intent is that would be included as part of the core team's thinking as we bring this initiative to a close. With that, I will conclude my rationale and would be happy to answer questions on the motion.
Thank you, Karen, for the thorough motion and the rationale and support. Let me see first if there are any questions for the maker of the motion. Pete Hossamer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Karen, for that motion there. I agree very much with the direction moving forward on that, and I appreciate your time to go through that. This might, I'm sure it seems really trivial, but on number 4, relative to some other things we're doing, I was looking at our schedules, and our actual schedule is to consider initiatives in March of odd-numbered years. At least that's everything I can find on our websites and in the reports. I don't know if it's a hard rule, but is this just a signal to, because the report would be fresh, to be able to consider initiatives that would result from this particular initiative and report out of schedule in March of 22? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. And to be perfectly honest, my understanding was that would be part of our consideration in March 2022. And so your friendly suggestion that might not happen as scheduled until 2023 is understood, and would welcome council discussion on that right now.
Further questions for Karen or discussion on the motion?
But there's some hands up there.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
Frank Lockhart, followed by John Ugritz.
I'm going to end up abstaining on this vote, just merely for number 5, because it makes a recommendation to the National Marine Fisheries Service, or will result in that. But I just wanted to say I think the rest of the motion is very well thought out, and I think moves the council forward in the right direction to make a final decision in September. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And going back to the point about when to consider the next FEP initiative, I think it's reasonable to do so in an even numbered year, and I would suggest that Karin's motion, while it says as scheduled, could be interpreted to mean as when we schedule it in March. So I would still support March 2022 rather than waiting a whole nother year to then consider the next initiative.
Chuck Tracy raises his hand.
Yeah, I get to raise my hand for a change. So two points. One on this number 4 that's we've had some discussion about. I think the reason that, so you notice that we didn't have that topic on our agenda this March, which is an odd number year, and that's because we were still deeply committed to this Climate Communities Initiative. So, I think the idea was that we would look at it every other year and update it and decide what to pursue, if any, for the next initiative. So I think, and I'm pretty sure we had a conversation on the floor about that at some point. Just to kind of, I don't think it would hurt to to schedule something on March 22 to look at that, since we I think assuming that we are sufficiently complete with this initiative to take a look at what might next be coming up. On number 5, a couple comments. I think this is going to be an iterative process. I think certainly the idea of providing an initial letter to NIMS on what we have been doing and what we kind of what we do have on our radar screen, I think is totally appropriate. I think that would be a good way to get the ball rolling. But I'm sure that they will, over the course of the implementation of this executive order, they'll be looking for new things, and I'm sure that we may be able to contribute more as we get through the synthesis in the conclusion of this agenda or this initiative, and as well as ideas that may come up in some March meeting when we look at future initiatives. So again, I think that I think this is not going to be a one-off for us. The timeline in April, I think we could probably do that. I guess I would. My thinking was that that this topic would come up under the legislative committee or the legislative matters agenda items. We do. The legislative committee is recommending they meet and put this on and put legislative matters on the agenda in April. So I guess I would suggest that we use that opportunity to take a look at the letter, review, and approve it at that time. And then to the very last bullet, I guess I would point out that this sounds a little bit like a hat in the hand sort of approach, and I guess I would point out that how much we've already been helped by both the region and headquarters to receive special project funding to accomplish our FEP work over the last several years. So there's been a very great willingness on the part of the region to help us out. So I think we should acknowledge that we've already received a lot of money. And then this year, as I mentioned in my executive director's report, we received $250,000 from Congress for Civic Council received that. None of the other councils received that for work on their specifically on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan and the Climate Communities Initiative. So I guess I would at least want to acknowledge that, if not make that the focus of that bullet, as opposed to making it sound like we need more money. Because I think, frankly, for this at this stage, I think we are in pretty good shape, and especially having received some dedicated money from Congress for this. So just something for your consideration there. But I do want to acknowledge that we've received a lot of support, a lot of cooperation for ecosystem business, courtesy of National Marine Fisheries Service already.
Thanks, Chuck. And since council staff would be tasked to prepare the letter, I'm sure they'll have that input. John, followed by Karin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just in response to Chuck's statement that we would be able to review a letter at the April meeting, I'm seeing in the NOAA request for comments a comment deadline of April 2nd. And so that's why I felt it was important to address this now so that the letter could be submitted before our April meeting. And maybe it's a question for NIMS to that deadline, but that's what I'm seeing in the NOAA press release.
Chuck, do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so there's a 30-day public comment period that I think is what John is referring to. In our discussions with Sam, he made it clear that that was an initial public comment period, but it was not something that the councils, any of the councils would be restricted to, that they, recognizing the councils' schedules and, the inability of councils to meet within 30 days and put things on their agenda, that they would definitely be accepting of council comments beyond that 30-day period, well beyond that 30-day period, and again expected it to be, this iterative process where we'd have lots of opportunities to weigh in. So we are not bound by that 30-day comment period.
Karin?
Thank you. And I wanted to speak to my intent there, and I intentionally left my motion broad, indicating April 2021, with the idea that council review at the April meeting might be both warranted and desired. And that was supported by Sam's comments on Monday. And it was with that in mind that I wanted to have that flexibility. I also appreciate the discussion around the FEP initiatives and having flexibility to consider new ideas for initiatives in an even year in 2022 and support that. Lastly, I wanted to offer some additional thoughts related to the financial support needed for this work. And I absolutely want to express my personal thanks and appreciation for all of the funding support that has come to the Pacific Council for this work. And that has come from NIMS for sure. It has come from other sources as well, including the Nature Conservancy. And without that support, we would not be as far along. And so I do not want my motion to be perceived as not appreciative of that support so far. That said, this is going to take commitment and both time and financial support for many years to come. And so the support that we have received, the commitments for support that we've received so far, need to continue. And so it is intentional. It's part of my motion that this is work that needs to be financially supported. And so I would like both of those concepts to be maintained in communications from the council, both appreciation for the extraordinary support we've received so far,
but also an acknowledgement that this is going to need additional support in the future. We're not done. And so thanks for letting me add those thoughts.
Thank you, Karin. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Karin, for the nicely crafted motion. I was going to just speak to that last bullet. Karin said it nicely about how I was interpreting it. Yet I expect, and we've seen in the advisory bodies a number of times already, that it's broader than what Chuck's talking about. And I think maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow or in April. But it's not just the support that this council gets to do this type of work. It's the type of funding that the public, the Congress, that NIMS makes available to do the monitoring research science that we need for adaptive management. So I wasn't viewing this motion as limiting our discussions on that EO if we want to have them tomorrow or in April. I think that the message we're hearing from a lot of our advisory bodies, hearing discussions about vaccines and NOAA research surveys, this council really recognizes the importance, the investment that society makes in understanding our oceans and providing our sustainable fisheries. So I hope we get into that tomorrow, that in this, it's much broader than the grants we've gotten to do this type of work. And just maybe another small point, but yeah, it's just labels possibly, but a quick reminder that I don't think scenario planning wasn't the full of the climate and communities initiative. What we call initiatives or other topics, not so important. We kind of envisioned that the climate and communities initiative will continue. It's more important to figure out what we do next. We did scenario planning because it was valuable, but we couldn't really figure out where to go next. So I think just this sets up having those discussions nicely on the timing and how the work gets done. And thank you, Karin, for putting it together.
All right. Thank you, Corey. I'll see if there are any further comments. If there are not, then I will call the question. I'm not seeing any other hands. So all those in favor of this motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions?
Frank Lockhart abstains.
Thank you. So the motion passes with Frank Lockhart of NIMS abstaining. Karin, thank you much for the motion, and thanks everyone for the work on this agenda item. Before turning back to Kit, let me just see if there's anything further from the council on this agenda item. And not seeing any hands, I'll go to Kit. Are we done here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you are. You had a very broad discussion of where to go, and facilitated by the motion that Dr. Brady made and you all just adopted. And so I foresee, well, in the immediate term, working with the executive director on a draft letter, and it sounds like you may see that at the April council meeting for review and adoption, and also working with the core team to think about and plan out and a series of a work plan or series of activities to get to September and achieve the things outlined in your discussion and in the motion. And so, yes, in the near term, it'll be I'm sure a discussion on the core team getting down to brass tacks on what and how and when, and then actually undertaking those activities between now and September. So we have very good guidance to move forward on all of this.
All right, thanks very much, Kit. Thanks, everyone. We're now done with this agenda item, I2, and we are going to return to salmon now. The salmon folks have been patiently waiting while we concluded that ecosystem agenda item. So we'll go to salmon now, agenda item E7. And Robin, if you're there,
Yes.
could you please give us the overview?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick and just say that we do have the chair of the Salmon Technical Team here to provide you a report based on the results from the guidance that you gave yesterday.
Okay. Dr. O'Farrell, welcome. What good news do you bring?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be referring to supplement. STT report, supplemental STT report E7A. We took into account the Council's guidance yesterday and have the results of our analysis beginning on page 28, table 5A. The first change from the previous package that we presented yesterday, for alternative 1, Columbia River natural tules, the exploitation rate exceeds 38%. This was due to an increase in inside fishery harvest rate input by a little over 1%, and that pushed the exploitation rate for tules and alternative 1 over. Moving down, under all 3 alternatives, Klamath River Fall Chinook do not meet their escapement objectives or their maximum exploitation rate cap 2021 and are all bolded. Sacramento River Fall Chinook, all 3 alternatives meet the management objectives in this year. That is new relative to the last package. Moving to page 29, Queets Coho, all 3 alternatives do not meet objectives currently. Moving on to table 5B. Similar picture here under alternative 1 for tules, the ER exceeds 38%. Klamath River Fall Chinook does not meet its objectives in all 3 alternatives. This is, again, the same exact result as in table 5A. And similarly for Queets Coho, all 3 alternatives do not meet objectives. And I will just point out that table 7 and table 7A and 7B have exploitation rate information broken out for 3 coho stocks and Tule Chinook, and then the 3 appendices at the end for the 3 California stocks here today. So that concludes my statement. We'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions of the Salmon Technical Team? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Mike. That completes the reports. Do I have any public comment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no public comment. So that will take us to a council discussion and action. And I think what I'll do is start. Well, before I turn to the management entities, let me just see if there's any discussion from council members. Okay, then I'll turn to the management entities. I think I'll start with the tribes. Joe Oatman, is there any further guidance from the tribes? Joe, we're not, you're muted. Well, we'll come back to Joe. We'll go to Washington. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some guidance today, which Sandra should have for the screen. The council may recall I made a a large change to the coho quota yesterday in alternative 1 for north of Falcon. The changes today are kind of catching up with some season changes to go along with that quota reduction yesterday. So I'll be speaking relative to agenda item E7A, Supplemental STT Report 1, March 10th. On Table 1 for North of Falcon Commercial Management Alternatives for the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon summer season on page 4 for Alternative 1, landing and possession limit of change 40 to 25 marked coho per vessel per landing week. And then in the commercial alternatives on page 12, Table 1B, change Chinook head-off length for North of Falcon Alternative 1 to 20.5. That's just a change that got missed with the differences in lengths in Alternatives 1 and 2. Moving to Table 2 for recreational management alternatives North of Falcon from the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Alava Nia Bay on page 17 for Alternative 1. Could you scroll down a little, Sandra? Thank you. Replace June 12th through 25 with June 19th through July 3rd, and replace June 26th with July 4. For the La Push sub-area, Alternative 1, replace June 12th through 25 with June 19 through July 3rd. Replace all salmon except coho 2 salmon per day with all salmon except coho 1 salmon per day, and replace June 26 with July 4. And then an Alternative 2 for the June 19 through 25 season, which the June 19 through 25 season, replace same as Alternative 1 with open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho 2 salmon per day. Moving down to the Westport sub-area on page 18, in Alternative 1, replace June 12 through 18 with July 19 through July 3, and replace June 19 with July 4. And for the Columbia River sub-area in Alternative 1, replace June 12 through 18 with June 14 through 27. Replace all salmon except coho 2 salmon per day with all salmon except coho 1 salmon per day, and replace June 19 with June 28. And that is my guidance for today.
Thanks very much, Kyle. Are there any questions of Kyle on these changes? All right, thank you, Kyle. Joe Oatman. Any further guidance on tribal alternatives?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologize for stepping away as you asked for this earlier. I do not have any further guidance to the tribal options at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe. We'll next go to Washington, Chris Kern, or rather Oregon, Chris Kern. Chris, we're not hearing you.
I'm sorry, I clicked it twice by accident and muted myself right after I unmuted. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, so working off of supplemental STT report, March 10. Sandra's got it on the screen there, beginning with Table 1, commercial alternatives, which start on page 6. For the area Cape Falcon to the Hecata Bank line in Alternative 1, replace the July dates that are currently shown with July 1 through 3, 6 through 8, 11 through 13, 16 through 18, and 21 through 23. Replace the August dates with August 1 through 3 and 7 through 8. Moving to Alternative 2, replace the current July dates with July 1 through 2, 6 through 9, 12 through 15, 18 through 21, and 24 through 27. replace August dates currently with August 1 through 3 and 6 through 8. Moving to alternative 3, again in the same area, replace all the July dates with July 5 through 8, 11 through 14, and 23 through 26. Replace the August dates with August 1 through 3, 6 through 8, 11 through 13, and 16 through 17. Moving south to the Hecate line to Humbug Mountain. Thank you. In alternative 1, replace the July dates with July 1 through 3, 6 through 8, 11 through 13, 16 through 18, and 21 through 23. Replace the August dates with August 1 through 3 and 7 through 8. Alternative 2, remove all open days listed in March and April. Delete those dates. Replace the existing July dates with July 1 through 2, 6 through 9, 12 through 15, 18 through 21, and 24 through 27. Replace the August dates with August 1 through 3 and 6 through 8. Moving to alternative 3, replace all the July dates with July 5 through 8, 11 through 14, and 23 through 26. Replace the August dates with August 1 through 3, 6 through 8, 11 through 13, and 16 through 17. Again, moving south to the Humbug to Oregon-California border, Oregon KMZ. One area, one alternative only to edit, alternative 1. Replace the June quota of 700 Chinook with 600 Chinook. And remove the August quota of 100 Chinook and adjust the regulatory language to reflect that the quotas are only occurring in June and July. Now moving to recreational alternatives, beginning on page 20. For the area Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, in alternative 2, replace what the section that currently reads March 15 through October 31, except as provided below during the all salmon mark selective fishery and the non-mark selective coho fishery, with March 15 through August 15, August 15, and September 1 through October 31, except as provided below during the all salmon mark selective fishery and the non-mark selective coho fishery, August 16 through 11 closed to retention of Chinook. For the Cape Falcon to Oregon-California border section, in alternative 1, replace the non-mark selective quota of 15,500 with 14,000. And replace the June 12 through earlier of August 28th or 140,000 mark coho quota with June 12 through the earlier of August 28 or 120,000 marked coho quota. Add a bullet, June 12 through 18 and August 16 through 28 or the earlier of the overall quota of 120,000 marked coho. Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border open for all salmon except Chinook. Moving to alternative 2, replace all references to the 120,000 mark selective coho quota in that alternative with 115,000 mark selective coho quota. Replace the non-mark selective quota of 15,000 with 12,000. And replace the language that currently says same as alternative 1 with the following: open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, closed to Chinook retention from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, beginning August 16. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip, see minimum size limits, and gear restrictions and definitions as referenced. In the same alternative and section, add the language July 14 through August 28th or the earlier of the overall quota of 115,000 marked coho, Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border open for all salmon except Chinook. And the last set of edits or guidance for the Humbug to Oregon-California border, Oregon KMZ recreational. Alternative 1, replace May 16 through July 23 with June 16 through August 15. And replace the language that says July 24th to the earlier of August 28th, with June 12th through 18 and August 16 to 28 were the earlier of the Cape Falcon to Oregon coho border quota of 120,000 marked coho. In alternative 2, same area, replace June 19 through August 15 with May 29 through July 13. Add July 14 through August 28th or the earlier of the Cape Falcon to Oregon, California border quota of 115,000 marked coho. And lastly, in alternative 3 for the Oregon KMZ recreational area fishery, replace July 1 through August 28th with July 1 through August 19. And that finally completes my guidance for today.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Are there any questions from council members on the guidance that Chris has provided? All right, thank you very much, Chris. And last but certainly not least, Brett Carmos with any guidance for California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do have guidance. I'll be reading from Agenda Item E7A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated March 10. Beginning with the commercial management alternatives on page 9 in Fort Bragg. In alternative 3, replace closed with July 25 to 31 and August 1 to 11. Also add the regulatory language, same as alternative 1. And that actually needs to be added twice in that section. Moving south to San Francisco. In alternative 1, in the regulatory language that appears there, remove all salmon caught in the area prior to September 1 must be landed and offloaded no later than 11:59 p.m. August 30. Moving to alternative 3, add May 1 to 10 and 23 to 31. Replace July 19 to 31 with July 25 to 31. Add August 1 to 11. Again, in the regulatory language that appears there, remove all salmon caught in the area prior to September 1 must be landed and offloaded no later than 11:59 p.m. August 30. Under the Point Reyes to Point San Pedro Fall Area Target Zone section, replace September 1 to 30 with September 1 to 2, 6 to 9, 13 to 16, 20 to 23, and 27 to 30. Remove October 1, 4 to 8, and 11 to 15. In the regulatory language that appears there, remove open 7 days per week during September and 5 days per week, Monday to Friday, during October. Moving south again to Monterey. In alternative 1, replace June 1 to 7 with June 1 to 8. Once again, in the regulatory language that appears there, remove all salmon caught in the area must be landed and offloaded no later than 11:59 p.m. August 30. Moving to alternative 3. Replace closed with May 1 to 10 and 23 to 31. June 1 to 12 and 20 to 30. July 25 to 31 and August 1 to 11. Moving on to the recreational management alternatives, beginning on page 21. And beginning in Fort Bragg. In alternative 2, replace July 1 to October 24 with June 26 to October 24. In alternative 3, replace June 25 to October 17 with June 24 to October 3. Moving south to San Francisco in alternative 3, replace June 25 to October 17 with June 24 to October 3. Moving south once more to Monterey in alternative 2, replace the regulatory language Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length with Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length through May 15 and 20 inches total length thereafter. And finally, in table 5A and 5B on pages 28 and 30, in the Klamath River Recreational Fishery Share, adjust the Klamath River Recreational Fishery Share such that the projected natural area adult spawner escapement equals 31,574. And that concludes my guidance.
Thanks very much, Brett. Are there any questions for Brett on the guidance he's provided? I'm not seeing any hands. Thanks very much, Brett. And Robin, how are we doing on this agenda item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're doing good. We have some new guidance. STT will work through the evening to plug that into the model, get some outputs for you, and have a report for you first thing tomorrow morning, as Salmon is scheduled, I think, first on the agenda. So we would hope to have the next report, STT E8A, available as soon as possible, first thing tomorrow morning. And hopefully we will be as close to the mark as we can get.
All right, thanks very much, Robin. And that concludes this agenda item, Salmon Agenda E7, and takes us to our last agenda item. Was there a...
Yeah, there's Chris had his hand up, and I saw earlier Phil had his hand up.
I apologize. I don't. There's Chris. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had put it down real quick when it looked like you were moving on it. It's not super critical. I just wanted to reiterate something from yesterday and maybe clear from observation of the Oregon alternatives as they currently stand with modifications that we will, barring any large changes overnight or in the morning, we will be seeking some in-season action to make some adjustments to the currently established early season fisheries in Oregon. So probably ready to take that up tomorrow, but I thought I'd point it out. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Phil, did you have something? I apologize. I didn't see your hand.
Oh, I didn't get my hand. I wasn't quick enough on the draw, but I have since got the answer to my question. I'm good. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. And then since Chris raised the issue of in-season action, I'd like to ask Brett Kormos if he, well, you got your hand up. Do you know my question?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't know your question there. I actually have a question for Mr. Kern, and I apologize for the fact that my question isn't going to be entirely clear because I'm trying to translate it from staff that are listening in. But let me hear your question first, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Do you plan to recommend any in-season action?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We as well have a suite of in-season action recommendations that we'll need to take. I have been in communication with the States and National Marine Fisheries Service about that today, and I'm expecting that will also commence tomorrow.
Why don't you go ahead with your question the best you can translate it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize for anything that gets lost in translation here. But the question for Mr. Kern was relative to Alternative 1 in the Oregon KMZ, where the sport fishery is listed to be open June 16 to 18 as a Chinook fishery, but it's also listed under the all salmon except Chinook fishery. It looks like Chinook should start on June 19, but I'm not sure about that, and I'm asking for some verification there in case there was a mistake that we can catch now.
So, Chris, do you need a minute to think about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll do my best to take a quick look here. I'm not sure I can answer it. I do know that the intent, I believe the intent of the alternative is to have a period of Chinook fishing and a period where it's only coho. My staff is telling me that it should be June 19. And so there may have been an error there. Was that Brett's question was, should it be June 18 or 19, I believe?
Yes, Mr. Kern, that's consistent with what I'm asking about and what I expect the correct answer to be.
Perfect. Yes, Mr. Chair, through the chair, if I might, it should be June 19th, and I appreciate the having caught that error.
And so just to be clear, this is in the recreational alternative in the Oregon KMZ. Which alternative?
It should be Alternative 1. And I believe the date itself is in 2 locations. One is, I believe, where if Sandra, if you could go back up to the initial place where it says just the very start, table 2 of the recreational section. Sorry, table 2 of the recreational section. That's it. Right. That's one. Oh, sorry. The top of that page. Okay, right there. Thank you. In the Cape Falcon, Oregon, California border, Alternative 1, the section that speaks to replacing quota with 14,000. And that's actually the second bullet, sorry, in that section. I'll just read it. Add June 12 through 19 and August 16 through 28 or the earlier of the overall quota of 120,000 marked coho. No, sorry, Sandra, not that one. This the next bullet below it. No, one more bullet. Sorry, the next, that one. That June 18 should be June 19. And I believe there's one more place where that date is currently exists in the next section. But I am looking to make sure it is on the Humbug Mountain to Oregon, to the Oregon KMZ. That one right there. No, that one. So replace July 24 to the earlier of August 28th with June 12 through 18. Now I'm getting texts that that's not correct. Mr. Chair, I'm sensing that we won't affect the modeling with this change, and this is something we should probably take up rather than tying up floor time, if that's all right.
So let me ask you, Chris, rather than leaving this to the final agenda item of the meeting tomorrow, do you want to come back when we're done with I3 with corrected guidance?
If that works for the chair and the rest of the council members, I can do that.
It's just that rather than leaving it to the very last agenda item.
Yeah.
So, Brad Pettinger, you have your hand up?
Yeah, Chair Grolick. Since we're still on E7 here, and we've been going for about almost an hour and a half, maybe if we took a 10-minute break, and if he was ready to go, we could take care of him and then start E3 after that.
That's a brilliant idea. Would that help you, Chris?
It would help me immensely. I appreciate it.
All right. So it is 4:43. We will be back at 4. Well, actually, now it's 4:44. We'll be back at 4:54, and hopefully we'll get the final guidance from Chris, and then I'll hand the gavel to Mr. Pettinger, and he'll take us home with the last agenda item. So we'll see you back here at 4:54. All right, welcome back, everyone. I have 4:54, and we're on agenda item E7. And I think that Chris Kern has some guidance.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do indeed. I think if Sandra could put the Oregon document back up for me, that would be helpful. I'd like to make sure that some of the guidance I was giving before we broke was in error, so I want to make sure we've got it correct.
Sometimes I wonder if it might be helpful to use numbered lines or heading numbers or whatever. It's easier to find stuff on the page when you don't have control over what's on the screen. Sandra, if you could get the Oregon guidance back up on the screen. All right, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty here.
Sorry. So could you repeat your request, please?
Could we get the Oregon guidance displayed so that Chris can provide his changes and we can conclude the agenda item?
Yeah, we're Sandra's working on it now.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, there we are. So I think that, Chris, you want to look to the table 2 where the recreational alternatives are?
Correct, Mr. Chair. Yeah, should be top of page 2. There we go. Okay, so, and I'll apologize here. What I provided as guidance before the initial break was in error. And so, Sandra, that bullet that says add June 12 through 19 under the heading of Cape Falcon to Oregon, California border, the last bullet in that section, that should remain June 18. And the error we need to fix is in another location. I believe I may have been in the process of changing another one of those June 18 dates in error, so I'd like to scroll down and check that, please. I believe the next place it comes up is in the KMZ, right in there. And I think this is where I was halted from making another error, so that part is okay as is. All right. The error that needs to be fixed is in the first bullet under alternative 1 in Humbug Mountain to California border, where it says replace May 16 through July 23 with June 16 through August 15. That should be June 19 through August 15. And that is the error that Mr. Kormos had pointed out, not the other place that I was inadvertently looking at. So that should be it.
Okay. Thank you.
I apologize for the confusion.
No, not at all. We just got to get it right. All right. Anything else from the floor? Okay, Robin, I'll try this again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have refined guidance, and we'll work to provide those to you tomorrow, first thing in the morning, with the model outputs. So we've concluded our work under this agenda.
All right. as promised, I'm going to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger for our last agenda item of the day, which is I3.
Chair Geraldick, and welcome back, folks, for the final push of the day. And I'll look to Kit to get us started off here on I3. Kit?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read from the situation summary for this agenda item, the Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review. In September 2018, the Council initiated a review of the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan. In March of last year, the Council adopted revised chapters 1 and 2, which include a vision statement, goals and objectives, and other reorganized elements from these first 2 chapters in the current FEP. In September of last year, the Council reviewed a revised draft of Chapter 3 and proposed revisions to Chapters 4 and 5. It directed the Ecosystem Work Group to provide a revised draft Chapter 3, that is the descriptive portion of the FEP, a draft Chapter 4 that covers effects of human activities and environmental shifts in the California current ecosystem, and a Chapter 5 outline, which is Council policy priorities for ocean resource management, and present all that at this meeting. Chapter 5 would be removed from the FEP and turned into a standalone document to make it easier for other agencies to become aware of Council policy priorities. In your advanced briefing materials, EWG Report 1 is a revised Chapter 3 and a full first draft of Chapter 4, and EWG Report 2 is a detailed outline of Chapter 5. And I'll just mention here, there is also a supplemental EWG Report number 3, which provides an outline, annotated outline, or ideas for for the last chapter of the FEP, which would become Chapter 5, assuming this current Chapter 5 is pulled out, and that covers ecosystem-related science. And it has a cover page with some other recommendations related to process. So you'll be hearing about that shortly. The Council should provide guidance to the EWG on any further revisions to Chapters 3 and 4, and the structure and content of Chapter 5 as a standalone document. According to the current Year at a Glance Agenda Planner, the Council intends to complete revisions of the FEP at its September 2021 meeting. And as I already mentioned, the current FEP includes Chapter 6, bringing cross FMP ecosystem science into the Council process, and Appendix A, ecosystem initiatives. And already covered, the EWG has provided a supplemental report with suggestions on the ecosystem science chapter, and some mention of the appendix and updating that. The Council should also provide drafting guidance to the EWG on these elements of the FEP for consideration of what would be presented in September of this year. And just to pick up on any reports and other materials I haven't already referenced, so there, as I noted, there are now 3 EWG reports. Ms. Duranier, the chair, will cover those in a presentation she will be making shortly. And there's an EAS report, HC report, CPSMT, HMSMT, and GAP reports under this agenda item. So that covers the materials available to you. And just as always, to read the Council action for this topic, it is review and comment on updates to FEP Chapters 3 and 4, review and provide guidance on former Chapter 5 as a standalone guidance document, and provide guidance on further development. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Pete Hasselberg. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Kit. Maybe expose my ignorance here on the process, but two simple questions. First one, in the last paragraph of this SITSUM, it says the EWG plans to develop the supplemental report. In the end of that, it says for FEP Appendix A, but am I correct? There is nothing in any of the documents that covers Appendix A right now. Report 3 only addresses what would be the new Chapter 5.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't have the supplemental report in front of me, but there may be a mention of when EWG would get to Appendix A, but beyond that, nothing, if that. And obviously you're looking at it, so you can confirm that that's not addressed, but they may bring forward some information in September on that. I'll defer to Ms. Duranier to answer that when she gives her presentation on the EWG reports.
Okay, I'll wait for that. Then my other question, we've breached this topic under I2, but our process indicates that, and I'll read the wording here, in March 2015 and in each subsequent odd-numbered year, assess whether there are new ecosystem initiative proposals that could be added to the appendix. So the notice doesn't get at new initiatives, whether it's discussing them or a process to add them in. But excuse me for a minute, I gotta switch documents, but now I see the last sentence in the situation summary. The council should also provide drafting guidance on these elements, and I assume that's referring to both the science chapter and Appendix A, so we could come back and talk about initiatives that could be added to open up that discussion, because the plan is to finalize the changes in September 2021. So I'm just trying to figure out that process of when we identify a potential initiative and when it actually gets added into Appendix A.
My understanding and experience, as you said, in odd numbered years, there's an opportunity to identify new initiatives and add them to the appendix. The actual mechanics of adding them to the appendix, I think at the staff level, in collaboration with the EWG, that we have periodically revised that appendix to reflect both new initiatives that have been identified and also to reflect completed initiatives. So there's another discussion about whether to deviate from that odd numbered year dictum, recognizing we didn't take up that task this year. And as Mr. Tracy mentioned earlier, that the sentiment there is to look at that every other year, so that it's in the council's hands whether to sort of deviate from that and take up that possibility of adding new initiatives to the list in Appendix A next March, and even numbered year or not. But yeah, just mechanically, there's the council process to identify new initiatives, and then there's just the mechanics of updating the document itself, Appendix A, which is just done essentially at the staff level once the council has identified any new initiative.
All right, thanks.
Very good. Further questions for Kit? Okay, we'll go to the EWG and Yvonne Duranier. Yvonne?
Hello, this is Yvonne Duranier, and it looks like council staff is sharing my presentation. Is that correct? So would you prefer to handle it from your end, or would you like me to share mine and manage the slide transitions?
It's out of my hands, so I'll let Chris decide that one, because if you can, go ahead.
Yeah, so Sandra's been handling all the other presenters, so I think if that would work for you, if there's a particular reason you need to control things, we could make that work too.
No, that's all right. I just wanted to avoid torturing Sandra with my transitions, but that's okay. So thank you for having us here to speak with you on the fishery ecosystem plan. Next slide, please. We have 3 reports for this meeting, as Kit discussed, and the first report, which we had submitted for the briefing book, is redrafted chapters 3 and then a new draft of chapter 4. And then the second report, also in the briefing book, the council had asked us in September to pull out chapter 5 so that it could become a standalone policy priorities document. And so we did that and provided you with a draft outline, which you can see in the briefing book. And then the third and supplemental report is a draft outline for the new FEP Chapter 5. Next slide, please. And Sandra, if you would just click through until we get to the arrow that says September. So we, as you may know, you adopted the chapter 1 of the new fishery ecosystem plan, the vision, purpose, goals, and objectives last March, and chapter 2, which sort of provides the council process for ecosystem issues. And then we started in September with a first draft of chapter 3. And then forward, please, through September 2021. So here in March, we have a new draft of chapter 3, a brand new draft of chapter 4, and as I mentioned, moved that chapter 5 out and are planning on bringing the final chapter to you in September 2021. And next slide, please. So chapter 3 is a big overview, and it starts at the beginning of the sort of the physical environment next, and then moves on to the biological environment, starting at lowest trophic levels, and then next moving to higher trophic levels, and then next on to the socioeconomic environment. And I wanted to particularly point out that for this council meeting, we did a lot of updates of literature and whatnot in chapter 3, but we had some big shifts and revisions and new sections on commercial fisheries and fishing communities. Next slide, please. So chapter 4 is more of a big picture overview, and next it goes through each of the goals and objectives in the fishery ecosystem plan, and then discusses those for their interacting effects in the environment. And we made a sort of parallel construction with chapter 3 and started with those goals and objectives that were more sort of dealing with the physical environment, and then moving up through the biological environment onto human activities in the human environment, and then finally on to the council process. So that is report 1. Next slide, please. Then report 2, as I mentioned, and as we reported to you under the marine planning update last Friday, report 2 provides an annotated draft outline of a new guidance document from the council that the council can make available to other agencies considering non-fishing activities in the California current ecosystem. So at this meeting, we are asking you to give some thought to, do you still want this to be a standalone document? If so, that's great. We can proceed from there. But if you have any comments on the outline for that, those would be helpful as well. Next slide, please. So then our third and supplemental report provides an outline for the final chapter, and also for each of our reports on the first page, we we had some sort of guiding recommendations, and on the front page of this supplemental work group report 3, that's sort of our final set of scheduling recommendations. We were concerned that the first time the advisory bodies and the public would see sort of the full draft would be September. And so our thinking was we thought back to how this was handled in with the 2013 FEP, and the council adopted a draft FEP for public review in the fall of 2012, and then ultimately took more comments on that and then adopted the final FEP in spring of 2013. So we're recommending a similar process here. If you would consider adopting a public review draft in September, we, the work group, would make sort of, any final changes you recommend from September in the September, early October period. Then the public would have like 2 months to reread the whole thing beginning to end, think about it, and think about their comments. And then the final draft could go to the council in March, where you would March 2022, you would finally adopt and then close the book on the fishery ecosystem plan. Next slide, please. Oh, good, that's the end. So, as just to sort of reply to Pete on some of his process questions, the council in September of 2020 had scheduled us to not consider new initiatives because we were so deep into the Climate and Communities Initiative and the Fishery Ecosystem Plan update. So that's why we don't have any new initiatives on the docket for this meeting. And the work group has discussed whether the council might have new initiative ideas either coming out of Chapter 4 or coming out of the Climate and Communities Initiative. And we are sort of viewing the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Appendix revision process as separate from the Fishery Ecosystem Plan revision process. So we are very focused on getting chapters 1 through 5 of the new FEP done and getting that off of your plates, and then moving on to the appendix and initiatives. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for Yvonne? Okay. Thanks, Yvonne. Okay, we'll move to the EAS report and Corey Writings. Corey?
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. Corey Writings, reading the report on behalf of the EAS. The EAS appreciates the draft FEP Chapters 3 and 4 report and the proposed guidance document on offshore non-fishing activities developed by the Ad Hoc Ecosystem Work Group, and valued the open house provided by the EWG on March 3rd to discuss these items. Below, we offer comments on these documents, as well as overarching comments on the FEP. Chapter 3. The new section 3.4.3 provides helpful insights into the socioeconomics of sections of the California current ecosystem. FEP Chapter 4. The overall structure of this chapter linking the FEP goals is helpful, and the EAS endorses this organization. The section on effects of climate variability and change on the California current ecosystem. Section 4.1 offers one of the most in-depth discussions of climate change impacts to come before the council. Are there beneficial synergies with the NOAA California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program? On page 93, first paragraph, regarding the phrase, novel ocean conditions can bring new species, ... we recommend substituting different for new. On page 93, fourth paragraph, regarding the word catchability, can the authors confirm that this term is used to reflect the efficiency of a particular fishery, standard definition, or if it is being used in some other way? Overall, section 4.1 is a helpful discussion of interactions and dynamics that arise with climate and other changes in ecosystem drivers. The section on effects of human activities in marine habitats. On page 96, last paragraph, regarding the language, aside from the direct consequences of mortality to the target populations themselves, the effects of fishing gear on marine habitat, particularly benthic marine habitat, is thought to be among the most significant impacts of fishing on the marine environment. We note the strength of this assertion and recommend a citation or further elaboration to support it. On page 98, paragraph 1, this paragraph addresses the state of a marine ecosystem following human disturbance. We note that disturbed habitats differ in value and recommend that citations be added for this section. On page 98, paragraph 2, we recommend striking, quote, or discarded, because gear is rarely, if ever, purposefully discarded at sea. We also question the language that may affect populations behaviorally and request clarification in the addition of U.S. West Coast references for this statement. On table 4-2, we recommend that the term artificial propagation be clarified, and we note that while some activities may disrupt EFH for some species, they can create habitat that is used by the same or other species. For example, anchoring of offshore wind energy platforms could disrupt habitat for some species while creating habitat for others. The section on interactions between fisheries and protected species. This is an excellent discussion of the increasing challenges of managing fisheries and protected species interactions. On the section effects of effects of fisheries management, ecosystem services, and the well-being of West Coast communities. This section could be strengthened with an expanded discussion of ecosystem services, including the importance of wild fisheries and the ocean ecosystem to the arts, sciences, and humanities. A more holistic treatment of society's benefits from sustainable fisheries will provide a greater context for the multifaceted importance of council actions. EAS questioned whether discussion on ecosystem services should be expanded to include valuation beyond the monetary. And the section is an excellent discussion of cross-FMP interactions and the complexity of responses to shifts in ecosystem dynamics. We appreciate that it highlights the likelihood that the council will face an increasing number of ecological surprises and novel predicaments. Proposed guidance document on offshore non-fishing activities, the former FEP Chapter 5. We recommend for readability that undefined acronyms are defined and that internet hyperlinks are provided to access information about council-managed species. We also recommend including a section that provides a brief overview of council process to highlight when and how interested parties can be involved in the council activities or provide comment. We found the last 3 paragraphs of the document helpful in providing broader context and suggest they be moved to the introductory portion. We endorse this document as a standalone document as opposed to a chapter in the FEP. And in section 4, we recommend noting that different communities have different levels of dependencies on fisheries. Overarching comments. The EAS recognizes the importance of these documents in guiding the implementation of ecosystem management. Some members questioned whether the FEP in its current state provides such guidance and suggested that assessment of the risks facing fisheries in the ecosystem would be useful for planning future FEP initiatives and other council processes. In addition, it could be helpful to specify how progress towards goals can be measured. One suggested pathway was linking initiative choice more directly with the goals of the FEP. Regarding council process, the EAS questioned the timeline for finalization of the plan, noting a discrepancy between the council's year at a glance and the pace of proposed revisions to the plan. Thanks very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the EAS report? Okay. Oh, Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, thanks, Corey, for the great report. Just wanted to follow up a little bit on the last part of the statement on the overarching comments and trying to look at how we might use this in terms of planning for future FEP initiatives. And in particular, you know, the following sentence that talks about specifying how progress toward goals can be measured. And then obviously finishes up there with a potential pathway to get there or to link it to the goals of the FEP. I'm just trying to think about how, you know, what the council should be thinking about there in terms of those comments. And in, you know, I think it's a good idea to try to look for ways that we can measure our progress toward the goals so we understand the progress that we're making And then this idea of linking it back to the goals seems like a good one. So kind of what you're thinking in terms of next steps might be to make some progress on that.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The EAS had a long discussion about this. We've talked about it before in sort of other items, even other items at this meeting, and was thinking about how the goals and objectives can be better used to help the council manage towards them. We've talked before about linking the indicators, namely indicators that are in the ecosystem report that we heard about earlier today, with those goals and objectives, and also potentially putting in place some thresholds or reference points so that there's sort of a flag that goes up when you know if one of those indicators is indicating something that the council should know about. With such sort of a tracking mechanism, if the council was to look at this annually or biannually, whenever they decide to talk about doing a new initiative, such a product could be used to more strategically pick the next initiative, to take a look across at those indicators, how they're doing, and say, okay, we have a gap here, or we have a problem here, or we have a scientific question here, and we're doing really well over here, so that such a report could be able to provide that connection. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that elaboration on that point, Corey. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Further questions for Corey in the EAS report? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Corey. Next up is the Habitat report, and Lance Hebden. Lance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Lance Hebden here. I'll be reading agenda item I3A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report Number 1 on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review. Habitat Committee reviewed Chapter 4 of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review and reviewed the pre-recorded webinar provided in the briefing book. Habitat Committee views Chapter 4.3, Human Activities and Marine Habitats, as a broad overview of human activities and impacts to the ecosystem and essential fish habitat. Habitat Committee is unclear how this document will be used by both the council and by outside entities. As is currently written, it lacks guidance. The HC has the following recommendations. Include as appropriate potential ways for the council to engage in some of the issues of concern identified in Chapter 4. Review the list of priority non-fishing actions the Habitat Committee developed and the council approved as a current focus for activity types the council would like to be made aware of. Include links to the section of each fishery management plan on non-fishing effects on EFH, particularly the conservation recommendations in Chapter 5. Include a stronger connection of ecosystem needs to the fishery management plans. The Habitat Committee believes it is appropriate to make Chapter 5 a standalone document, and we would like to review the document at future meetings as it progresses. Characterizing essential fish habitat as a set-it-and-forget-it approach, page 97, is a narrow perspective on EFH. While maps of EFH potentially attract the most attention and are in many respects static, it is the textual descriptions that ultimately determine the extent of essential fish habitat designations, and therefore flexible in acknowledging temporal change. If the concern from the FEP standpoint is dynamic change, it may be fruitful to further develop habitat indicators, such as changes in kelp distribution, which could provide a good perspective on temporally variable habitat conditions. This approach could conceivably be an outcome of objectives 1A, 3B, or 3C. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Lance. Questions for the Habitat Committee? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Lance. Next up is the CPS management team and Kirk Lynn. Kirk?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Good afternoon. I'll be reading from agenda item I3A, Supplemental CPSMT Report 1. Several members of the CPS management team attended a virtual webinar on February 22nd, 2021, presented by the Ecosystem Workgroup on updates to the Fishery Ecosystem Plan, 5-year review, and the entire team reviewed the EWG reports 1 and 2 under agenda item I3A. The team commends the EWG on the revised version of Chapter 3 of the FEP and appreciates the improvements made, including incorporation of the input provided by council advisory bodies. The team's review of Chapter 4 would benefit from more time to evaluate content. The team intends to complete its review of Chapter 4 at the April council meeting. After reviewing the outline of Chapter 5, the team agrees that this information would serve well as a standalone document and also supports the current outline. However, we recommend that as the work group reviews and updates the text of each section, they keep in mind that as a standalone document for non-council entities, the document may benefit from additional information in the document itself or as an appendix. One example noted by the team was that maps of essential fish habitat in Section 3 would be greatly beneficial to non-council entities. Another example might be the fishery participation connectivity or network information presented in the March 2021 Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Report 1 and in the revised Chapter 3 of the FEP. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Kirk. Questions for Kirk on the team's report? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Kirk. From there, we'll move on to the HMS management team report and Jessica Watson. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. My name is Jessica Watson, and I'm going to provide a summary of the highly migratory species management team's supplemental report under agenda item I3 for the Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review. The team's review focused on the HMS-related sections of 3.3.3 and 3.5.2.3 in the Ecosystem Working Group's I3A Report 1. After discussion, the HMSMT recommends the following edits be incorporated into these sections. Note all recommended edits are highlighted in gray with additions underlined and retractions in strike-through text. Edits in section 3.5.2.3, the HMS FMP section, are mainly grammatical, with a revision to the language in bullet point 2 to clarify descriptions of area closures. Edits in section 3.3.3 are mainly suggestions for species included in the table to be those mentioned as management unit species, ecosystem component species, and prohibited species mentioned in the HMS FMP. This concludes the team's report, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions the council may have with regards to this report.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Questions for Jessica on the team's report? Okay, thank you, Jessica. Okay, we'll move to the GAP and Dan Waldeck. Dan?
Good evening, Vice Chair Pettinger, council members. Dan Waldeck with the GAP. I'll be reading agenda item I3A, supplemental GAP report on the FEP 5-year review. The GAP reviewed the materials in the briefing book for this agenda item and discussed previous GAP comments about the FEP 5-year review. The GAP appreciates the responsiveness of the work group to previous comments made by the GAP and GMT on this topic. The updates to FEP chapters 3 and 4 appear to be on point and on track, and the GAP looks forward to providing additional comments about these chapters when the council again considers them, currently scheduled for September 2021. The GAP generally supports the concept of removing Chapter 5 from the FEP to create a standalone document to convey council priorities and concerns relative to potential future development of non-fishing offshore activities. Recognizing that this document is a work in progress, the GAP supports the topic areas outlined in EWG Report 2. Information provided about non-fishing activities and their potential impacts and harm to council-managed fish stocks and the habitat they depend upon is important and appears accurate. The gap highlights that disruption and/or displacement of existing commercial and recreational fisheries from offshore development and other non-fishing activities is not emphasized sufficiently in the current draft. There is brief mention about communities, specifically the need for viable ports and infrastructure, which is important and true. However, existing fisheries also need space on the ocean to conduct their operations. Any guidance document developed to provide council perspective on non-fishing activities, including offshore development, needs to emphasize clearly that siting of non-fishing activity should not displace fisheries from their fishing grounds. Therefore, the GAP recommends that the council provide guidance to the EWG that Chapter 5 should more fully recognize the potential for spatial conflicts between new and current ocean uses and emphasize the need to support and sustain current fisheries by ensuring they are not displaced from their fishing grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan on the GAP report? Louis Zim. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's not a question. It's just extending my thanks to the GAP and to you particularly, Mr. Waldeck, about that last subject about conflicts between fisheries and other ocean activities. And to my mind, it shouldn't be should not. It should be shall not. But thank you for your comment and your submittal. I really appreciate that.
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Zim, you're welcome. I appreciate the call out, and I guess I would say if you had not been elevated to the grown-ups table, you would have made that edit for us in the GAP. So thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Further questions for the GAP? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Dan. And with that, we will move to public comment, and we have two cards in. We'll have Corey Writings, followed by Teresa Labriola. So welcome, Corey.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening. Corey Writings, speaking on behalf of Ocean Conservancy. Recognizing the time of day, and I'm going to assume is everyone's Zoom fatigue, I'm going to be brief here. But I want to start by noting the great work that the EWG has done and how much we appreciate that. We support the edits proposed by the EWG on Chapter 3 and generally support its finalization and support the proposed reorganization of Chapter 4 around the FUP goals and objectives. We also endorse moving Chapter 5 out of the FUP and creating a standalone document to better inform people unfamiliar with the Council about potential areas of cost, interest, and conflict. We have 13 suggested edits and additions that are in our detailed comment letter, but I'll just highlight a few here. Including the addition of maps to help an uninitiated reader understand the spatial nature of the California current ecosystem. We recommend emphasizing the paramount importance of healthy freshwater habitats for anadromous species. We recommend a focus on communities. We endorse the tribal subsection as proposed. We also encourage recognizing supply chain workers, such as processing plant workers, and pier and jettied fishing communities. We also recommend the recognition of the vulnerability of small-scale local supply chains. All of these communities are particularly sensitive to localized development. And finally, a focus on leading ecosystem modeling efforts and links to notable collaborations or academic scientific efforts to understand the ecosystem mechanistically and quantitatively. Beyond the report edits mentioned above, we've heard today about using ecosystem science and management and how that can be accomplished. I'll elaborate a bit here on what I just mentioned in my capacity as co-chair of the EAS, which is we continue to recommend that ecosystem goals and objectives be connected to indicators, such as those presented earlier today by Drs. Harvey and Garfield, and thresholds, just that the Council can track progress towards these goals and objectives. Such a, quote, ecosystem level performance report could not only track progress and is central to an EBFM approach, but would help the Council prioritize and pick future FEP initiatives by illustrating areas of need and help the Council focus. Such a performance report capitalizes on investments already made and science that is already available. Process-wise, I suggest that the EWG spearhead such an effort, whether it be an official FEP initiative or a standalone Council project, and work with the IEA program over the next year to provide a draft at the March 2022 meeting. I'll also note, in connection with the climate work that we talked about earlier today, that such a data set, if maintained in real time, would be highly beneficial in facilitating more nimble management and increase our ability to rapidly respond to changes in the ecosystem, both helping ensure necessary conservation and helping industry adapt. So thanks very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey? Pete Hassemer. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey, very much for the comment. Just a question, maybe a little clarification. You mentioned the ecosystem level performance report, and I guess I heard it in two different ways. One of them, when we did the objective a year ago now, we took a little bit of care to think about quantitative objectives that you could measure performance against. So the report could look at that and judge how we're doing relative to the objectives, or there was sort of a mention of how is the ecosystem doing relative more to the CCIEA report, the status of the ecosystem, and linking that then to the climate community initiatives and a set of actions under different conditions. So were you leaning towards one of those or the other, performance relative to the FEP or performance status of the ecosystem in that performance report? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassemer. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I understand your question correctly, I think it would be doing both. The goals and objectives that the council voted in a year ago are, there are ways to attach indicators such as those in the annual status report to be able to track them and say, how are we doing? How is the council's performance in terms of meeting those objectives and goals? Which is in itself a way to just say, okay, how's our ecosystem looking? Ideally, a set of goals and objectives covers both what is happening in the ecosystem and what does that tell us about how we should be managing our fisheries, and also how is our management impacting the ecosystem. So it's really arrows in two directions. Did that answer your question, Mr. Hassemer?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Further questions for Corey? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Next up, Teresa Labriola.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Chair Pettinger and members of the council. I am Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. And I realize it was 8 years ago in 2013 that I provided my first public comment to the Pacific Council in support of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan that was adopted then. Soon thereafter, I supported SEBA 1, the Comprehensive Ecosystem-Based Amendment 1. And it was cutting edge, both of these documents. And it led to other councils adopting similar ecosystem plans and similar measures to freeze the directed harvest of unmanaged forage fish. And today, I'm witnessing the council's work to update the FEP as again leading the councils in developing a more dynamic social ecological systems approach to look at the health of our ocean ecosystem. And I just really want to acknowledge your leadership in bringing ecosystem-based management to our fisheries through the Fishery Ecosystem Plan. I also want to thank the Ecosystem Work Group and the EAS for the forward-looking progress to make the Fishery Ecosystem Plan actionable. I appreciate the suggestions provided by the EWG and support their work on drafts chapters 3 and 4, the draft outline for the standalone policy priority document, and the outline for the FEP new chapter 5. I want to echo the suggestions made by my colleague Corey Ridings and our joint letter, and I want to focus my comments specifically on our overarching and cross FMP recommendations. As I mentioned, and gave you a preview of during the California Current Ecosystem Status Report item, I support starting an initiative or a project at this meeting to develop a reporting mechanism to track progress towards our goals and objectives in the FEP. This is what Corey Writings called the ecosystem level performance report. I think it's in line with Mr. Anderson's statement to the EAS, quote, that we should try to look for ways to measure our progress towards our FEP goals. EBFM is accepted as an appropriate framework for achieving sustainability in fisheries, both in terms of ecological and human well-being. Everything is linked, and to be functional, the Council must support the broad goals and objectives of the FEP with a framework of indicators like those reported in the IEA, or that can be in the California Current Report, or which can be developed in concert with the IEA. To guide our effective management, indicators must be linked to our goals and objectives, with targets or healthy states to be maintained and unhealthy states to be avoided. Linking indicators to our goals and objectives will help the Council better assess ecosystem health, analyze trade-offs among management decisions, and take steps towards achieving climate-ready fisheries. An initiative, or if you want to call it an initiative, to track progress towards the stated goals and objectives in the Fishery Ecosystem Plan is a first step towards bringing the FEP off the shelf and into management. For example, if you look at management, the MSA, National Standard 9, as well as the Council's FEP, our 4 FMPs, Marine Mammal Protection Act, and the ESA, they all lay out a goal of minimizing or avoiding impacts to non-target species. We could achieve this goal by minimizing or avoiding the catch and mortality of non-target species. We can measure the progress towards this goal by using an indicator such as a non-target species catch by gear or by FMP or cross FMP, which could be reported on annually in the ecosystem report with a target or a reference point that helps us understand whether we are achieving this goal. An action like this is consistent with the discussions of the climate and community scenario planning workshops, wherein managers could use indicators and reference points, both quantitative and qualitative, to make and inform decisions. Even an indicator such as a non-target species bycatch can help us prepare for climate change. With this information, with indicators and targets, we can then ask and answer how will proposed new gear that may be needed in the future impact our goal to minimize or avoid the catch and mortality of non-target species? Or how will an expanded fishing opportunity or a shift in season or a shift in space impact this goal? In summary, I request that the Council begin an action at this meeting that directs the EWG to work with the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program, advisory bodies, and stakeholders to develop the indicators, reference points, and performance measures and decision rules for assessing and enforcing the performance of the fisheries. Finally, the Council will use this data to track the operational objectives of the FEP to make decisions about managing our fisheries and achieving the goals of the FEP. I look forward to working with you as you take the lead on linking indicators of ecosystem health with our FEP goals and objectives. And thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Teresa, and also to Corey. I've been reviewing your letter, which is very informative. And then you just topped it off just now with, I think, the answer to my question, which was going to be similar to the question that I asked last week, I believe it was. The who would do this? But it appears in your statement that you said that the ecosystem work group in concert with the CCIA group would be doing this. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Zim and Chair Pettinger. Yes, I think the lead of this would be the ecosystem work group in concert with the integrated ecosystem assessment team. The IEA team is best able to identify indicators for our goals based on available science that we have. And then I think also there should definitely be input from stakeholders as to whether or not those indicators are correct and appropriate. So it would come back to the Council and there would be a discussion.
Okay. Michael Clark. Michael? See your hand up. I believe you're muted, Michael. I'm not sure if the mute is on his end or ours. Oh, I see it actually erased it. Okay. All right. Further questions for Teresa? Okay, Teresa, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that takes care of public comment, and we'll now move to council action. All right. Anyway, the last item of the day. I know it's been a long day, but looking for a hand for comment, guidance. I know we heard some really good comments and detailed advice from our management and advisory bodies. Louis M. Louis.
Well, hello, Mr. Vice Chair. I would like to have myself some guidance for the other from the other members of the council on whether we want to direct the EWG to act as an administrative lead as proposed by Ms. Labriola for an ecosystem level performance report. I'd like to have some input on that. Thank you.
Okay, Louis, thank you. And input is coming. John Ugritz, John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. To Louis' point, I think that an annual report from the EWG alongside the status of the ecosystem report would be appreciated from me as far as how we are progressing towards ecosystem goals. I think that other than that, there's been a lot of good guidance and input from the various advisory bodies and the public about what might need to be changed and adjusted to get us to a final draft ecosystem plan for adoption in September. And I think that, maybe from my perspective, some of the comments about making chapter 3 a little more brief and succinct and pointing towards outside sources that are more evergreen or making the document more evergreen would be appreciated. I support the moving chapter 5 out to the way it has been. And I think that's good for now.
Thank you, John. Pete Hasselberg. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to respond to Louis' comments first. I guess I had some comments on that topic I was going to save for the end, but now is a good time. I don't think we need to take any action regarding the ecosystem level performance report and charging the EWG as an administrative lead at this time. But I really value that recommendation that was made in that joint letter that we got in public comment about looking at that and considering it as an initiative that we would address at some time. Just to cover that, as I think back these 3 ecosystem topics that we had stacked up here, we started with the integrated ecosystem assessment, and we heard in there on a couple of things there are mixed messages on productivity and some other things, so we're not quite sure what's going on. When we talked about the communities initiative, climate communities initiative, the workshops really looked at some actions under 4 different scenarios, so that the actions we're contemplating were conditioned on different things in the environment, and not trying to guess what the final report would look like, but we gave them direction to focus on those 9 priority action areas. And so the follow-up when we're on the ecosystem plan is that if you have potentially have some condition for actions that are conditioned on what's happening in the ecosystem, then you might want to know what's happening in the ecosystem. And I think that's one place where this performance report could help. The IEA is a great start, but it doesn't give real clear signals. So at this point, as we're moving forward and finalizing changes to the FEP, and the climate core team is finalizing work on that initiative, that in everyone's mind they could think about how we might measure some of these things, whether it's the performance of our ecosystem plan against some measurable objectives that we have and what indicators point to that, and also what the condition of the ecosystem is. So if we're going to pick one of these particular action items at some point, we pick the right one relative to what's happening in the environment. So I think that's a great idea to consider it as an initiative. We can do that at a later date. We don't set the calendar for when we're going to put it in there, but today we should at least recognize that that's a good direction to go, and it might be, and in my mind, it's the very logical next step as we finish up the Climate Communities Initiative under this FEP. So that's why I was asking the questions relative to how do we get at these initiatives, and I understand now we've severed the 2 processes, and we have an opportunity to come back to it. That's great. On the other things, I echo John's comments, so I won't go into detail on those now. I think separating out this chapter 5 as a separate piece in there is a good direction to go. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, for the discussion, Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just, I guess I have a little bit of a process question here. We received some great suggestions from various advisory panels, and certainly the ecosystem work group and advisory subgroup had some real salient suggestions for updates to our FEP, which I found very informative. And in addition, we have the letter from Wild Oceans to Nature Conservancy and the Ocean Conservancy that had some very salient points in it as well. And there was the one that Pete just spoke to, and I think Louis spoke to it as well, as far as looking to the ecosystem work group and the IEA program to develop some kind of they called it a ecosystem level performance report or something like that, to track some goals and objectives and indicators. And I think John's comment about having that annual report was a good one as well. So on the process side of this, given that we've had a number of very constructive comments and suggestions, do these get pulled together and synthesized by the ecosystem work group and the ecosystem advisory subgroup, and then bring something back to us that where they've had a chance to look at all those things, take those things and build them into an updated document where they see that that's appropriate, and then bring it back to us? Is that the process here, or is there some other way that we're trying to collate all of these great suggestions and have them built into an edited document, revised document as appropriate.
Good comments, Phil, and the question there. I see Karen is right behind you, the hand up. Maybe she might give us a little more what her take might be. Karen?
Thanks for your confidence, Mr. Vice Chair. I raised my hand before Phil's questions. I wanted to offer support for the direction that the EWG has taken us in general. I do have a thought about Phil's question, but don't feel that necessarily I'm the right person to answer that. So just listening to this discussion, it seems like where I would like to see a performance report end up is in an initiative in the FEP, but don't have ideas about the process to get there. So I'll hold my comment short on that topic, and just add that I've also appreciated the comments on the Chapter 3, Chapter 4 document, and do agree that as possible, making Chapter 3 brief, more brief than it is currently, would be welcome, and relying on documents outside of the FEP document itself, such as the annual IEA CCE report, would be a direction that I would encourage us to go. So I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you for that, Karen. Given that, so I had the same question too, as far as how do we fold this all together. Maybe I should ask Kit or Chuck maybe on next steps here to finish this up. Oh, there he is, Chuck.
Yeah, well, I think either Kit or I would be good because I'm probably going to punt this to Kit pretty soon. But you know, I think the council's task under this was to provide guidance on further development, and it sounds like that's what you're doing. If that is, you know, Phil's comments, he had a question as to whether that's how to proceed. So I think it's fair to get some feedback on if that's a good solution. But I think the council's task here is to turn that question into direction when they're ready, and staff and the work group will endeavor to accomplish that. So, but I might toss it over to Kit. I'm sure he's thought about this a lot more than I have. So,
yes, thanks, Chuck and the vice chair and yeah, I mean that was my take. The EWG has the advisory body reports. They've listened to the discussion you've had, and as they've expressed, their intent is to provide a complete draft of the FEP in September, and I would think that as part of the process of editing and completing that draft, they would take under advisement all of these comments that have come in today from the council and from the advisors. There's this somewhat separate task related to this concept of a linking, having some metrics and that can monitor ecosystem status and linking that to the goals in the FEP. I've heard from a couple of council members that might be something that could be developed into an initiative that would be then taken up at some point. And so I guess the first step there would be a written description of an initiative along those lines that perhaps would come forward next March or at some future time that you may determine. So I guess that's the way I see things playing out.
Okay. Thanks for that, Kit. Further discussion? So Anderson, Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to be certain I understand kind of where we're going, we're turning this back over to our work group and our advisory group. With I think the way it works is the ecosystem work groups take the lead. They're going to look at all the comments that we've received. We're going to give them some discretion to look at those and make changes as they deem appropriate. And they're going to bring that back to us in September. I think on this question about the some sort of a performance report, I think we're asking them to consider that, come back perhaps with some recommendations on how we might move forward on that and who would be responsible for it, but we're not trying to make a decision on that specifically today, is the way I understand it.
Okay, thank you, Phil. John Huberts. John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And sort of following up on what Phil just said, I think the only thing I would add as guidance to the work group is that to the extent that some of the guidance they've received in the various reports and public comments are contradictory, it would be nice where they are, making a choice between one or the other for the final FEP, that they provide the council with some understanding of how they came to that decision and why they chose one thing over another when they bring it back to us in September.
Thank you, John. Wise counsel. Back to Phil.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, John, and yeah, appreciate that.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, I'll turn it back to Kit, and he can summarize this for us. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think there's been a very useful discussion here. The council has expressed a number of views and ideas about how to incorporate comments that have been received there, and they've made some of their own comments about aspects of the draft that you've reviewed. I think that, as we've just said, the EWG will take that all on board and use that as they further revise the document and get to something close to a final product. And then that last recommendation we heard about in terms of sort of some tracking of how the EWG addressed comments put forward by advisory bodies, or specifically if there are discrepancies or different conflicting recommendations there, to explain what their choices were in that regard. Then perhaps in September, or they'll also have some initial ideas around this other future product in terms of I guess what Mr. Anderson named a ecosystem performance report. So there's a possibility of that as a separate report or product, just a very initial take on that that may then lead to something more like an initiative down the line. So that's kind of what I heard, and I think we've got good guidance there and can continue the work.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kit. And with that, I'll give the gavel back to Chair Grolnick, back on schedule for day last. So, Mark?
Thanks very much, Vice Chair Pettinger, for concluding that agenda item. We are on schedule, and compared to the last 2 days, finishing early Tomorrow we have salmon, and then we have a number of administrative items. I'm not sure if salmon's really going to be ready to go first thing in the morning, but I'm going to ask Chuck if he has any information on that or any announcements.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't have any information on that off the top of my head, but I suspect you are correct. I think it's a good chance that we will not be starting off with final action on adopting management alternatives tomorrow morning. So I would suggest that people be prepared to move into the administrative business, and if things change, I guess we can deal with that in the morning. But that would be my supposition at this point.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for the hard work today and all week. Our week having started last Thursday, and we'll see you in the morning.